atenção, olhar envolvente, coração na mão. Todos param só pra ver brilhar. No passinho ela sabe encantar.
solicito así, déjame sentirte, solicito así. Ella tiene un ladito en mí, ella tiene un ladito en mí. Ay, contigo yo me pierdo, como un tiempo me tienes dando vueltas, baby. Dando vueltas, baby.
Ela desce, ela sobe, no baile é pressão. Mina linda, perigosa, rouba meu coração. Vai quicando, vai jogando, não perde a razão. No batidão, só pura tentação.
Ela desce, ela sobe, no baile é pressão. Mina linda, perigosa, rouba meu coração. Ela desce, ela sobe, no baile é pressão. Mina linda, perigosa, rouba meu coração. Ela desce, ela sobe, no baile é pressão. Mina linda, perigosa, rouba meu coração. Vai quicando, vai jogando, não bate a razão. No batidão, só pura tentação. Desce, ela sobe, no baile é pressão. Mina linda, perigosa, rouba meu coração. Ela desce, ela sobe, no baile é pressão. Mina linda, perigosa, rouba meu coração.
Ela desce, ela sobe, no baile é pressão. Mina linda, perigosa, rouba meu coração. Vai quicando, vai jogando, não perde a razão. No batidão, só pura tentação. DJ soltou aquela sequência que faz geral perder a consciência. O grave desce, a mente dispara, a pista ferve, a noite é rara. Ela manda.
Chegou, chamando a atenção, olhar envolvente, coração na mão. Todos param só pra ver brilhar. No passinho ela sabe encantar.
Engana com carinha, ela é braba na linha. Sabe o chão que já pisou e hoje pisa com valor. Rebola com consciência, vai no beat sem carência. Ela sabe o que entrega e a favela ela manda.
Hello, everyone. How the hell are we doing? I always stream when it's bedtime. I mean, it depends on your time zone, but it's almost midnight Eastern time, so probably. And when I make just let me make partner on Twitch. When I make partner on Twitch, I'm going to switch my schedule and I'm not going to do it this like late at night anymore. Because then I can just do it whenever and I'm not going to risk my viewer average. Because that is really the reason that I do it so late, is because I feel like I've carved out this time slot for myself and I am afraid to deviate from it without it having really bad consequences for my viewer average. But I should be able to make partner this time. Very smart people keep trying to unalive me, as he might say. We are going to listen to the like operative word being listen to the 60 Minutes interview. If you watch 60 Minutes on YouTube, they always end up claiming it. I don't want the stream to get shut down midway through because it's like a 40-minute segment. I don't even monetize my YouTube streams because it's just such a paltry amount of fucking ad money that it doesn't matter. But I don't want it to get struck or claimed, so we're gonna be listening to it. Like, I'll just have a picture here and like have it off screen, and hopefully that'll be fine. You never know, and we'll see. We'll see. Night shift hospital worker appreciates the late night streams. I mean, I said in my YouTube chat earlier, I am the official graveyard shift employee stream of choice. Okay, before we get into the assassination slop, of which there's many, we will do a war update, okay? So I opened New York Times to see what's up with this because I'd barely even been looking at it for the last like 72 hours. Trump is dissatisfied with Iran's plan to reopen Strait of Hormuz. Like, spoken like a true guy who definitely has the cards and options. It's like, dude, you should be grateful for like literally any plan that is put on the table. They should be able to, the Iranians should be able to scribble their plan, their 10-point plan on a napkin and give it to you. And you should be grateful for whatever it is. So this was reported today. President Trump has told advisors he's not satisfied with Iran's latest proposal to reopen the strait and to end the war, according to multiple people briefed on discussions in the White House Situation Room on Monday. The proposal also called on the U.S. to end its naval blockade, but would have set aside questions about what to do with Iran's nuclear program, according to the U.S. To U.S. and Iranian officials familiar with details of the negotiations. Iran has repeatedly rejected American proposals to suspend its nuclear program and hand over its stockpile of highly enriched uranium. It is not clear precisely why Mr. Trump is not satisfied with the proposal. Shocker. But he has repeatedly insisted that Iran cannot have nuclear weapons. Literally a child. I was about to say, like, we all know why, and it's because his only hang-up is they cannot get a nuclear weapon. But there's nothing you can show this man that will prove, like, short of... I don't even know what there's no evidence that they're trying to get it, so I don't even know what you could show this man that would satisfy him. A U.S. official also said that accepting it could appear to deny Mr. Trump a victory. The White House declined to comment on Mr. Trump's thinking, but officials noted that... that is weird. They declined to comment on Mr. Trump's thinking. But officials noted that discussions would continue over the war and Tehran's enrichment efforts. The U.S. will not negotiate through the press. We have been clear about our red lines, and the president will only make a deal that's good for the American people and the world, Olivia Wales, a White House spokeswoman, said in a statement. Yeah, Trump's doing third worldism. He's an internationalist now. The reason why we have to keep this war going is because we have to keep in mind all the citizens of the world, not just the U.S. Iran's proposal to open the strait has been subject to a vigorous debate inside the admin over whether the U.S. or Iran has more leverage. Isn't this nice to know that there's people in the admin sitting around discussing this completely irrelevant fucking thing? Just end this fucking war. And which country is better positioned to endure the economic hardship the closure of the waterway has created? Mr. Trump reviewed the proposal with advisors on Monday after Iran's foreign minister delivered it to Pakistan on Sunday. Mr. Trump rejected another proposal from Iran last week and called off a round of peace talks in Islamabad over the weekend. U.S. officials, I know, but it's like what they leave out from this is that, yeah, he called off that round of peace. This, I'm realizing, contradicts the earlier statement that the White House made, saying we're not going to do this negotiations through the press or over the press when all of this is happening on X and on Truth Social. So miss me with that shit. But then too, he called off these rounds of peace talks on Truth Social, saying like they're not going to be traveling for 15 hours if it's going to be pointless. But the reason why it's going to be pointless is because Iran keeps not showing up. So it's like I don't even know why well, I do know why, but like the Times is like letting him get away with murder by saying like, yeah, oh, they didn't dump us, we dumped them. And we called off the round of peace talks when it's like they were unlikely to attend anyway. U.S. officials say Iran's leadership has not authorized its negotiators to make concessions on the nuclear deal, frustrating any attempts to forge a compromise or peace agreement. Mr. Trump has expressed his frustration with Iran and its inability to negotiate with his admin. Iran is having a very hard time figuring out who their leader is. They just don't know. Mr. Trump wrote on Truth Social on Thursday, the infighting is between the hardliners who have been losing badly on the battlefield and the quote-unquote moderates who are not very moderate at all, but gaining respect is crazy. This is like, it's so funny to know that like there exists the lib left civil war in like toxic online Twitter spaces and certain corners of the internet, and they have their own infighting, literally infighting between the hardliners and the moderates. Delaying nuclear talks could have been a way to reach a quick agreement to ease pressure on global energy and financial markets, but any decision to halt nuclear talks, even temporarily, would be a sign that the war had failed to achieve one major goal, increasing pressure on Iran to make a deal over its enrichment program. Talks focused on reopening the strait would be fraught as well. The U.S. blockade has sought to cut off Iran's ability to export its oil, but Iranian threats to attack ships that failed to pay a toll have drastically reduced after other oil traffic. Iranian officials have insisted that any deal to open the strait should allow them to continue to impose a tax or fee on ships that transit it. Historically, the U.S. has opposed any such restrictions on freedom of navigation in international waterways or straits, but the Trump admin has sent mixed messages. Are they going to say how he was like, maybe we can both run it. We can both run the strait. We can both collect like fees. At the heart of the debate over whether to accept the Iranian proposal were discussions in the Trump admin about the issue of economic leverage and what further American military operations would be needed to get Tehran to make significant concessions in negotiations, according to U.S. officials. This is not a military issue. Why? Do you think, like, it's just so crazy that they just uncritically print this and there's no counterbalance, like, though experts say that this is not something that can be solved militarily, like, it is a diplomatic thing. It's crazy that it's just presented this way, whatever. Some admin officials believe that continuing the blockade for 2 more months would cause significant long-term damage to Tehran's energy industry. Oil wells cannot be turned on and off, and they would be damaged if they're forced to shut down, incurring costly repairs. Iran, these officials argue, will make a deal to avoid such long-term problems. But others in the admin have said the assessment is flawed, noting that Iran's positions have hardened and that the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, IRGC, has only solidified its hold on power. Gee, that is true. The intended effect of all these military operations has caused nothing but blowback and had the opposite effect. Do you think we'll correct course at any point? No. So what is the point of having this self-awareness if it literally doesn't lead to any different course of action? Just, further entrenching insanity. The U.S. government has assessed that Iranian negotiators have not been authorized either by the Supreme Leader or by senior Revolutionary Guard officials to make concessions on the nuclear program. Without a resumption of military action, there's little reason to think the Iranian position will shift. Even if bombing resumed, there's little evidence that would alter Iran's decision-making process. To increase pressure, Mr. Trump would need to authorize the attacks on civilian infrastructure. Would this really increase pressure? I mean, all they do is talk about how 100,000 Iranians were gunned down in the street by the Ayatollah himself before we killed him. And you're telling me that, oh yeah, once we start bombing the civilian infrastructure, that's really going to piss them off because they definitely care about that. The whole narrative is that they are repressive towards their civilian population. They don't care, which is like largely true. But why would this be a pressure point? Some admin officials have been skeptical that Iran is ready to make concessions and say making a deal to open the strait is the best way forward. Why are we bombing civilian infrastructure? Because nobody has any control over what this admin does except this admin. It's as simple as that. Like, I'm listening to a podcast from Heather Cox Richardson, who's like a lib historian who does like a news briefing daily, basically. And she didn't do like her live politics talk. She did like a pre-recorded one. But it's like the United States is starting to turn into an authoritarian state. Starting to? What? Like, we have no mechanism to end this. It's completely illegal. It's a huge power grab by the executive. He's just taking us into this war of choice, spending taxpayer money, breaking the law, like breaking domestic and international law. And there's literally no way to rein him in. Are we not there? Like, this doesn't end until he personally wants it to. Or Marco Rubio. Or Bibi Netanyahu. Also not somebody that we elected. So, what? What else needs to happen before we're just like, yeah, it's not really a democracy in this like critical way in this country? I don't understand. Like, this whole situation is just bloodlust and corruption. I mean, for starters, yeah. It is, if I don't laugh, I'll cry. All right, let's get into the slop right away. So this is obviously far more important than any silly war. What we know about the shooting at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. So it's been a minute since this happened. The White House Correspondents Association dinner held to celebrate press freedom quickly, and I really thought this was a joke. like Trump said this, like, oh, this is a great celebration of free speech. Apparently it's historically rooted in like how like early admins in the United States did not want it to be able to like hand select the press or something like that. And then this association was formed as a response to that. And then they had this dinner, which has turned into like the tradition that has, I had no idea that it actually was rooted in this. It seems like such a fucking joke. Quickly descended into panic on Saturday evening when a man carrying multiple weapons charged past a security checkpoint at the Washington Hilton and exchanged fire with law enforcement officials before being taken into custody. Trump, attending the dinner for the first time in either of his terms, said he heard a loud noise towards the back of the ballroom before a Secret Service agent shouted, "Shots fired." Agents rushed the president and escorted him and the First Lady out. The suspect, Cole Thomas Allen, 31 of Torrance, California, was indicted on Monday on charges of attempting to assassinate the president. He also faces 2 weapons charges, including discharging a firearm during a crime of violence. Mr. Trump has had attempts on his life before. In July 2024, his car was grazed by a bullet in an assassination attempt at a campaign rally. I was like, his car? His ear. Sorry, his ear was grazed by a bullet in an assassination attempt at a campaign rally in Butler, Pennsylvania. Months later, a federal agent fired on an armed man at Mr. Trump's Florida golf club. Here's what we know about the shooting. He charged past a security checkpoint around 8 p.m. minutes after the event began. Charged past the security checkpoint at the Hilton. In the video, law enforcement officials are seen chasing him as tuxedoed agents draw their guns and run towards the ballroom. Witnesses inside said they heard a loud noise outside the room. Caterers screamed and ran for stairwells as attendees ducked and crouched against the walls. The man exchanged gunfire with the authorities before being brought under control by the Secret Service. He did not enter the ballroom, the authorities said. Investigators believe he fired at least once, the Washington police said. Officials were still reviewing ballistics evidence and shell casings. Melania, they left. No other reported injuries. So the suspect had traveled to Washington from LA. So Mr. Allen was carrying knives, a shotgun, and handgun, officials said. Appearing on Meet the Press on NBC on Sunday, Todd Blanche, the acting attorney general, said investigators had determined that the suspect took a train from LA to Chicago, and then from Chicago to Washington, where he checked into the Washington Hilton a day or two before the hotel hosted the White House Correspondents Association dinner. The authorities said that they believed he acted alone. See, what's so weird is like how he was able to move this sort of weaponry, even like using Amtrak, is kind of surprising to me because, well, I guess it wasn't Amtrak. I can't remember what it's called. There's like a train or like a railway system. Oh, Brightline, that's what it's called. That I've used in Miami. And they actually do have you go through. And I'm pretty sure with AMPAC as well, actually, now that I think about it. You do have to have, there is some sort of checkpoint. And you do have to, if you have stuff, you have to put it on a conveyor belt and they do check it. So maybe they just didn't have it at this, so maybe not all locations have it. Staged as fuck, dude. Like, why people think this is a fucking false flag, I'm sure I don't know. Why do they need, this admin has never needed any single reason to do anything illegal ever, or to make any demand to the American public ever. They just do it. So why you need to do all of these shenanigans so you can ask for the ballroom that he's been openly talking about and building right before our very eyes for months and months and months? It's not necessary, you guys. And with this particular admin, there would be a leak. There's no way somebody could keep this under wraps. Federal authorities in LA said a search warrant was served late Saturday night at the suspect's house in Torrance, California, south of LA. Social media accounts that appear to be linked to Mr. Allen describe him as an independent game developer, and a teacher. The motive set out to target folks that work in the admin, likely including the president. A note that the authorities say was written by the suspect appears to express deep anger at the admin and the president. Admin figures with the suspect's targets prioritized from highest ranking to lowest, according to the copy of the roughly 1,000-word document shared by 2 law enforcement officials who were not authorized to disclose the info. Mr. Blanche said investigators know there were some writings in the initial evidence gathered that, combined with initial interviews, led investigators to believe the man intended to target admin officials. Wow. Fucking really cracked the case there, Sherlock Holmes. Mr. Blanche also cautioned that their understanding of the man's motives could change as the investigation continues. Shortly before the attack, the suspect sent messages to his relatives announcing the Trump admin policies and suggesting he intended to take violent action, according to a person familiar with the investigation. Other written materials found in his hotel room contained similar statements, the person said. In an interview with Fox News, Mr. Trump said the suspect had a manifesto and that he hates Christians, but he did not offer further details. So, first time. And that manifesto, I mean, this dude just seems like mentally ill, genuinely. He did not seem like the, sharpest Christian in the Bible. And as far as I could tell, I did not understand, why he carved out this, weird exception for Kash Patel. Just feels like someone was watching him the whole way and ignored him. I mean, I just saw some clip on Twitter where they were talking open, like there was somebody talking openly about how the security in this fucking dinner was really, really lax. But, I mean, MAGA's making the absolute most of it. I didn't see this the night that I covered it, but Midas Touch had compiled all of the different MAGA influencers and acolytes that tweeted basically in unison following the incident, talking about the White House ballroom looking better and better. Would be real nice if the White House had its own ballroom, huh? Build the White House ballroom now. Randy Fine, we'd better never again hear a peep from anyone complaining about a White House ballroom. Like, I didn't even realize, like, I knew that there obviously had to be some sort of coordination, but I didn't know that it was in group chats like Ashley St. Clair, Elon Musk baby mama, as you may know. So exposed.
Last week, I told you guys that all of MAGA is paid and they coordinate their messaging in lockstep via group chats. And what do you know? All of these people came to the conclusion that after they saw what happened at the White House Correspondents' Dinner, their first thought was all independently, Trump needs his ballroom. The statistical likelihood of this happening in a vacuum, if we are to stipulate that these people are not coordinated, the statistical likelihood of this happening, that they all came to the same conclusion, not probable, okay? I think it's also important to note that one of the main group chats in which they coordinate this messaging is literally called Fight, Fight, Fight after.
And this, I wonder if she was fed or if she was like still in the group chat and just nobody realized it because she hasn't chatted in a minute and they didn't kick her out.
After the attempt on Trump's life in Butler. Okay, and this has the official Trump war room, members of the administration, including James Blair, and all your favorite MAGA influencers. And I would log on and show you more of these messages, but I can't log on to Twitter because they're suing me for $75,000.
Oh yeah.
So
I forgot Elon Musk took away her her check mark, I think, because she like asked for not alimony, they were never married, for child support or something, and obviously things are pretty tight for Elon. You can't have the White House Correspondents' Dinner at a federal property. I mean, that's the least of the issues here with this ballroom. Let's see. But, okay. Let's get right into this fucking Piers Morgan panel. Like, what is there to talk about at this point? Like, or argue about? Like, if I had to guess, it's actually the left's fault that this happened. It's the left's fault because the rude rhetoric just makes, and like pointing out the things that the Trump admin does, like the things that they objectively do and say, that is doing violence against people, and it's your fault that this happened. This is called Catastrophic Failure, Trump Dinner Assassination Attempt and Royal Visit with Carrie Lake. I don't know if we're going to watch the Carrie Lake shit. I just want to see the panel.
He said, "Get down, that's gunshots." And I said, "What?" I looked at him like, "What are you talking about?" I said, "Gunshots."
This mental moron probably got his battle plan from playing video games and studying on the internet.
Surely you don't think that anything that happened at the White House Correspondents' Dinner was set up or staged, do you?
There's a reason why, if this isn't staged, why 3 people tried to shoot him.
And these people are crazy and deranged, and you wonder why people
this guy, he's so boring.
Out here trying to kill President
He's
Donald
like a former cop that just like endlessly bootlicks every single fucking cop or like decision that the admin makes. It's very uninteresting.
Please spare me this performative pearl clutching about how it is only people on the left.
We've been through a state.
Oh my God. Like the lack of self-awareness is just so stunning.
In the last
like, please don't pearl clutch like as I pearl clutch.
Years of leftist political violence, the likes of which this country has never seen.
The King's private conversations with the US president are usually kept secret, but when the monarch arrives in Washington, D.C.
Of course, Piers starts with the royal visit. Who gives a fuck about the royal visit?
Today, we can imagine they might compare notes on one surprising trait they both share: absolute serenity in the face of extreme danger. 32 years ago, shots were fired by a protester as the then Prince Charles stood on stage in Sydney, Australia. The monarch gave a masterclass back then in the stiff upper lip, stopping briefly to adjust his cufflinks before laughing it off. President Trump, steely in his own unique way, was back at the podium joking and selling his new ballroom less than 2 hours after a gunman attacked the White House Correspondents' Dinner.
Nobody told me this was such a dangerous profession. If Marco would have told me, maybe I wouldn't have run. Maybe I would have said, I'll take a pass. No, it's a dangerous profession, but I don't view it that way. Look, I'm here to do a job.
Well, no matter your views on the US president, his ability to remain calm and even amused after what looks like a third attempt on his life is pretty remarkable. The problem is he shouldn't have been put in that position again. The Secret Service
Trump is a victim.
They've done a good job in safely shutting down the attack.
This must be reiterated and underscored constantly.
Once it began. But the fact is, the alleged gunman was able to breeze past security, arms to the teeth, and sprint toward a ballroom where everybody in the presidential line of succession, pretty much, was sitting. We then saw Vice President J.D. Vance and the president being bundled to safety before the whole of the cabinet and eventually the entire D.C. media was evacuated. Security has to be flawless for an event of this magnitude, with zero exceptions.
It is funny that they got Vance out before they got Trump out.
The gunman actually mocked the lax security in his twisted manifesto that he released a few minutes before the attack, writing, "This level of incompetence is insane," and pointing out that had he been an Iranian intent on doing something bad at that event, it could have been an awful lot worse. At best, this is embarrassing for the US. At worst, it's another catastrophic failure. And one of the reasons why so many lurched immediately to conspiracy theories is that so many questions remain unanswered about the previous attempts on Trump's life. There's a crisis of political violence in the United States. Nobody wants to find out what happens to that tinderbox if the next attack ends in disaster.
Crisis of political violence? I mean, there's a crisis of gun violence in this country. I wouldn't even say it's political violence.
Well, in a moment, we'll be debating this and the fallout with my panel. But first, Senior Advisor to the US Agency for Global Media, Carrie Lake, joins me. Carrie, welcome back to Uncensored. You were at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. When was the first you realized that something serious was happening?
Well, we had just finished our salads, and the staff at the Hilton started to bring around the
this filter is like crazy.
Trays. And they were setting them up, at each table. And we heard some loud noises. And I just assumed it was, this room full of 2,500 people and a lot of wait staff dropping things or potentially the sound of dishes, et cetera. And I was sitting next to Chris Ruddy, and he said, "Get down, that's gunshots." And I said, "What?" I looked at him like, "What are you talking about?" I said, "Gunshots." He said, "Yeah."
Wow, can you believe everybody's experience with this stupid thing was like universal? Because all of them have just gone, "I was there," and then I was like, "Oh my God," and then we all ducked for cover, and then Trump started posting stuff, and I didn't know anything until everybody else knew stuff, even though I was there. Okay. Panel.
Push this stuff every day on Thursday.
Getting more and more near the Martlemont Hill hosted
with the other attempts on the president's life. I wish the media would take some responsibility for it and bring down the temperature about 1,000 degrees.
Carrie Lake, thank you very much indeed for rejoining me on Uncensored. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Well, let's hear now from my panel. Jack Posobiec, Senior Editor at Human Events, Joanne Carducci, the commentator known as Jojo from Jers, Martlemont Hill, host of Bet News, and former law enforcement, better known as the Officer Tatum, Brandon Tatum. Well, welcome to all of you. As we are about to debate this, Melania Trump has now responded to something that Jimmy Kimmel said on Thursday night about the White House Correspondents' Dinner. So before it happened, Kimmel's quip, if you can put it like that, although I thought it was singularly humorless in the moment, and even more so now, was, "Our First Lady is here. Mrs. Trump, you have the glow like an expectant widow." Now, Melania Trump has now responded. Kimmel hides behind ABC because he knows the network will keep running cover to protect him. She's written on X, "Enough is enough. It's time for ABC to take a stand." Now, Kimmel did this sort of spoofed cutaways of Melania, the president, and the cabinet, while telling jokes he would have told if he'd been at the White House Correspondents' Dinner, including the joke about Stephen Miller, saying that Miller was baby Hitler, traveled in time to kill the US. Let me start with you, Brandon Tatum. Melania is getting more and more outspoken at the moment. She's clearly enraged by what Jimmy Kimmel said here, which in the context of what then happened at the White House Correspondents' Dinner, you can understand her rage. To describe her as having the glow of an expectant widow when someone has launched an assassination attempt seems particularly tasteless.
Who cares? Literally, who gives a fuck? It doesn't matter what Jimmy Kimmel fucking says.
What's your view of it?
Piers, this is absolutely ridiculous. I mean, these people are crazy and deranged. They push this stuff every day on television, in their articles, and you wonder why people are out here trying to kill President Donald Trump. I put my life on it, that he would never say that about any other president, or his career would be over. Imagine him.
Yeah, he probably wouldn't. What do you think the reason for that is? That actually works against your argument, dude. It goes to show that it takes only this man, this particular head of state, for a fucking lib like Jimmy Kimmel to stoop to that level and make these sort of off-color remarks about him or people close to him. It's not indicative. It's not actually proof of the fact that he's like particularly sinister. And like, do we expect that he'll have the same? Is the expectation now that you have to make an equal amount of jokes at the expense of the president per admin? Otherwise, bias, as though we don't know that Jimmy Kimmel is a lib.
I'm saying it about Michelle Obama, that she's looking like an expected widow. That's the most deranged thing that I ever heard in my life. And it doesn't matter if you're Republican or Democrat.
Why even say, imagine if they said that about Michelle Obama. Like, the first thing that popped up into my head is the fact that earlier this year, Donald Trump shared a video where Obama and Barack Obama and Michelle Obama were depicted as monkeys. And then he later deleted it and said he didn't post it. And this is the same aisle that insists that Michelle Obama is not even a woman, but is in fact a transgender man, and that Obama is gay. But we're supposed to be taking lessons on how to be civil in a civil society from these people.
It's distasteful, and it's inappropriate to say, and it's disrespectful to the country. And I don't like Democrats not one bit. But if anybody were to say that, I don't care if you're a Republican or not, against a Democrat president, you are wrong, and you should be ashamed of yourself.
Yeah, I mean, let me go to Jojo here. I mean, I don't care what side of the divide you're on, who you vote for, whatever. I think Brandon Tatum's completely accurate when he says that simply would not have been anything.
Wow, could you believe that a monarchist doesn't think that you should be cracking jokes at the expense of the democratically elected regime in the U.S.? I can't believe it.
That any late-night comedian would have even dared to say about Michelle Obama. And there does seem to be just no rules when it comes to how the mainstream media talk about Trump. Now, they may well argue, well, he trashes us, all's fair in love and war. But actually, that's not in my view, the acceptable response. They should show more responsibility when they're talking about things like this. What's your view?
First of all, is that I absolutely abhor political violence of any kind. I want to make that abundantly clear. But Jimmy Kimmel is a comedian. Donald Trump is a public official. If we're going to have this conversation, which I think we should have this conversation, it should begin with Donald Trump. With Donald Trump, I printed out, just to take a page out of his book, just some of the violent rhetoric that has come from him over the course of the last decade. Stand back.
Why are we printing things?
And stand by. Can't you just shoot them? Just shoot them in the legs. He told the January 6th insurrectionists, we love you. You're very special. You've seen what happens.
Oh my God.
We have a different vice president now, Piers, because Mike Pence.
Yeah, that was an example of Trump being loving. This woman's going to be just an amazing add to this panel.
Which I have that. Mike Pence didn't have the courage to do what should have been done to protect our country and our Constitution. That mob wanted to hang Mike Pence in part because of Donald Trump's rhetoric, which he then doubled down on later and said they were right to have wanted him hanged. Donald Trump has been one of the most divisive political figures, public figures in global politics, at least in the course of my life.
He is, but how do you make this point this badly? Why? Like, again, it is bizarre to point out, to print out shit. Like, why couldn't you remember that? Two, what? It's just not the go-to example I would give.
Lifetime. And I think you're right. I think that this deserves a conversation, the way we talk to each other, but it has to start with him.
Like recapitulating January 6th, I would like the fucking threatening to destroy an entire civilization like 3 weeks ago because he's not winning a war is like a far more timely and relevant comment to bring up.
Again, Jimmy Kimmel is a comedian. We've been doing the White House Correspondents Association dinners forever. They've always mocked the president. We've had people roasting.
What is funny?
Everybody.
Okay, all right. But Jojo, explain to me what is funny, remotely funny, about saying that Melania Trump has the glow of an expectant widow, given there have already been 2 unsuccessful assassination attempts on Trump before this comment was made, and there's been another one afterwards. What is funny about it? Explain to me.
I mean, I didn't say it.
I mean, it's pretty funny that you're asking me to explain a joke that you obviously understand, like, what the point of it is. I mean, anytime you ask somebody, you're being asked to, like, explain why something is funny. If you even seriously attempt to engage with that, it's already an L. And the fact that she's like, well, I didn't say that. It's like tacit admission that, like, it was bad or something like that. It's just like, I don't fucking know. But the point, you're like, you're not mad because it's not funny. You're mad because it's offensive to Trump, and who cares about that?
First of all, and I didn't actually laugh at that joke. I laughed at the Stephen Miller joke because that is funny.
I laughed.
And much.
I would debate you, but frankly, it's beneath me. You have already debated me twice, and I am tempted, just because you made those comments, to put them up on YouTube because they're evergreen, because we literally debated over January 6th, and you denied that there was any violence that day.
Of that
even as I pulled up clips and showed them to you.
Funny, because he's a comedian. And again, this is what we do, and this is protected speech. Do we have a First Amendment in this country? You don't have to like what he says. You don't have to find it funny. That's your right. It's also her right not to watch his show. This is protected speech in this country. And the fact that she's using her position of power and the leverage that she has as the first lady to threaten a private citizen's job because he said something she didn't like, I think that is a bridge too far. I'm really worried about this slippery slope. I think she has every right to stand up for herself, to speak out for herself, to say she doesn't like what somebody said, but to tell ABC that they need to fire him, again, I think that she needs to focus more on cooling the temperature down from within the White House itself. Just walk across the hall to your melon-hued meal ticket, knock on the door, and ask him to turn down the temperature himself.
All right, Japasobic, the problem here is if you look at this twisted manifesto of this latest shooter, Cole Allen, described by people who knew him as a near genius. He was a teacher who'd recently won awards. Everyone seemed to like him and so on. He wasn't a natural red flag person where you'd look at him and think, well, he's got criminal convictions and history of violence or any of that. None of that appeared to be there. Seems to have been a brilliant mind, poisoned, it would appear, by propaganda from...
Why do people think that this person is a brilliant mind? Did we read the same manifesto?
On the left, I mean, a lot of the language used in his manifesto is the language of the hard left against Trump. And there's no denying that. I mean, I'm not going to say that only the left commit acts of violence. They don't. The right has done just as much, actually, in the last 30 years. But I do think on this occasion, there's no doubt this supposedly brilliant mind had that mind warped by whatever he was hearing about Trump, including Hitler references and so on. And I've warned for a while that if you continually say that Trump is Hitler or Stephen Miller is Hitler or whatever, whoever it is, then to a deranged mind, eventually, they're going to think they're doing a public service and a duty by killing the new Hitler. Why wouldn't they? So I do think language really matters. So what do you say to people like Joe?
I mean, it does, which is why, first, shouldn't we assess the claim as to whether or not it is accurate to compare Donald Trump or anybody within his admin or regime to these figures? Instead, it just seems like it doesn't even matter whether it's true or not, because it's mean, therefore it shouldn't be said.
Joe, who think that the comments of Kimmel about Melania Trump having the glow of an expectant widow, they're just a comedian being a comedian.
Look, Piers, we've been through a spate.
You people are only here because you get off hating Trump and the right. True.
In the last couple of
correct. Yes, that is what I do on this stream primarily.
years of leftist political violence, the likes of which this country has never seen, the United States has never seen. We've seen a murder of Charlie Kirk by a leftist. We've seen Luigi Mangione. We've seen Thomas Matthew Crooks. By the way, if you put all of those together and look at their academic achievements as well, you can also see that they were very high achievers in their high schools, high on the ACTs, high on the SATs, these college entrance exams, top 1%, top 99th percentile. There's actually a lot of commonalities that we see between the profile of those individuals and this Cole Allen. And yes, ultimately,
it's very distracting that there's a huge reflection behind him showing exactly what setup he has going on.
What you see in this manifesto, one thing I tweeted earlier was that what's striking to me is that you don't see any signs of derangement or schizophrenia or any of these things. You just see the exact same type of rhetoric that you would get from watching Jimmy Kimmel and listening to the things that he says, and then going out and deciding to take what in his mind is the next logical step to assassinate the president of the United States, which, by the way, not only did, you have almost the entire head of the government there, and obviously your interview with Carrie, I think that was quite spot on about security, but also the idea that I had friends there, just personal friends who were sitting in this room, and you had people on the left, you had people on the right. This is a threat.
I was waiting to see where his point about pointing out like the academic achievements of people was going to be relevant. I guess it's supposed to be literally, like smart people are the problem.
To everyone. Okay, this is a threat to everyone, and it all needs to stop. It just needs to stop.
Mark Lamont Hill, the most staggering thing to me, well, one second, Judge, I'll come back to you. But Mark Lamont Hill, one thing that immediately began to happen was...
Radicalized by Jimmy Kimmel. I mean, this person was literally a blue sky lib who liked retweeting like Will Stancil. So not entirely inaccurate. It's just not. It's one. It's a function of living in a democracy. Two. It's not on Jimmy Kimmel. He's like, what? How is? I don't understand how Jimmy Kimmel's rhetoric is going to be responsible or like directly causative of this. Jimmy Kimmel could have never existed or made these jokes. This guy would probably be exactly the same.
An extraordinary number of people on social media immediately saying this was fake, it was a false flag operation, it was staged, people just repeating the word staged. I think JoJo alluded to this in some of her social media posts. I mean, surely you don't think that anything that happened at the White House Correspondents' Dinner was set up or staged, do you?
That's an interesting question. I don't think that it was staged, but I said I don't think it was staged. You really that outraged by that? You don't agree? You think
What's the interesting part of the question? Surely the only
I answered the question. I said I don't think it was. I just said I don't.
It's so funny that what just happened. I really thought that he was like rage baiting, but now he's upset because Piers immediately misconstrued what he was saying. But to be fair, the way that he answered it, I also thought that he was going to be like vague posting about maybe a conspiracy.
I think it was that it was staged.
At the White House Correspondents' Dinner was set up or staged.
Break down so quickly.
That's an interesting question. I don't think that it was staged, but I said I don't think it was staged. You really that outraged by that? You don't agree? You think it was?
What's the interesting part of the question? Surely the only
I answered the question. I said I don't think it was. I just said I don't think it was staged. That's the only sentence I said. Why are you all responding as if I said the opposite? My only sentence was I do not think it was staged.
That's an interesting question. Your first response was that's an interesting question.
I didn't see it. It's possible it was staged, but I didn't see it. Oh my God. Baker Mayfield Goat 76. Are you really this stupid? Just be like, it could be staged even if it doesn't appear to be. You having watched the video or not has literally nothing to do with whether or not you can ascertain if it was staged just based off visual cues alone. There would need to be an investigation, but there's no evidence that it was even staged.
Because it is an interesting question. I'm complimenting you on the question. You're the one that asked it. If you don't think it's interesting, why would you ask it? I think you all were prepared for me to say one thing and I didn't, and so you're jumping as if I said something different. Everyone up here thinks it was not staged. I, Mark Lamont Hill, agree with you all that it was not staged. Now allow me to continue. I understand that the American people.
Piers definitely jumped the gun on like trying to pearl clutch over this because he immediately said that it's an interesting question. No, I don't think it was staged. And Piers is just like, what?
People in the American public and really around the world have a penchant for conspiracy theories. I am not a conspiracy theorist. So it would take a lot for me to get to that point. I do understand.
Actually, that has a lot to do with my opinion of it. Are you stupid? Debate me or I'm leaving. There's the fucking door. You said earlier that you weren't going to waste any of your time debating me, that you would never stoop to that level. Now you're trying to insist that you're the one who's wanted to debate all along, or that I want you here. Please go away. I don't give a fuck. Stop adding me on Discord. Stop getting in my DMs like you always fucking do. Stop following me and unfollowing me on all my fucking accounts, and stop simping for me on Instagram. You think I don't fucking recognize you? I know who you are. I've talked to you before. You're not gonna flip the script on this.
After 3 assassination attempts, why many people would question the security. They would question.
I know you don't want to. I'm losing my mind. Oh my god, just whatever.
How this shooter was able to get such great access. President Trump hasn't participated in a White House Correspondents' dinner in a long time. You knew he was going to show up, and
Mason, I just saw your thing right before I was watching your Surrounded with Rudy Boschman, and I cannot believe that you were the enjoy shilling as a leftist for popularity and dollars. One, I'm a conservative. Two, thank you, I will. But I'm watching your Jubilee Surrounded, and I could not believe that you were the only person that called Rudy out for his fake performative bullshit of, oh, all Palestinians and all Jews are brothers and sisters, and we're all just gonna like hold hands and live in the one civilization that's never gonna fucking happen. Thank God. I'm so happy that like I couldn't believe that you only got to speak that long. Please tell me that there were other moments that maybe like got cut out, but Jesus Christ. Like the fact that everybody was engaging on Rudy's terms, like on his terms entirely, drove me crazy. Like way too much of a discussion on Zionism. That's all this guy wants to do is filibuster and talk about the ancient Jewish tribes that he's going to bring back to Israel unilaterally and then deal with Palestine's demographic problems. Like, notice when you stopped engaging with his stupid framing of it we actually started having a substantial discussion of what he actually believes, which is an ethno-state.
And to Carrie Lake's point, a lot of people in the media don't like him. A lot of people in the public don't like him. There's a reason why, if this isn't staged, why 3 people tried to shoot him. So if you know that, you would expect the response to be different from security. So I think the reason why many people, which is why I think it's interesting, why many people are skeptical of this is not.
I'm posting another clip tomorrow for the second segment. I said to him, ICE trained by the IOF. Yeah, that was good. That was good. And it's just so, I wish I could show you guys what I'm talking about. I'm literally just having like a one-on-one conversation with Mason right now from chat. But if you go and watch Jubilee's most recent Surrounded episode, it's like one pro-Israel activist, Zionist guy named Rudy Rochman, I can't remember how you say his last name, versus like all these like anti-Zionists. And it was basically completely pointless because the conversation just centered so much on Zionism, and every single time anybody tried to get him to criticize like the government or whatever, he was like, I condemn individual people that say individual bad things. If you tried to bring facts to him, he completely ignored it. Like there was literally just, and on this one in particular, every single time he started to have a more substantive back and forth, everybody got voted out. This is like easily one of the worst episodes of Surrounded I've ever seen.
It's not as unfounded as faking the moon landing, which is absurd, or saying the earth is flat, which is absurd. I think it's because of the lack of security.
Rockman, yeah, that's how you say it, Rockman.
And the consistency with which one of the most unpopular presidents in recent memory, at least one of the most polarizing presidents in recent memory, continues to get shot at with not enough security. I think that's why people are asking it.
He only cares about the religious foundations and arguments about lineage and historical ancestry. It is so boring. The thing is like, what's actually agonizing is that people just kept arguing on, like, why did nobody call out that, like, why am I supposed to give a fuck about your holy book saying where you have to live or whatever? It's not compatible or reasonable to base anything going on in the world right now off of religious claims. Nobody cares about them. The only other person who came close to calling out this framing, once it really got, the episode, like, got into the swing of things, was a woman who was saying that, she was like, are you chosen people, or was this some sort of movement of self-determination, because one would make it political and the other would make it sort of like spiritual or ideological? And if you're saying it's not the religious thing and it's based off this other concept of like self-determination, then it is a political movement and it's worthy of criticism, and you can't just say it's anti-Semitism to criticize it. But then she got bogged down on arguing over like the Nakba and stuff that just like does not fucking matter.
Okay, Jojo, for the record, do you believe any of that was staged on Saturday?
I don't think anything was staged. I think we should ask questions. I think that we should ask questions in every one of these cases. I think that that's a reasonable, rational position to take. Unfortunately, the commentary really here is, why is it that so many people, not just in this country, but around the world, are saying things like it's staged? I think that that's something that we should be considering. What is it about this person, about this administration, about these breaches in security, about these unanswered questions, of which we have many? I am also not a conspiracy theorist, but we have a lot of unanswered questions, not just about what happened the other day. And also, by the way, Jack, to your point, I was in DC and I had friends there as well. I was at the Substack party at the very same time. We went on lockdown. It felt very real and very scary. But I think we should have a conversation about the questions that we have about all of this stuff. I mean, we still don't know. That we didn't get a statement from the actual doctor in Butler. We have a lot of outstanding questions related to the shooter in Butler. We have outstanding questions to Charlie Kirk's shooter. These are questions we should ask. Unfortunately, it's really kind of
like, I cannot. How can she possibly argue this point this badly? Who cares about the Butler, Pennsylvania assassination? Who cares about who killed Charlie Kirk? Like, these are like the idea that we're going to spend any amount of time on this show saying that we need answers for stuff like that. Immediate, like, fucking so unserious, such a waste of time. Your time is literally spent, better spent calling for anything else.
And it's a real commentary on where we are as a country and as a world right now, that we can't necessarily trust at face value what this administration is telling us, and particularly as it pertains to Donald Trump's health and safety. Yes. And I think that it would be incumbent upon all of us to ask these questions. Also, Jack, I'm sorry, but to draw the line between...
Ben Riley, thank you so much for the $5. Oh, Jubilee is a psyop. I am, in my humble opinion, that convo was poison. It seemed like propaganda for the IDF. I mean, Andrew Callahan has talked about how they were not really that happy with how his episode went because he was not adversarial enough with all of the conspiracy theorists he was debating, even though it is objectively the best episode of Surrounded, and it's the most productive because he actually gets them to like lower their guard and substantively talk about their ideas instead of feeling like they need to be defensive the entire time and not concede anything.
Jimmy Kimmel's comedic routine and the natural progression, which is what you said, the logical progression of listening to a comedian and then traveling across the country with firearms to murder members of Donald Trump's cabinet, it is absolutely on its face insane.
Let me ask you a question.
Let me ask you a question. Right to free speech all the time. I just want to finish this point.
Let me ask you a question to respond. So do you
Let me finish the point and then you can.
You finish your point. Do you remember in 2024 when you called for Joe Biden to nullify the...
Crazy that he was a blue sky centrist lib. I know. Everybody thinking that he was like a leftist or something. Like, no, literally just like, to be honest, is it really that crazy? Have you ever actually logged on to Blue Sky and spent a considerable amount of time there? Kind of do have to be a little bit, I genuinely think you probably have to be a little bit more insane to be on Blue Sky than on X.
The 2024 election?
What are you talking about? We're talking about the shooting right now.
Do you remember in 2024 when you called for Joe Biden to nullify the results of the election?
What you're trying to do is
and you said
you're
that
trying
he would
to
be
change
totally,
the subject.
I'm not actually. Do you remember that? Yes or no?
We're not. Why do you always bring up Joe Biden? You're like a broken record.
Joe Biden.
Who's the president now? Why do you guys always come on here and talk about Joe Biden? Why are we talking about Joe Biden?
I'm not bringing this up for no reason.
Did my comments incite someone to go with
a total shit show?
Firearm across the country and try to kill people and allegedly try to kill people in Trump's cabinet?
Because the killer shared your post calling to nullify the results of the 2024 election. I have it right here on the archive account.
So she's responsible
I didn't know that. So are you trying to attribute what happened? Are you Jack, be very fucking careful right now, asshole. Are you trying to insinuate? Excuse me. If you are trying to draw a line between me and what
I don't know if I can finish this. This is like not.
What you just said is extremely irresponsible. So what?
He decided to take your words into action.
Okay, how many times have you how many times have you shared Donald Trump's rhetoric?
I'm happy to send you this, by the way.
How many times
it's right
have
here,
you
November
retweeted
13th,
something that Donald Trump said?
Okay, don't talk over each other.
Great moderation, Piers. Thank you.
He decided to
that was a really
just like you asked him
That was a hefty accusation that he just lobbied at me. I have
no accusation. I have that right here.
That has nothing to do with me, Jack. You're trying to tie me to someone who allegedly tried to kill. Excuse me. So you're telling.
What's alleged about it?
What's alleged? It's not. The case is not closed. It hasn't gone to trial. You have to say alleged.
What else?
Are you a judge and jury? Are you a judge and jury? Are you?
Looking at the evidence.
Really?
We have evidence. We have his own family. We have him on video. We have eyewitnesses that I've spoken to.
We live in a country of law and order, Jack. We have to say allegedly, just like we have to say Donald Trump allegedly raped a 13-year-old girl. Just like we have to say Donald Trump was allegedly introduced to Melania Trump.
They don't accept the evidence. They don't accept the actions of their own
followers. You're not a judge. You're not a jury. Do you want to?
This is like the first time I've actually seen Jack Posobiec succeed on Piers Morgan panels, and you literally have to be a lid that's this incapable of debating.
Country of law and order or not?
Okay, please don't. All right, listen. All right. Please don't talk over each other, because I can tell you, hang on, I can just tell you, if you all talk over each other, nobody at home can hear. Let me bring in Brandon, who's been waiting, I have to say, respectfully, patiently, and silently. Brandon, it seems to me, a stain on everyone's houses. There's been increasingly incendiary rhetoric in American political discourse now for many years from the left and the right. Everyone is culpable in this area, I think. I think it's disingenuous of people on the right to say it's just the crazy lefties. I think it's disingenuous of people on the left to deny they're doing it and then to pretend that none of their side do it. Everyone's been doing this. The rhetoric's got increasingly unpleasant, nasty, violent, fractious, divisive, polarizing, and inevitably, in a country with over 400 million weapons, firearms, you're going to get unhinged people who take it in their own hands to exact their warped form of justice, which is they think, oh, well, this guy's the new Hitler. I've got to try and kill him. They're all Hitler. They're all Nazis. We've got to kill them. I understand the warped mindset. If you keep being told someone's Hitler.
I'm tired of that traitor Trump and the right and the left. That Straighterade, you clearly have no idea what you talk about, but still cute enough to get lefty simps to watch you. LOL. There is only one simp right now in my chat, Baker Mayfield Goat, and it is you. You are the only person in my entire chat right now commenting on my looks. You cannot help but do this every single time you come into any chat of mine.
And eventually you're going to take out Hitler as a public service.
Yeah, I agree with you on that point. I'll push back on another point, but I do think people need to slow down this rhetoric. Saying all this inflammatory stuff online is just nonsensical. I criticize Trump for saying crazy stuff every now and again. I don't think he should do it. I think it's a waste of time going after private citizens. You're above that as the president, in my personal opinion. Do I think that's a direct correlation to somebody trying to kill him? No, I think the most correlation or the connectivity of that is the mainstream media saying he's Hitler every day. And these nut jobs acting like the dude is doing something he's not doing. I mean, said he was a racist, today ran out of oxygen saying that.
Spartan Spirit, thank you so much for the 100 bits. Okay, let's see. You paid me 100 bits so I could read your view. My view is Butler, Pennsylvania attempt was totally staged. Okay. But the death of the guy in the stands was very real. PSYOP to get out the vote for Trump. I am not a rifle expert. Wow, I thought you were a rifle expert until you put that. Thank you for the disclaimer. But I've spent time at the range. That basically makes you an expert. Covering roofs should be very basic for a Secret Service. In the age of drones and high-powered rifles, no way they're that incompetent. Why would you ever think that Trump's security detail is not incompetent? You never let the protect stick out of their head when bullets fly. I do not think this one was fake. Wow. Thank you so much for the 100 bits. That certainly was a comment that you left.
Didn't they compare him to Hitler? Didn't they say he's a king? He's a dictator. I mean, these are the most deranged things that you could say about anybody. And of course, these nut jobs.
And Ben Riley, thanks so much for the $3 donation. Really appreciate it. Oh, this is why Bosch refuses to debate MAGA. It's an exercise in cluster B personality disorder tactics and conspiracy theory gaslighting. Ben, I have to clarify, is this in reference to me yelling at Baker Mayfield GOAT in chat or this Piers Morgan panel? Because both equally apply.
Are going to try to posture up and want to kill him. And
Spartan Spirit, thank you so much for the 100 bits.
I don't know why we can't acknowledge that. I can say on one side, I want Trump and Republicans to slow down on what they're doing, but the mainstream media have a higher responsibility because they're out putting information out 24/7, 7 days a week, and it's all inflammatory against President Donald Trump, and it's wrong.
Didn't J.D. Vance?
Okay, let me bring in. All right. Let me bring in Mark Lamont Hill here. Mark Lamont Hill, there was a part of the interview with 60 Minutes last night where Donald Trump was told that this shooter had been part of a No Kings event. And Trump linked it to the scandal involving the Southern Poverty Law Center. Let's take a look.
Should be like Spartan bits only, no essay. I like the essay comments. It's just so funny to me. The mental gymnastics that I just read in your comment. Like, how are you going to say that Butler, like the guy getting killed, that was real, but what happened to Trump, that was staged? Because the secret, like, why does it hinge on incompetence? Or like you're saying that like no way they could be that incompetent. That makes no sense. Like the government is just filled with like ordinary people. They make mistakes.
I see these No Kings, which are funded just like the Southern Law was funded. You saw all that Southern Law is.
That's what makes the show great. Real blood. Okay.
Financing the KKK and lots of other radical, terrible groups. And
I cannot believe that, like, I don't understand what would be illegal about the Southern Poverty Law Center funding infiltrators. One, that was known. That wasn't like a secret thing that they were doing. I don't think, like, most people probably didn't know about it before this was launched. This lawsuit that the DOJ launched against them came to fruition, but at most it's disreputable depending on how you look at it. But I don't see why that would be illegal at all.
Then they go out and they say, oh, we've got to stop the KKK, and yet they give them hundreds of thousands and even millions of dollars. It's a total scam run by the Democrats.
Yeah, they were They were literally collaborators that worked with the fucking Southern Poverty Law Center. This is like saying, oh my God, can you believe that the CIA said that they wanted to undermine leftist causes, but then they literally diverted resources and put informants inside the Black Panthers and like gave them money and shit so that they could like embed without being noticed? Is the CIA pro-leftist now? Like, this is so stupid to think that the SPLC was doing this because they wanted to help them and not undermine them.
Now, he's referring, of course, to the Southern Poverty Law Center and this revelation that they paid out millions of pounds to what they claim were informants within these very dangerous and violent groups. First of all, on that scandal, do you believe there's validity to the way that the right are treating this story, that is outrageous, unacceptable, it should have been...
No, it's not. There's literally no validity to it. This is Donald Trump and his admin trying to settle scores from the first admin, and they're ass mad about Charlottesville and the fact that they fucking defended shit that they didn't need to, and they think that through this lawsuit, they're going to be able to successfully convince the majority of the public or the MAGA base that, oh, don't worry, everything that you saw was astroturfed. Even if I granted that, Charlottesville being astroturfed, that wouldn't have come to light until now, and nobody made Trump or anyone surrounding him downplay and defend people and their actions on that day. It's completely irrelevant.
Transparent and so on, or do you accept, I guess, what the argument would be the same argument in its defense that people might use about the FBI who pay informants in gangs and so on, or in the mafia, whatever it may be. Do you see that as the same thing, or do you see it as problematic?
I'm not going to pick either or between those options. I think we have to have a more sophisticated answer. I think there should be transparency. I agree with the right that there should be transparency. For example, the SPLC should be saying, hey, we pay informants, right? No one is surprised when the FBI pays a mob informant.
They did pay they were transparent about it. It was called Clan Watch. It was not like a private thing as far as I know. It was like obscure. I wouldn't confidently say that every single person that ever donated to the SPLC, even a large donor, realized that that was something that they were doing. But the KKK has their own newsletters. The KKK preceded the SPLC and is going to exist long after if the SPLC is ever going to go away. And they had newsletters talking to Klan members who read it saying, be careful because these groups are trying to infiltrate and watch us and spy on us and undermine the work that we're doing.
Because we know. So as long as the transparency is there, I don't have an issue with it. Similarly, though, I'm not going to reject the Southern Poverty Law Center's claim that their money goes to informants within the KKK. I don't think they're funding the KKK. I think they're funding informants as a way of dismantling the KKK. Now, we can have debates about whether that's the best strategy or not, but I do accept that as a legitimate strategy, even if I don't think it's the best strategy. We should talk through that. Right now, what we need is more transparency. We need a deeper investigation from an outside body to make sure that that is in fact the case. But I don't accept this right-wing narrative that they're funding the KKK. Also, just in response quickly to the other things that were said, first to the Jimmy Kimmel point, I was one of the people that thought the joke was funny. I like dark humor. If that joke had been made after the shooting, I think it would be unacceptable. I think it would be in bad taste, and I would understand why Melania Trump would be calling for Jimmy Kimmel's head.
It
or
is
for his
after
job,
shooting.
to be specific.
But Mark, it is after shooting.
How many more shootings do we need?
It's after
Mark?
two other.
How many more shootings
It's
do we
after a
want?
shooting attempt on his life.
How many more dead conservatives
He almost got killed.
Okay. Actually, if you guys have
It's
such a
throughout this
problem
interview,
with political violence...
Can we just hold on, please? I respectfully listen to everyone, and every time I've spoken, I've been interrupted. I just want to make the point, and then you all can respond, and we can have a conversation. My point is, the premise of the joke with
Mark Lamont Hill, the man you are.
Melania Trump is that she doesn't like him, and that he is old, and that he is dying. If that joke had been made to Jill Biden, I would be laughing. Why? Because Joe Biden was old. He was a president. He shouldn't have been in office. He was dying. He was Weekend at Bernie's. We all have the jokes, right? How many times was Joe Biden called Weekend at Bernie's? It was funny because of the premise. That is why I like the joke. I'm not telling you all you have to like the joke. I'm just saying that I understand the logic of the joke. The joke wasn't to invite murder. That's all I'm saying. And if...
I like dark humor, said the black guy. Tell me that didn't make you chuckle. Well, considering that my entire reaction to him saying that was live streamed and I didn't even crack a smile because it was such an unremarkable fucking comment to me, clearly it did not. What is going on in Twitch chat today? Like, the collective IQ is being... The average IQ of the Twitch chat by two people is being brought down like 20 points. Sorry, guys.
We want a country that values free speech. We have to hold space for that. As far as the climate here, yes, we do live in a climate that is volatile, and where we say things that lead to action. But every time we criticize Donald Trump for excessive executive orders, and yes, Democrats did it too. Every time we criticize Trump for moving without congressional approval, every time we move Trump for fighting unjust wars or prosecuting unjust wars, yes, he's moving like a monarch, and yes, we're going to have marches. Yes, we're going to have criticisms. Yes, we're going to have takes that call him a king. And yes, when he wants to commit or not commit, but aid.
What is your audience, LMAO? I attract all types.
And fund genocides in other countries, yes, we have a right to compare him to despotic leaders throughout history. I don't use the Hitler comparison, I don't. But there are comparisons that can be made. And when something awful happens, instead of saying, maybe people want to kill him because he keeps killing people, we say, maybe people want to kill him because people call him a killer. To me, that is the most ridiculous he who smelt it dealt it logic I've ever heard.
Let me just say this, Mark Lamont Hill, the reason that I jumped in there because you said this would be distasteful if it happened after a shooting. Well, they did shoot him, and Donald Trump almost got killed before. And then it was 2 other assassination attempts. And so when you have assassination attempts that have already occurred, one in which he almost got killed, and somebody jokes about him getting killed. And the interesting thing is a guy tried to kill him the same night. Don't you see the parallel? Don't you see how this is problematic? That this guy came to kill Trump right after Kimmel made the joke. It's because there's a logic there. There's people reiterating and talking about this. It wasn't enough time for Kimmel's joke to transfer to this guy's head.
I'm not sure what these folks are achieving through their discussions here. I mean, I really... Every single Piers Morgan panel is like complete slop, totally pointless. Literally watching an episode of Love Island is more intellectually stimulating. But I was curious, like, how do you turn this into content for this long? And I was right that it was literally just a virtue signal contest and like a do you condemn, do you condemn, do you condemn?
To make him kill him that night.
Type like discourse. There's nothing else to be said.
This is an ongoing scenario where people are continuing to flood the internet with this ideology that's unacceptable. I don't know how you can't get that.
Can I tell a personal
May I
story?
respond to that? Do you mind if I respond to that? Because I think if you ask me a question, I apologize.
You're right.
You asked the question. So yes, again,
Mark, if you respond, and then Jojo, I will come to you.
Oh my God. Why is the moderation is particularly bad on this one?
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, I'll be real fast. I agree with you that the language and the rhetoric matters. I'm not disagreeing with you. And I didn't say that Trump hadn't been, there wasn't an attempt at Trump's killing before. I was simply saying if Kimmel had done this right after this shooting, it would be in poor taste. Yes, the shooting happened months ago, and another shooting happened a year or so ago. I'm with you.
It is Jojo. Who is this? Who is JoJo's Bizarre Adventure to you guys? Is this a really big creator? I've literally never heard or seen this person, and she's doing horribly on this podcast.
I'm with you. I don't like any of the violent language, but it's an off-color joke that I don't think leads to the violence. When you look at the guy's manifesto, when you read why he was outraged, I don't think he's being motivated by political comedians. I think he's being motivated by the political climate. And if we're going to talk about that, then we have to talk about the language that all of us use, Democrats and Republicans. The language we use to talk about Palestinians, the language we use to talk about shithole countries in Africa, the language we use to talk about low IQ politicians. All of it can lead to violence. And guess what? It's not just happening from Democrats. It's happening from everybody. So let's calm it all down, but let's not pretend every time we criticize Trump, we're enabling killers.
No,
okay, Jojo.
I digress.
Yeah, so I just wanted to say a couple of ththings. Donald Trump has pardoned and or commuted the sentences.
Is this a 1v3? I mean, I don't even know. Like, it's unclear who takes even what position, because these are not the questions that Piers has asked are not conducive to really illuminating what anybody thinks. It's kind of trivially obvious that it's bad. I think pretty much it's like Piers thinks that Trump is the biggest victim ever and the left is to blame. Jack and this Tatum guy think that. Mark Lamont Hill and JoJo over here, like, basically are going to say that you cannot say that just criticizing Trump or even comparing him to, like, despots is enough to say that, like, stochastic violence is being done to him.
Of 1,600 plus people who attacked our Capitol on January 6th. They're looking to vacate the criminal convictions of the people who coordinated that attack. But as a personal anecdotal story here, Donald Trump made jokes about Paul Pelosi's attack. Donald Trump...
Anecdotal story. Does she mean anecdote?
Has repeatedly made jokes about Paul Pelosi's attack. I'm a mom of two. I'm a single mom of two. About a couple of months after Paul Pelosi's attack, in conjunction with one of Donald Trump's jokes, I got a series of text messages with pictures of my home. And then in short order, I got a phone call from someone who sounded like they were in the car and said to me, "We know you're home. We know your kids are home. We are going to Paul Pelosi you next." That was on the heels of a joke that Donald Trump had made about Paul Pelosi. So please spare me this performative pearl clutching about how it is only people on the left when no...
Okay. I mean, I'm obviously sorry that happened to her, but the only one who's like incredibly uncomfortable by the fact that it's moving her to tears just to bring this up when it's not indicative of literally anything because it's just a personal anecdote.
No one on that side is willing
to... I shouldn't say that because this, the left does this way too much. Like, too much focus on stats, data, polls, these sorts of things, when like what actually moves people is stuff like this. Anecdotes and personal stories is compelling to a lot of people, and that shouldn't be discounted, even though it's not something that like really moves me in any one way or the other usually. Neuromancer, thank you so much Neuroseancer, thank you so much for gifting a tier 1 sub to my community. Really, really appreciate it.
To hold him accountable for jokes like that, for rhetoric like that.
And Rogue Theology, thank you so much for the $4.99 super chat. Really appreciate it. What the hell? I pulled my childhood babysitter from a house party 4 days ago. What did I miss? Did you say stochastic heart eyes emoji? Rogue Theology, I know that you're like hella Catholic. Are you in favor of like political violence or what?
experienced that personally. I had to call my own police department. I had to call the FBI. I had to live in perpetual, and still do, perpetual fear of violence against myself and my children. And
no, there's a double standard when the left uses anecdotes. It's used against us. It depends, because I feel like the left uses really bad anecdotes. Like, but it's also just, you know, goes to show how disingenuous the right is being when they act like they're really moved by anecdote, or at least the commentators for sure. Maybe not, you know, individual right-wing and conservative people, because they'll instantly dismiss an anecdote out of hand as it comes from, you know, somebody who's like liberal or left, or they don't think it's indicative of any broader, you know, trend. But of course, every single anecdote that they bring up can be a perfect case study that can be extrapolated as far and wide as they need it to be for their particular argument.
Donald Trump owns that. So to pretend that he is above the fray here and that this is the Jimmy Kimmels of the world and it's not landing squarely at his feet, then I'm sorry, but that just doesn't pass the smell test.
There's a difference between...
Hang
on. Yeah, Jack, you go on.
No, I was just saying that I feel horrible for that. My family's been swatted as well. And the point that we're making is that you should be able then to call for a tone down of the rhetoric on all sides. That's why we're not giving Jimmy Kimmel a pass. Well, you just did give Jimmy Kimmel a pass, and you didn't even condemn the killer himself when I pointed out that he was retweeting you.
Doing a
you
sketch ahead of an event, ahead of an event that is
immediately used against her.
You're still doing it. You're still doing it.
For public criticism of the person who is in the executive branch. We're talking about two different things. Jimmy Kimmel didn't advocate for somebody to kill Donald Trump. Donald Trump made jokes about Paul Pelosi being hit in the head with a hammer.
See, it's all
partisan.
It's all one
You're drawing a
side
false
versus your
equivalency.
side.
Why can't you say that Donald Trump was wrong? Was Trump wrong?
You saying Jimmy Kimmel was not wrong, but you saying Donald Trump made a joke.
Exactly.
You said
Donald Trump made a joke.
Rogue Theology, thank you so much for the $4.99 super chat. No, of course I'm against violence, but I've been bragging that you called me like a freedom fighter the other day. Oh, I forgot about that. Thank you so much for the $4.99.
He's the president of the United States of America. He's not a comedian on ABC.
No, do you accept that as a joke?
Was Donald Trump right when he said that Mike Pence should have been hanged? Was Donald Trump right in commuting the sentences of the 1,600 people who had involvement in an attack on our Capitol? Was Donald Trump right?
Why do we agree this? Okay, time out. Why do we agree? Why don't we all try? Hang on, please. Why don't we all try and agree this? Why don't we all agree that when acts of violence or attacks on politicians in particular occur, the first reaction is not to claim because it's the other side it must be staged. And Brandon, I have to say, you know, when Ilhan Omar was sprayed at a recent event with an unknown substance, you said this. Let's take a look.
The bottom line is that I'm looking at this impartially. I don't know what anybody said. I saw the video, and it does not look consistent with someone trying to assault another person, which means I have never in my life seen a person get up, spray something out of syringe at someone's chest. It happened to be nothing, inert, and then she comes after him. You didn't see her back away from him. You didn't see her shy away from him. You didn't see any of that
Brandon,
nature.
you would
and
say,
the guy didn't even resist.
You would say the complete opposite if that was a Republican congressman.
That's not true.
So that debate we had then, Brandon, I do think...
Officer down.
Hang on. Let me handle this, please. Brandon, the point I would make is, as I said then, if it was the other way around, you would say the opposite, and you have. But this happens from everybody. I get loads of people...
How the fuck is he going to get out of this?
No, Piers, let's talk about it. Where have you seen me say anything to the contrary that about a Republican or not? You never heard it. Clearly it was fake. Do we not know that was fake? He did not squeeze any type of chemical agent on her. Did he or did he not? It was fake. I knew it was fake when I saw it. What do you mean? You said when did I know it?
Fake.
Because you can see that it's fake. Listen, I have done investigations. Let me explain. I'll let you talk, young lady. Hold on a second. I have done investigations so many times in my career. I've investigated violent crimes.
I've investigated right from this podcast chair that I'm currently sitting in as I do this Piers Morgan panel. It doesn't matter whether or not the substance was caustic or whatever. It's the entire point is just to inflict terror upon somebody, which he successfully did. It would add insult to injury and make it far more serious if it had been some sort of substance. But the entire thing was inappropriate to begin with.
I've looked at surveillance videos, and I've done this media stuff for a very long time. When I watch her mannerisms and behavior, I can tell that it's inconsistent with somebody that's being sprayed by a chemical agent, which she don't know if it's dangerous or not. No one would get sprayed by something and then try to attack the attacker.
But here's my point.
What do we find out, Pierce? What do we find out, Pierce? What do we find out? I was correct,
Brandon.
I was correct.
Brandon, here's my point. Here's my point.
We didn't find that out. That's
your natural reaction. Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
He admitted that it was not. It was like sugar water.
Fine, she didn't know what it was.
Brandon, you're implying to the audience that it was proven that it was staged. No, it was proven that there was no chemical in there. It was not a staged event. You may believe that, but there's no evidence that it was staged.
Spartan Spirit, thank you so much for the 800 bits. Scary that a person did investigations, but they did not see Israel doing genocide. Clown world fake cop. I don't remember if this guy. I'm sure this dude's pro-Israel. The disgusting thing that I've seen him defend was the murder of Renee Good and Alex Preddy.
Use your common sense. Use your common sense. Why would a guy stand up and commit a felony to put sugar water on somebody?
Because people are often mentally ill.
This is so weird. This is like saying, why would somebody just murder somebody with stab them with a knife or just shoot them? Like, if you're gonna get in trouble for murder, why wouldn't you, skin them alive? It must be fake. Like, just because somebody doesn't do the maximalist or most damage that they possibly could in any given scenario that involves a violent attack or assault does not mean that it's fake.
Use your common sense. Use your common sense. Why
oh my God. Common sense is when you say the entire thing was fake because he used sugar water instead of bleach.
Stand up and commit a felony to put sugar water on somebody.
Because people are often mentally ill.
What is sugar water going to do? Mark him on here. What is sugar water going to do?
I'm answering you. I'm answering you. I have been attacked at events with people who had powder substances. The powder would turn out not to be a chemical. I can assure you I didn't stage it. Sometimes people who are not well do things. Sometimes people do things to intimidate you. Sometimes people do things to create a distraction, as you know, as a security person or as a law enforcement officer who has done security. I'm telling you that just because someone doesn't have a chemical agent with them doesn't mean that the person who was the victim staged it. That's all I'm saying.
It does not. You don't have any evidence that it wasn't staged. I'm giving my perspective.
Oh my God. It's on you to actually disprove my allegation that it can't be taken at face value and the whole thing is fake. Okay, why is no one gonna do the reverse Uno card then? Okay, then this was a false flag. Prove me wrong. You don't have evidence that it wasn't.
Let me finish.
Yeah, just start from the insane position and make everybody else debunk it. Love that.
I'm giving my perspective based on what I observed.
You said it was proven.
I didn't just make up.
Right, but you said it was proven that it was staged.
I said it was proven that it was staged. I said it was proven that it was sugar water and it wasn't a chemical agent. I said it was proven that it was sugar water, it wasn't a chemical agent, which aligns with what I'm observing.
Agent. Everything is a chemical. Even water. Water is a chemical. And Rogue Theology, thank you so much for the $1.99 super chat. Really appreciate it. Common sense, I'd prefer if they trusted their reason. I mean, these people, critical thinking skills in general is not MAGA's strong suit exactly.
When it happened to her. If it was another scenario, because I don't give a flying flip if it's a Republican or a Democrat. If the scenario looked fake, it looked fake. What are we talking about?
A lot of people think Butler looks fake.
Let me say something. What we're talking about is that in the moment, Ilhan Omar did not know it was fake.
Why is he saying everybody's name wrong today? I swear he said Jimbo Kimball multiple times or not said Jimmy Kimmel twice, and now he's just said Ilhan Omar.
It was a scary incident involving a
How do you know that Ilhan Omar? They have not concluded the investigation into what did Ilhan Omar.
So there you go. So you're basically saying it's staged. Here's my point, Brandon.
Here's my point. That's what I believe in.
Well, here's my point. Here's my point. We've all got to move away. Here's my point. We've got to move past a stage where we view every attack on a politician as
no
Jussie
one
Smollett
believes every
revisited,
attack on a politician.
Right?
I didn't think Pelosi was staged. I didn't think the Pelosi attack was staged. I didn't. If it looks like,
how is he going to say we need to move away from thinking that every single act of political violence in this country is basically a Jussie Smollett? And for those not familiar, he staged a hate crime against himself. Apparently, I never looked into the details of this, but I always accepted that to be true that he just staged it. When he literally brought up the SPLC lawsuit and he was asking Mark Lamont Hill earlier, don't you think there's validity to these people that are worried that things are being manufactured just to create a fucking spectacle and outrage or whatever? Do you take this position or not, Piers?
Like it's staged, then I'm going to say this is what it looked like, and I gave an articulable reason why. Her behavior, her mannerisms, the fact that he
you would never have done. All right, but you wouldn't have done that. You wouldn't have done that about a Republican politician.
Where's your evidence that I would have never done that?
I just don't
Show
think,
me an example.
I trust the same gut instinct that you trust it yourself.
You don't have any evidence, though. You don't have any evidence to say that I would not hold people accountable if they were Republicans and they fake something.
Oh, do
I
you,
just
do you
think we
concede
Sobiek is bored. Yeah, because he already like triggered this woman and got everything that he wanted out of this interview.
should
that
agree.
people have rights
We
to
should
question
agree.
Butler?
I think we should agree.
What?
I think
Do
we should
people have a right
agree
to question
stop.
Butler?
I think we should. Let me make my
said-
point. We should
Okay.
agree. We should agree collectively that we are no longer going to view attacks on politicians if it's someone from the other side, right? People are no longer going to take an immediate position, oh, it must be faked, it must be staged.
Piers.
And secondly, the jokes about... Wait a minute, Brandon. And jokes about political violence or about Trump being dead and his wife being...
Why do we have to? Are we really about to do the South Park? Either all of it's okay or none of it's okay. There can't be at any level of attenuation or like a cutting off point where it's reasonable to say certain things and not reasonable to say others. Basically, everything is fine except actual threats of violence. Short of that, everybody should stop pearl clutching so much. It doesn't have to be this all or nothing thing.
Glowing widow, whatever, given there had been 2 attempts in his life before that joke was made, should be ruled actually unacceptable.
Has he had work done? Roseface sometimes just doesn't emote. I assume anybody, especially people who have media careers and do like, you know, public facing images to maintain. If you suspect somebody is on steroids or has plastic surgery, you're probably correct. And it's prove me wrong. It's definitely a prove you know, my unsubstantiated claim when it comes to this kind of stuff.
That actually it's not funny, nothing that encourages the idea of dead politicians. I was out the other night at the Time 100 gala and I sat with Senator Mark Kelly and with Gabby Giffords. And I remember when Gabby Giffords got shot and very nearly killed. And it was a reminder to me that political violence, whatever side you're on, is completely unacceptable. And rhetoric about political violence should be completely unacceptable. And I've seen it on both sides.
Here's where I
and I
disagree,
also
Piers.
think calling out attacks and incidents involving politicians where you
Piers.
take a view because it's not your
Piers.
side, I think is
Piers,
wrong.
your statement
Piers, give me 30
suggests,
seconds. Give me
Piers,
30
your statement
seconds.
suggests that what Jimmy Kimmel did. Piers, what your statement suggests that what Jimmy Kimmel did was make a joke about political violence. I understand that some of you are making the connection between the two. Jimmy Kimmel wasn't joking that he was that Donald Trump would be.
Jimmy Kimmel, when he got back on the air after Trump took him down successfully, like his FEC guy, Brendan Carr, got him fired and off the airwaves the first time, after the Charlie Kirk joke or whatever. And it wasn't even a joke at Charlie Kirk's expense. It was literally just a true statement that the right, in light of learning who was alleged to have killed Charlie Kirk, this Tyler Robinson kid, they spent a bunch of time trying to pretend or trying to make sure that it wasn't MAGA and disassociate themselves from him. Because they all clearly suspected and thought, oh, this kid's probably conservative. Like, he might even be a groyper. There was some circumstantial evidence at the time pointing to that. But then it turned out that he wasn't. And suddenly, you know, they had the reaction that you would have expected had it been known that he was somebody who could have been understood as like politically moderate or non-ideological or potentially even on the left from the start. But Jimmy Kimmel gets back on the air. The first thing he does is start choking up over Charlie Kirk and say to think that people think I was joking about a dead man who had who was like a father. I actually thought he was joking when he did that, but he wasn't.
Assassinated. The joke, once again, is that he's old and she wants him to die. I get the other things that you're saying. I just want to be clear for the audience. The
I don't
millions
know
of
if
people
that's actually
watching
the joke. I actually disagree with you on that because you made a baby Hitler
to be
joke.
clear,
too.
well, actually, if you want to be clear,
Hear me out.
if you want to
Hear me out. But my point is, Jimmy, we can interpret the joke differently,
Mark,
but he
to be
didn't make
clear,
a joke about political violence.
To be clear,
That's all I'm saying.
Mark, last time, okay, Mark, one question. Have you spoken to Jimmy Kimmel? Do you know that's what he meant?
No, I'm telling you how I interpreted
Have you can't make an assessment of somebody's rhetoric or jokes unless you personally talk to them? What is the standard?
joke. I'm saying the joke did not include any commentary about political violence. We're all interpreting the joke, but it would be inaccurate as journalists to suggest that the joke.
You are assuming.
No, as are you.
Assuming that's what
as
he
are
meant.
you.
Yeah.
Piers.
Jimmy Kimmel, Rogue Theology, thank you so much for the $4.99 super chat. Jimmy Kimmel peed next to me at a Greek restaurant in LA. Definitely a weirdo. I'm choosing to believe that this is entirely true. Thank you so much.
Against Donald Trump.
Damn, you're not going to respond. Big Herb 21, you came in here asking if you could be my sugar daddy, but you haven't donated or paid or spent any money on me. Why would I pay attention to you and treat you as anything other than a fucking troll?
Piers, you're moving.
There's like literally nothing stopping you from just sending me money.
Moving the goalpost.
No,
you're moving the goalpost.
I'm going to say to you.
No, you are.
I'm going to say to you.
This is what I'm saying.
Hang on.
You're misrepresenting my point. You're misrepresenting my point.
Shut up. If Greg Gutfeld.
You don't have to tell me to shut up. You can just.
Oh my God, Piers losing control of this panel.
I'll wait. There's a time delay. Okay, relax.
Just stop shouting. All right, fine. I've told you to stop talking, and you refused. Right? I'm still the moderator of this show.
I know you paid attention to them. It's an investment. I could get a really big return. Surely this random chatter is definitely going to start dropping the big bucks on me, right?
Time delay, Piers. I'm not interrupting you. There's a time delay.
Okay, you are hearing me repeatedly say, please stop talking. Correct? If Greg Gutfeld had said the same joke
Power move from Mark, not saying a word.
about, say, the Bidens, I don't think you'd have raced to defend the comedian in the way that you're racing to defend Jimmy Kimmel. I don't think any of it is acceptable. Stop joking about politicians dying or being killed. Stop questioning and querying that they're staged when they're obviously not. And stop glorifying in rhetoric political violence.
Spartan Spear, I'm not reading that. Thank you so much for the 100 bits.
At all. I think they would be three really good starting places for how we try and move on from what happened in Washington.
Let me ask you a question.
Let me respond now. May I now respond, Piers?
Okay, then I want to talk about Gutfeld.
Yes.
You move, when I say you move the goalpost, my point wasn't that my interpretation of the joke was right and your interpretation of the joke was wrong. What I'm saying is, as a matter of fact, the joke did not include a reference to political violence. You're saying that that's how you took it. I'm saying I didn't take it that way. I'm okay with either interpretation, but I was simply correcting you as a matter of fact that the joke didn't include political violence. Number two, I worked on Red Eye at Fox News. No. I worked on Red Eye with Greg Gutfeld for years on Fox News, and we made numerous jokes about Obama, some of which included jokes about the first black president being shot. So again, you are objectively wrong. So I'm going to ask you now.
Oh, I did not know this lore about Mark Lamont Hill. When did he, like a brief, I guess, potentially even a long stint at Fox News with Greg Gutfeld making Obama jokes?
Now that I have corrected the record and shown you that I've worked with Greg Gutfeld on Red Eye at Fox News and that we made jokes about Obama dying that were made by me, can you at least acknowledge that you're wrong?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Also said that protectors should have
Such a pointless panel.
names
And on that bombshell,
released online and
on that dramatic,
their lives.
on that, wait a minute, on that dramatic bombshell, we have sadly run out of time. I appreciate the panel.
Yeah, I'm devastated that this is coming to an end.
And the passion is going high. I just think we all have to kill it. Oh, that's fair enough too. We have to collectively work to lower the temperature. So shut up! Guys, I appreciate it. Thank you all very much.
This is worth it just to watch Piers Morgan and fucking Mark Lamont. Jesus Christ. Yeah, Piers lost. Mark Lamont Hill won. Comment Mark Lamont Hill W. Okay. If you're watching on Twitch, please go ahead and follow me if you aren't already. If you're watching on YouTube, please go ahead and like the stream or subscribe to me. That way you can know when I go live. If you want to support me, you can follow the donation links pinned in my Twitch chat or my YouTube description box. But the best way to support me for most people seems to be gifting subs or subscribing yourself on Twitch. That way you can get access to an ad-free experience as well as cute emotes, or you can send in a super chat through YouTube and I will read it out loud. And yeah, I'm at Straighter _ on everything. And what I want to look at right now is PBD. This is going to be a banger fucking episode. And here's how I know. I pull up, like, okay, let's see. They had to have talked about the shooting. I scroll down to the comments, and apparently Adam and Tom, I don't know if there's any Tomcats in chat tonight, get into it at some point, and it's because the top comment was just Adam better like not speak to Tom like that again. So let's get ready to be value-tained. This is White House Correspondents' Dinner shooting plus Cole Allen's manifesto, PBD number 785. This has 357,000 views. It was streamed 15 hours ago. Let's fucking go.
Did you ever think you would make it? I feel I'm so I could taste sweet victory. I know this life meant for me.
Adam, what's your point? The future looks bright.
My
handshake is better than anything I ever signed, right here. You are one of one.
My son's right about that.
I don't think I've ever said this before.
The greatest.
Okay, so we got a lot of stuff going on, a lot of stories to cover. Obviously, the White House Correspondents' Dinner shooting. We have so many things to cover with that, different angles. 0 to Trump being escorted out, 0 to other people being escorted out after they heard the gunshot. And this guy, this character with the stories of him, his sister calling in, telling the manifesto he wrote, and the president going and doing 60 Minutes yesterday, and the question being asked and calling her nasty. And then Jimmy Kimmel just a couple of days ago is doing a spoof White House Correspondents' Dinner type of a thing, and he takes a shot at Melania, saying what Melania looks like, which was absolutely, out of line for him to make a comment like that.
Oh my God.
For this to happen.
They insulted the queen. God forbid anybody fucking disrespect the queen.
Happened at the same hotel that Reagan got shot at. This is the third one that took place with the president. So we have to talk about that. And then number two, The president pulled out the negotiation of having Witkoff and what do you call it, Kushner going to Islamabad, Pakistan. However, Abbas Araghchi went to Pakistan, then went to Oman, then went to Russia. I think he's meeting with Putin today. Then there's a story that came out about cars, like surveilling you, like effective 2027. You know, apparently they voted for this, and a lot of Republicans voted for this, and a part of it was MAD. I don't know if you know what MAD is, M-A-A-D. You've heard.
I have no idea. Mothers Against Drunk Driving, but I don't know what he's talking about.
Of MAD.
Mothers Against Drunk Drivers.
Yeah, Mothers Against Drunk Drivers. So it's kind of like this is the reason why MADD, this is the reason why they're supporting Republicans did, because we have to protect kids and what's happened if someone's drinking. There's a lot. And by the way, shout out to Ana Paulina Luna was like, look, I'm not for this. I think this is a bad idea, but we're going to talk about that with cars. So,
yeah, shout out to this crazy bitch from Florida. Thanks, BBD.
Imagine if they start doing this in 27. Imagine people only buy 2026 cars. And they ask, is this a 27 or 26 model? It's a 27 model. I'm not interested.
It's safety laws. EU has been doing it forever. I'm going to look at this. Every new car could become a surveillance machine by 2027, and it may decide if you can drive.
By 26. It'd be interesting because they can't go back. It's only 20.
Like, he shouldn't be surprised that they're supporting this one. Republicans love deregulation, too. This sounds like it has everything to do with AI, so.
27 and forward. So California wealth tax, Chamath Palihapitiya, who is a very successful businessman, he found something that was being shared in that little wealth tax that they want to do to billionaires. And in there, they realized this isn't about billionaires. This is about you. They want your money. Not the billionaires and millionaires. They're really putting it in there that, hey, if you say yes to this, eventually we can tax you too. And that's kind of cool because we really want your money. It's not that much money for billionaires. The money we want is from everybody in the state of California.
If this were fucking true, this would have been what they led with. And if it wasn't, it just tells you that the first grievance that Republicans had, or anybody that had issues with the wealth tax, starts and ends basically with the idea that you like being annoyed that there are people in this country that don't think that billionaires should fucking exist.
We have to address that. By the way, at the White House...
It is such a secondary to non-existent concern troll that like, oh, and they're going to come for you too.
Correspondence dinner. Apparently, Jim Acosta got into a bar fight. Tom's insiders, Tom's community, man, they're tight. They told him, they said what happened at the bar. He called the guy out. The guy goes outside the bar, posts a picture saying, I'm waiting for you. Oof. All of this happened while Jim is in. Everybody should walk out. If the president, reporters have to walk the F out if Trump launches revenge attack at correspondence dinner. And then we know what happened there with the revenge attack. The 60-minute interview, there's some other things that was discussed there as well. We'll probably get into that. Trevor Bauer got a no-hitter for the Long Island Ducks. I got a prediction what I think is going to happen with Trevor Bauer here soon, and maybe I'll make that prediction on the podcast and get myself in trouble again. But
don't do it.
I'm gonna do it.
Don't do it.
I'm gonna do it.
Oh my God! Somebody hold PBD back for making a fucking sports forecast that nobody cares about.
And then this whole thing with the blockade. Some people are noticing that Trump's not really moving that quickly with the blockade. He's just kind of like...
Do you think PBD thinks he's a genius? Well, the other day he admitted that he had struggled to get into Santa Monica Community College, and he even said, and community colleges basically will take anybody, but even I struggled to do that. But look at me now. So if he used to be humble at some point, any shred of that is completely wiped out of his system because he failed upward somehow by scamming people with an MLM. And is incredibly rich. And I just think that being this wealthy, especially when you have that little formal education or anything other than sort of like worldly knowledge, will just make you highly egotistical.
Not really moving too urgently with Iran's like, hey, wait a minute, how come you're not moving that urgently? Well, guess what? The longer that oil sits, the infrastructure may explode in 3 days, he claims, due to the blockade. So, because you can't just put it on and off like a switch that Humberto was talking about early this morning. So we'll talk about that. And then aside from that, we got a couple other things that we have to get through as well. Jaime Raskin said some weird things. And story-wise, you have Pope Leo. Come on, guys. Pope Leo takes another...
What is the demographic that watches these guys in genuineness? Probably young women that are leftist. Like, I'm probably indicative of, like, the average person viewing this podcast, surely.
Shot at the president. I mean... The moment you try to be friendly to this massive 1.4 billion people around the world, and Pope goes nice 1 week, the next week, he probably listened to some hip-hop this weekend.
He definitely did.
He probably listened to some Tupac, and he's like, you know what, screw it, I'm doubling down on this. And he goes after him. And then winery, okay? Winery belongs...
The Pope listened to Tupac or Trump?
Belonging to Ilhan Omar's husband, shut down amid financial spotlight.
Come on.
It's a little too much, Vinny. It's a little too much. And Minnesota lawmakers demand records after Ilhan Omar skips fraud hearings. I don't need to do it. Why would I go to a hearing? You know, she did this podcast with this people that have breakfast, and she talks about it on that breakfast
Is there beef with the Breakfast Club and PBD?
podcast.
Really?
Yeah, Breakfast Club.
The Breakfast Club.
Yes.
With your good friend Charlemagne.
Yes.
the God.
Nobody.
Why Gen Z and
Wait, I thought you were conservative. I am. That's a big joke, and that's why I'm watching PBD.
millennials might ask for your credit score on a date. Would you ask a credit score on a date? Have you ever been asked for your credit score on a date?
No.
Has a girl ever said, "What's your credit score"?
No.
Has a girl ever asked you for your credit score?
They've asked for me to pay the bill, but credit score.
Yeah, as they should.
You're not going to pay.
I've had to let me see your.
That's like it's like a convenience fee for going on a date with Adam Sosnik. Yeah, the least you can do is pay for that.
bank account once.
Let me see your bank account.
She didn't say, "Let me see your bank."
She said,
account.
"Show me your."
Is that what they call it nowadays?
Is it a bank account? Or
You didn't get it?
They're like genuinely offended. Like, oh my God, a woman asking about a man's financial status on the first date. One, I don't even think that this is common, but two, men ask women to remove their clothing before they've even gotten off the fucking app, ask them for nudes, ask them for sexual favors. Why should women be particularly like offended or like scared to ask men about these things? Please.
Show me that bank account.
hey,
Show me your bank account.
Roth
Your bank
IRA.
Oh, come on. You're just trying to get the bag.
So every new car, okay, we talked about that. Then Russell Brand was doing a Bible study with Piers Morgan, and it became by the way, just so everybody knows, it became the biggest, most public Bible study of the year. I don't know if there's been a bigger Bible study than this Pope.
Oh my God. Is this a joke referring to the Piers Morgan, Russell Brand thing as a Bible study?
Pope is taking shots at the president, but, at least Piers sat there in the Bible study with, it took a couple minutes to get to the right scripture.
He's
but
still turning the pages right now.
He's
still looking for it, Rob. Like, no, mate, I'm on phone.
It was funny.
Did you learn
Listen,
something? I learned
it
something.
was
I didn't know you pronounce Isaiah that way.
And then last but not
Shout out
least,
to Isaiah.
a story by Wall Street Journal. We're all talking to each other less than we did a year ago. Then I got a question I want to ask you guys. I love questions. And then we're going to see where these questions are going to go. It's not like a tricky question, but it's a question I want to ask you, and I want to give some advice on charities.
Okay, let's see. Wait, let's see the topics. I've increasingly been like sitting through the intro, and that one didn't disappoint. Let's see. Trump calls out. These are like good segments. We'll just keep it going.
Something you probably don't typically hear, where people give advice on charity and, give money to charities and all this other stuff. Mine's going to be a slightly different angle, and some people are not going to be happy about it, but you may want to listen up to it because it has to do with legacy and raising the right kids and, the right way and how to make sure they don't become spoiled and how to set them up so they win in the future as well.
Well, I mean, you don't need to worry about any men that are raising children because like watching this podcast, because if you're already doing self-enrichment and fulfillment by watching PBD, making you more competent by far than the average population or just like average, single dad, just regular dad.
It has to do specifically with charity because we're going through it today. There was an article done by this socialist magazine called Forbes. And this Forbes, that's a socialist magazine. I don't know if you guys saw that or not.
Yep.
They took shots at Elon Musk having only given $500 million to charities.
Only.
What a shame. And so we have to call him out.
Wait, what?
Forbes, that's by this socialist magazine called Forbes.
Oh, so that wasn't a joke. I thought he was joking when he said that Forbes is a socialist magazine.
This Forbes, that's a socialist magazine. I don't know if you guys saw that or not.
Yep.
They took shots at Elon Musk having only given $500 million to charities.
Only.
What a shame. And so we have to call him out because the socialist magazine Forbes does a great job at highlighting socialist causes. And they just happen to, the only...
Okay, like... I wouldn't be surprised if PBD actually thinks that socialism is when you ask rich people to donate more to charity, not even taxation forced by the state with like penalty of prison. No, just asking them to put shit into like effective altruism or something.
Owner happens to be 51% out of China, Hong Kong. And so, of course, they would never write stories to divide America. They would never do such a thing.
Okay,
because
the language. Okay, he's like actually calling them socialists because they have like... Some of the owners are Chinese, and so they're like affiliated with the CCP, I suppose.
Their reputation.
What does it say? Elon Musk is the planet's richest person by far, worth $839 billion as of Forbes' annual World's Billionaires list. He also ranks among the least philanthropic billionaires. Sure, Musk has transferred $8.5 billion of Tesla stock to his charitable foundations, 1% of his net worth, but nearly all of it is still sitting there idle. Only an estimated $500 million or 0.06% of Musk's vast fortune has ever been distributed to those in need. His lack of giving raises a question. What would our billionaires ranking look like if the world's most generous people had never donated $1 to charity?
And so, of course, they would never write stories to divide America. They would never do such a thing because, the reputation there, you would never do such a thing like that to divide. But we will get into that story as well. And aside from
All right, I'm out. Good night. Don't you get shot. You've been doing so well. Even your boy didn't get shot the other night. I believe in you. Michael Pennington, 8410 in YouTube chat. What political persuasion do you think I am?
I don't even know what I'm driving to today, but I'll get into it here in a minute. There you go. That's what we're doing. By the way, just so you know, I'm telling you guys this. I can't tell you. Yesterday, I'm at a football game, and a lady pulls up to me. She says, when are you guys going to get size 14? I'm like, ma'am, we just got size 7. We just got size 8.5. 14 is coming here soon.
This is what it looks like when PBD shills.
That's 7.5. Says, my husband, I need size 14. My dad comes home from church. We're done eating. We're at the house with Sean and Grace, and my dad says, when are you getting size 14? I said, what do you mean size 14? Today at church, somebody saw my Valuetainment logo. They came to me. They said, are you getting size 14 or not? So I'm like, is there like an epidemic going on with size 14?
Who needs shoes? Shaq?
Yeah,
Size
well,
14?
Shaq needs size 22, 23.
Wow.
But let me tell you, it's exciting stuff that's going on with the shoe. Everywhere I'm going now, people are asking about how come my husband bought it. We were at first skeptical. Why would somebody like PBD come out with shoes? You're not a shoe company. Why would you come out with a shoe? And then you go to Italy to do it. And then it's designed in Florida, and it's got the super foam technology on the bottom of it, super comfortable. Yes. Every day I've been wearing this thing since September 9th. I've worn the shoe every single day except for 8 days. Now I've not worn since September 9th, just to see what it feels like.
Why does he remember when he first put on these horrible shoes?
Looks like, does it tear? Does it have any damage? It's the most comfortable thing I wear. And if you haven't yet gotten yourself an FLB shoe, watch this commercial. Hopefully this will
Oh
persuade
my
you to
god!
place
He does ads at the beginning of this. Jesus Christ! Vault conference. How much are these? $600. These are $600 shoes.
Right into it. White House Correspondents' Dinner. Everybody, okay, I'm with my daughter, Rob. If you want to show the picture, me and Sen, I'll go on Twitter, show the picture. Me and Sen, I did the Zoolander picture of me. We're at this place. I come out. I'm seeing a PBD podcast. I'm like, when did this happen? You're like, Pat, this just took place.
I didn't even know it was an ad. I thought it was a story, huh? I mean, like, this dude is perpetually, like, gives off the energy of, like, a used car salesman. So every single, like, story or anecdote could potentially launch into some advice that he's trying to give you or something that he's trying to sell you because he's always kind of maintaining that affect.
I'm like, what are you talking about? So,
Talking is so lame. I sped it up because he was just, like, doing an ad.
People didn't like the hat. They said, why would you represent a hat that you're part of a community? I'm like, listen, man.
Oh my God. People were actually triggered that he wore a fucking cowboy hat that's like kind of rainbow and they thought he was gay. That's amazing.
Put on a hat they gave me.
I think that works.
But then all of a sudden, there's a shooting. There is this, there's that. I'm like, again? Yep. Again, there's no way. So then we come home and we see, and here's what we have. And what we've learned about the shooter who was there, who wrote a manifesto that we got to get into. So I'm going to go through this here, and then, guys, I'm going to come to you. So Cole Thomas Allen. What do we know about this guy? Rob, you have the video of him running. If you have the video of him running, there's a surveillance camera showing this. Go ahead, Rob. This is the guy. He runs a 40, apparently in a 4.241. He should go to the combine. Watch this here.
The Jets went
how fast. Even the president says this guy was running. So look at him. How fast he's running. Okay. Some said
Naruto run.
They shot him. Some said he's dead. He wasn't. He did hurt his ankle. They eventually did get him. And then when the president was on stage with his wife, the first lady, this is what was taking place. They're having a conversation. The mentalist is doing not this one. Go to the other one, Rob. You can see the president right there, and then watch the first lady's reaction. I think this is this is a long one you have, Rob. Does it get right into it?
Right off the
Go for it. Go for it. So this is the president.
Rogue Theology, thank you so much for the $4.99 super chat. I really appreciate it. Pope Leo is crushing these boomer clowns. They're crashing out. I mean, like, he lives rent-free in their minds at this point. They do not like Pope Leo.
First lady. He's pulling a trick, and you can tell president's very interested.
And the trick is Caroline Levitt's baby's name, which I found out what the name that they look. I thought it had my name because you can see V on it.
Watch this.
Guess her name.
Turn it.
Look at Trump. He's really interested.
You're gonna start to see loud noise, clanking, clanking.
They're shooting already. The guys, they're already shooting.
You just heard it.
And look, they're shocked at the name. Look, right now. Oh, whoa. What's happening?
That up that close, you can see Melania go, what's happening?
Defense is out. The president's still there.
Oh, wow.
So it takes about 13 seconds to get in front of the president, 20 seconds to get him out. Took about 7, 8,
He tripped. I didn't see this angle.
or 10 seconds to get JD out. There's a lot of speculation there. Why did they get JD out of there before they got
Trump has such a slow reaction time. I mean, he said in the press conference right after that he literally thought what he was hearing was just the sound of like somebody dropping a dinner tray.
the president out of there? And so this is all going on. Now, here's the thing about what we know about the shooter, Thomas Allen Cole. If you want to pull up his picture, Rob. Allen, having sent a 1,052-word anti-Trump manifesto to his family roughly 10 minutes before the assault. It is the third reported attempt on the president's life. After 224 assassination attempts in Pennsylvania and Florida, there were 2,600 attendees at this event. Everybody was there. And as they're going through this whole thing, Cole Allen checked into the Washington Hilton as a registered hotel guest the day before on Friday, April 24th. And he wrote, which I'll read to you the manifesto here in a minute, Rob, if you want to pull it up. That's him. Allen was confronted by security near main metal detector screening area of Washington Hilton at 8:36 p.m. He ran past the security checkpoint and fired at least one shot. CNN anchor Wolf Blitzer, who was just outside the ballroom at the time, reported being only a few feet from the gunman when the shots were fired, a very serious weapon. Allen himself sustained a knee injury while he was going through it. Initial Secret Service agents fired approximately 3 to 4 shots, and Allen fired one. He had a shotgun, a handgun, and multiple knives. His sister told investigators that Allen purchased 2 handguns and a shotgun from Cap Tactical
Wow, the sister, a real one, ratting her brother out.
Firearms and stored them in the family home without parents knowing about it. And so his 31 years old, hometown Torrance, he went to Caltech University. If you know Caltech, that's not an easy school to get into. It's a very, very reputable school, Caltech. He did intern at NASA in 2014. Allen completed an internship at NASA working for artificial intelligence models for planetary mapping. He was a part-time teacher, tutor at C2 Education in Torrance. Since 2020, he was the teacher of the month in December of 2024. Okay? And so this is not like it's a regular guy. Independent video game developer is who he was. He gave $25 to Act Blue, the Democratic Party PAC in October of 2024, directed towards Kamala Harris.
Dude, Act Blue is like a payment processing platform. It's not a PAC in and of itself.
Presidential campaign. A yard sign at his family home endorsed a local judicial candidate backed by the LA County Democratic Party. He was registered to vote without party affiliation. He participated at the No Kings protest in California. And social media accounts attributed to Allen containing anti-Trump and anti-Christian rhetoric. He frequently trained at a shooting range and had undergone firearms training. His brother, residing in New London, Connecticut, contacted the New London Police Department about Allen's manifesto. However, that call came approximately 2 hours after the shooting had already occurred. The brother was the family member who alerted law enforcement. As of Monday, Allen has not cooperated with the local, in custody. He's not talking to anybody whatsoever. And as you're going through this in the manifesto, which I'll read here in a minute after getting the team's reaction, there's a bunch of other things. He's facing a minimum of 10 years in prison, up to 20 years. Caroline Levitt stated, Allen sought to assassinate the president and kill as many top Trump officials as possible. He came to this place.
Like, except Kash Patel for some reason.
On a Amtrak from LA to Chicago and then Chicago to DC, not a flight. So he used Amtrak while he's coming down here. So anyways, I'll pause right there before we read the manifesto and show a couple other clips because I'm going to get into that next. Tom, your thoughts on how this happened and the story of it.
Well, I have 2 things to say. One is clever. The other is radicalized. Clever. Why did he take a train? Because you would have to check bags and declare a weapon and have it in a locked weapons box. Vinny, you and I have traveled, with like a hunting gear, shotgun. You have to have it in a locked box. You check it in, you declare it, they inspect it, and then you get on the plane because obviously it's not in your carry-on. Well, he would have had to do that. So the reason he takes the train, in my opinion, and the opinion of people that have been analyzing this, he doesn't have to declare anything. He just hides it. He just puts it in his bag there and he takes it in.
Amazing analysis, Tom. Thank you. Yes, correct.
Takes a seat and goes on the 72-hour train ride. And so, number one, he seems very clever.
He's clever because he didn't use an airplane because he knew he couldn't get this shit through TSA. What a genius. He could have just as easily fucking like driven or used an Uber.
Number 2, when you read the manifesto, he seems very clever. But I'm going to put all that aside, Pat. The word is radicalized. This is a guy who, by all accounts, is smart.
How do we know that he's smart? Because he took an Amtrak where he knew that there's minimal security versus getting on a plane and doing it.
You're not dumb to go into Caltech, and you're studying AI, and you're working with NASA, and you're working with high-end things. And now you're a teacher. And the teachers in LA, whether you're in Manhattan Beach or Hermosa Beach or, LAUSD, which is LA Unified School District, largest school district in the United States, it says these are radicalized. Kim taught at LAUSD back in the day. They are absolutely radicalized. They are anti-conservative, anti-Christian, all of that. And so it appears.
How do we know that he's radicalized? Well, because he's critical of Christianity and conservatism.
What takes him from being at Caltech, Pat, to riding a train with a shotgun and to writing that manifesto? The answer is radicalized.
They say he's a fucking genius, and they're completely ignoring the fact that the way he attempted to pull this off was asinine and stupid and seemed not poorly thought out whatsoever, highly impulsive, and he was literally writing down things moments before he ended up doing it, or not long before he did it.
Bit flipped, and the guy was completely radicalized and decided he could do this. But you can see there's a rational side of thought. First, I want to apologize to my family, apologize to my friends.
You're talking about the manifesto?
The manifesto. It's well written.
Well, let me read that. Let me read that first.
It's well written.
And Vinny, I'm going to come to you next.
That's what I think. This
hello,
might get
everybody.
flipped.
So I may have
Just like jingle keys in front of these fucking people.
given a lot of surprise today. Let me start off by apologizing to everyone whom I trust. Rob, can you zoom in a little bit? I apologize to my parents for saying that I had an interview without specifying it was for Most Wanted. I apologize to my colleagues and students for saying I had a personal emergency. By the time anyone reads this, I probably most certainly do need to go to ER, but can hardly call that not a self-inflicted status. I apologize to all the people that I traveled next to, all the workers who handled my luggage, all the other non-targeted people at the hotel who I put in danger and simply by being near. I apologize to everyone who abused or murdered before this, to all those who suffered before I was able to attempt to do this, to all who may still suffer from this, regardless of my success or failure. I don't expect forgiveness, but if I could have seen any other way to get this close, I would have taken it. Again, my sincere apologies. On to why I did this. I'm a U.S. citizen. What my representative do reflects on me. I'm no longer willing to permit a pedophile, rapist, and a traitor to coat my hands with his crimes. Well, to be completely honest, I was no longer willing to a long time ago, but this is the first real opportunity we had to do something about it. Go to page
Okay, I guess he's been busy up until now.
Rob, if you could. While I'm discussing this, I'll also go over my expected rules of engagement, probably in a terrible format, but I'm not military I am not military, so too bad. Administration officials, not including Mr. Patel, why he says that, it's interesting.
Very
yes.
weird.
They are targets, prioritized from the highest ranking to the lowest. Secret Service, they are targets only if necessary and to be incapacitated, non-lethally if possible, aka I hope they're wearing body armor because center mass with shotguns mess people up who aren't. Hotel security, not targets if at all possible, aka unless they shoot at me. Capitol Police, same as Hotel Police. National Guard, same as Hotel Police. Hotel employees, not targets at all. Guests, not targets at all. In order to minimize casualties, I will also be using buckshot rather than slugs, less penetration through walls. I would still go through most everyone here to get the targets if it were absolutely necessary, on the basis that most people chose to attend a speech by a pedophile, rapist, and traitor and are thus complicit, but I really hope it doesn't come to that. There's more, Rob, I think, because there's something he says about Iran. Do you have the one where he says, quite honestly, it wasn't that hard to get into? He says, hey,
for real, did Cash write this himself? I mean, it's insane to think that people are actually hailing this as something that's like profound or intelligent in any way, shape, or form and doesn't just come off like paranoid ramblings.
It's the PS part, Pat. Once he's done.
The only thing that like would suggest that this guy is intelligent is the fact that he went to a reputable university and he had like, like family. I don't even, I'm like struggling to see why people think that this person is like really smart.
He goes into a PS.
You have the PS?
Yes,
Read
yeah.
the PS.
He goes PS. Okay.
Not POS, PS.
Yeah, PS.
Go ahead.
Okay, now that all that sappy stuff is done, what the hell is Secret Service doing? Sorry, gonna rant here for a bit and drop the formal tone. Like I expected, security cameras at every bend, bugged hotel rooms, armed agents every 10 feet, metal detectors out the wazoo. What I got, in parentheses, who knows, maybe they're pranking me, is nothing. No damn security.
Worked at NASA, not a dummy. I've not heard anybody say that he worked at NASA. I heard them say that he worked as a teacher.
Not in the transport, not in the hotel, not the event. Like the whole thing that I immediately noticed walking into the hotel is a sense of arrogance. I walk in with multiple weapons. Not a single person there considers the possibility that I could be a threat. The security at the event is all outside, focused on protesters and current arrivals, because apparently no one thought about what happens if someone checks in the day before. Like, this level of incompetence is insane, and I very sincerely hope it's corrected by the time this country gets actually competent leadership again. Like, if I was an Iranian agent instead of an American citizen, I could have brought a damn madus, and madus, for you guys that don't know, is where you have to sit down.
PBD said it during the intro. There's a lot of things that PBD says that I don't pay much attention to.
And it's one of those, that thing is, it's huge. He's saying I could have brought a madus in here, and no one would ever notice SA.
Broke Theology, thank you so much for the $1.99 super chat. Did he use Oxford commas, though? I didn't say that, but he was using punctuation, which to these people is a sign of genius level intelligence.
HIT. Actually insane, is what he says.
So what do you think about the whole thing?
Well, first, Pat, reading, like, it's freaking sad. Like, he was captured by the political propaganda, full stop. Like,
true. It is freaking sad. And you know what else is freaking sad? Then less than 2 minutes, there's an incoming ad break on Twitch. And if you're not subscribed to me, you're going to have to face these ads and have this beautiful, such entertaining, like the smartest, the best podcast ever interrupted by that. And who wants that? So you can avoid that by subscribing. You can also use your Twitch Amazon Prime sub thing to subscribe to me, or hope that you're gifted a sub throughout my chat.
Look at how he sounds. He sounds like a nice carrot. Like, I know he's kind of off, but think about it. He's apologizing.
He said nice carrot?
How he sounds. He sounds like a nice carrot. Like, I know he's kind of off, but Think about it. He's apologizing for the people.
He sounds nice, maybe caring. I couldn't
Adam,
tell.
that even handled his luggage, getting him on the train to get to the place. I'm sorry to my parents. I'm sorry. He's even going through rules of engagement of, I'm not going to, the Capitol Police are not this. It's really, really sad. Pat, and the manifesto.
I'm not the only one who heard that, right? He's a nice Karen. What was he trying to say? I was like, maybe he was trying to say Karen, but Karens are not nice, especially not in this corner. So I don't know what. He was a nice, caring person, maybe?
Tells you that he was, radicalized. But you know what part stuck out to me? He checks into the hotel on Friday, cased the place. He's been at the No Kings rally. The messaging inside the rest of the manifesto was anti-Christian. The fact that this is the scary part, and I'm going to get to the security right now. I'm going to have Rob play the video of the J.D. Vance, the vice president, and the president.
Of all of the people that they would choose to humanize the most, it is a bit strange that they're genuinely shocked that this guy is committed an act like this. And I'm not sure why. He's not white, and it's not like they had politics in common, but they're just so ugh, what went wrong? This guy seemed so, he was fine before. Even though they're all things that usually the right has contempt for, like higher education or even public ed.
Pat, he was checked into the hotel since Friday. No security, no nothing. The arrogance part really stuck out for me. Can you imagine? Just remember the shooting in Las Vegas? How much arsenal, Rob, did that guy bring upstairs? It was insane.
Nobody remembers that shooting. Nobody even talks about that, as fucking weird as that was. Rogue Theology, thanks so much for the $1.99 super chat. Newsflash, Wizard Olympian carrying carrot teleports.
At the MGM. Was it the MGM shooting, Tom?
Yes.
Okay, Rob.
Radicalized by the New York Times calling Trump Hitler. And don't forget the influence of Will Stansel on Blue Sky.
MGM. Think about this, ladies and gentlemen. If he kept doing multiple trips and kept bringing up explosives, he could have blown up that entire freaking building if he wanted to and taken out the vice president, the president, all of our leadership.
Okay, then why didn't he, Vinny? It's not as simple as that, for one. And for two, he said in the manifesto that you just heard PWD read that he's not really interested in killing a bunch of people. He really just wanted to keep it to the admin.
Only one spot.
So that's why he didn't blow up the whole fucking building.
I think it's actually ridiculous that they let him get to that. And I want to point out this failure by Secret Service. This is my opinion. I know Trump always praises them. There's a shooting, and a lot of people were trying to come at me online like, what do you mean? They weren't even close. Does
Vinny think this guy is Magneto? Apparently.
President is sitting there, and we could hear pop, 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 gunshots. He was close enough, okay? If he had an explosive, he's close enough. Rob, can you please show this video? I want everybody to know it's a security protocol, and I talked to Dan about this too. Somebody is an active shooter, okay? Your number one goal, the number one president should be the guy that you get out first and foremost. Play this video. Secret Service grabs J.D. Vance is gone. And watch this. He's off the stage. The president is sitting there. 3, 1,000, 4, 1,000, 5, 1,000. Still staying on stage. Still a target. And now they just.
Trump was not not hustling whatsoever. Okay, for one. For two, they have two different security details. I'm pretty sure that JD Vance has his own separate one, and then Trump has his own. But it does speak to some incompetence, because why did it take so long for them to force him to move?
Only get the president off stage. He was up there for 30 seconds.
And fully hard-armed, meaning with the armor and the helmets and everything.
For sure.
5 to 7.
And I don't love that these armed Secret Service agents immediately started pointing their fucking guns out at the crowd of people, but...
Seconds after Vance is off, you have the hard-armored guy, which are supposed to put themselves on the vectors
100%.
So they protect.
Tom, there's been a shooting. You hear shooting? I'm diving on the president and getting him out. J.D. Vance got the treatment that the commander-in-chief should have gotten. Totally unacceptable.
Gee, why do you think that is?
Acceptable. And you're hearing from the shooter himself that he was amazed. He thought he was getting pranked because there was no security because the president wasn't there yet. And again, I'm going to say the word arrogance. Arrogance. You're just, what are we doing? As if you haven't learned the first time and the second time. And I'm not going down any crazy rabbit hole or anything. There was one interesting, and we'll get into Obama's statement at the end, but there was an interesting tweet. I sent to Rob this.
Why are we going to get into Obama's statement?
Thing that kind of made me bug out. I'm pretty sure you guys all saw it. There was a tweet by a guy.
Yeah, this is going to be the one thing this whole episode that makes Vinny turn red.
Named Henry Martinez in 2023, I believe. Pat, the only message this guy has ever put on his, look how many views it got, was Cole Allen, and that's his only tweet. And it's a frog in a tuxedo with a champagne glass. People have been going crazy.
Does he not know what Pepe is? Why did he just describe Pepe as a frog with a tuxedo?
Dissecting
what does that mean exactly?
Well, I don't know, Adam. In 2023, this guy, the one tweet he's ever...
Go a little bit lower, Rob.
Adam's like, okay, what is this supposed to mean? It's like a random tweet. There's this guy is not the only person named Cole Allen. And Vinnie was like, well, it's a tweet, Adam, that it happened before that. It has the same name. So
is that
Henry, the FBI would like to speak with you. What in the world?
Like, how do you, is that random?
Cole Allen had a picture of himself on
yes, it's random.
Instagram. Okay, so that's a different one.
That's
the
what,
AI one that
that's
we're
AI.
talking about. Keep going.
Yeah, any frogs in a chucks with a wine glass in chat.
You want a time machine instead of keep going a little bit lower? Okay, that's pretty wild.
That's
So
totally
something
random.
like that.
And then can I mention Barack Obama,
Yeah,
Pat, which pissed me off the most, Rob? If you could please do that. And before I get into this.
Relatable. Obama pissing Vinnie off. Okay, relatable. Let's see.
Let's not, the fact that he said pedophile, rapist, traitor. Where is he getting that rhetoric from? Where is he getting that from? Who have we heard for the
Vinnie, a few months ago, you were openly speculating on this podcast that Trump is a pedophile.
past 4 years on mainstream media, from Tim to every single body, brainwashing the American public of these things. Traitor, Hitler, boom.
Call it what it is, gaslighting.
The fucking Epstein files, dude. Hello. There's an interview with the FBI of somebody who claims to have been raped by Trump when she was 13. Gee, I wonder where people got the idea that Trump might be a fucking pedo rapist.
Mainstream media gaslighting American
1,000%. And guess who? Captain Gaslighter is Barack Hussein Obama, who said, although we don't yet have the detail, this is well after the shooting and the manifesto came out.
Get ready. This is gaslighting from Obama.
Although we don't yet have the details about the motives behind last night's shooting at the White House correspondent, I want everybody to understand this. Barack Obama is the most divisive.
We read one sentence. One sentence. All Obama said is that we don't know the motives, a thing that even the Trump admin is still saying. And Vinnie is about to say Barack Obama is the most divisive president we've ever had because of this.
Correspondent, I want everybody to understand this. Barack Obama is the most divisive president, ex-president in the history of this country. Him saying we don't know the motive isn't about facts. It's about slowing people down from reacting to what already looks completely obvious, all right? He's trying to plant doubt where people already feel clear, so they hesitate instead of judging the actual situation. So it gives his side cover. All right, people don't want to face...
I mean, don't you want there to be doubt? You want there to be doubt, Vinnie, because he said in his fucking manifesto he did this because he thinks he's a pedophile rapist that's ruining the fucking country.
What happened? Now they have an excuse to avoid it. He's the one doing it, Tom. I love that you said gaslighting. It's him. It shifts the fight. Instead of focusing...
Like that actually, even if I'm trying to follow his like dumb guy logic of how this can contribute to division, it's not like he, I guess what Vinnie is saying is that this guy is clearly like radicalized and he believes insane things about Trump, but Obama is introducing doubt to make people think that he's like not crazy or something like that, or something else could come to light, even though they also just said that he's really, really smart. And you know this because of the manifesto and his academic background. So I don't even know what point Vinnie is trying to make here, that Obama is being divisive by saying we don't know the motives yet, because even a manifesto alone is not enough to divine the intentions necessarily of somebody who's trying to assassinate a president. I'm like, I really am struggling here, Vinnie. Like, I want to understand.
All right? It's a president.
Okay, wait.
To understand this.
One more time. We're doing this one more time.
Barack Obama is the most divisive president, ex-president in the history of this country. Him saying we don't know the motive isn't about facts. It's about slowing people down from reacting to what already looks completely obvious, all right? He's trying to plant doubt where people already feel clear, so they hesitate instead of judging the
Is anybody going to think because Obama said that we don't know that he was trying to take out Trump?
Situation. So it gives his side cover. All right, people don't want to face what happened. Now they have an excuse to avoid it. He's the one doing it, Tom. I love that you said gaslighting.
Yeah, everybody was ready to accept this obvious truth that Vinny's gesturing at. What the truth is, I'm sure I don't know. That the guy's crazy, but also he's smart, and also the manifesto is well written, but it's filled with lies, and he was radicalized. It's not his fault because he's a victim of fake news media, but also there's different moments where you can tell that he's coherent because he was planning this out and casing the joint days before. Like, what is the point, Vinny? I'm lost in the sauce here.
It's him. It shifts the fight. Instead of focusing on what happened, now people are going to waste time arguing over is it clear, Pat? Did he talk about that? We just read what he said. Pedophile, rapist.
Rogue Theology, thanks so much for the $1.99 super chat. Really appreciate it. It's almost like Lincoln or JFK didn't exist to Vinnie. I mean, Vinnie does, in fact, lack object permanence, so that it may actually be true that he does not remember those at this very particular moment.
Traitor, we know his motive, okay? And then Obama likes to flip the script. Anyone who calls it out is...
Okay, yeah, exactly, Vinnie. We're getting somewhere. We know the motive.
Pedophile, rapist, traitor. We know his motive, okay?
Yeah, pedophile, rapist, traitor. Exactly. He believes correctly that Trump is a pedophile, rapist, traitor. That's why he had to take him out.
And then Obama likes to flip the script. Anyone who calls it out is going to get labeled an extreme or partisan. So bottom line, it's not confusion. What he's doing, Obama, is control. It's about...
Okay, so I guess the point is that Obama is trying to sane wash this dude and suggest that even though he had an unhinged manifesto, that he might have had, like, more clarity or purpose to trying to do this, and that it's somehow, like, less condemnatory.
Buying time, protecting the narrative, and turning reality into an argument instead of something that people could just recognize. I actually feel bad for this guy, Pat. This guy was radicalized by a machine, political propaganda machine, that made him literally go there to try to kill the president of the United States and anybody that got in his way.
Adam.
Yeah.
Again, like what he just described, literally, except for President of the United States, put in Mike Pence and Nancy Pelosi. You've just described January 6th. People that were radicalized to believe that an election was stolen literally breached the Capitol on a day that fucking just procedural thing was happening to try to prevent the democratic process from one president to the next, transition from one president to the next, even though there was no evidence of fraud.
I don't know about you guys, but I'm getting this feeling that they really want to kill Trump. So how much more
Love Adam.
evidence do we need that people are dedicating their entire lives and willing to die in order to kill Trump? And we
Puck My Life, thank you so much for gifting a tier 1 sub to Armor and Kills. Really appreciate it.
can have a whole conversation of how they got to this point, aka the left. I would say that the left has a violence problem at this point that needs to be addressed. Charlie Kirk, Steve Scalise. How many times did Trump try the assassination? Butler, Florida, that we know about.
Those were Republicans. The Mar-a-Lago shooter and Butler were Republicans.
This room, which I've been into, we can discuss that in a second. This might be one of the most important rooms in the world, certainly in America. Why? Was this not, PBD, the room that they tried to assassinate Ronald Reagan?
Outside.
1981?
Yep.
This was also the room, if you recall, in 2011, where Obama gave the speech about the Donald that basically motivated Trump to run for president.
And the other comedian, what was the other
That wouldn't
comedian
make it
that
the
said,
most important room.
This is the...
It's a stupid, superlative to even try to say that this is the most important room. Who cares?
The president is sitting there, and he just keeps taking shots at the president. Not Stephen Colbert, the late
Meyers?
Seth Meyers.
Yeah,
Seth
you're
Meyers.
right.
Yes.
So, needless to say, now there was a performer, Oz Perlman, the mentalist. This isn't a good look for you, buddy. How'd you not see this one coming? You're a mentalist. So, this room changed everything. This is the room that basically motivated Trump to run, and this is the room that now a psychopath shooter who wrote a manifesto tries to break in and try to kill the president. At what point is Secret Service and are the feds going to say, guys, what are we doing? How does this continually keep happening? We need to clean this thing up. Because I'll revisit what I said at the beginning, guys. They're trying to kill Trump. You know how you always hear, protect this man at all costs. Could be some internet comedian. Protect this man at all costs. Trump is the most important man in the world, the most consequential man in the world, making the world's most consequential decisions. This is the...
Yep, and he was satisfied with the Secret Service's performance, so...
First White House Correspondents' dinner that he shows up to as a sitting president, and this is what happens. And by the way, whether it's balls or whether it's just lack of care, Trump wants to do the event again in the next 30 days.
Dude, again, this all happened in the... Like, we already have the Patriot Act, dude. We have the fucking NSA, CIA, FBI. Like, there's clearly still goals getting into the fucking net. What is the point of any of this if there's still going to be assassination attempts? I mean, at that point, he's saying, like, we need to do more. More what? More what, Adam? More surveillance? There's not enough domestic surveillance. Like, you're never going to be able to prevent this stuff 100%. What they really needed was just more security at this individual event, and even then.
Let's make sure that our... Secret Service and our security is up to par.
Yeah.
Can I also say one more story about the White House Correspondents' security? I went to this event in 2017. I told the story about where I met Eric Swalwell at the bar. Here are some pictures while I was there. So the funniest thing...
Rogue Theology, thanks so much for the $1.99 super chat. Do they know mentalist means psychic? I mean, you can fill books with the things that they don't know, and they have.
About this event and me getting in. You want to know what? I didn't have a ticket. I wasn't invited. One of these ladies here said, yeah, come, you can come, just join me here. I said, how do I get in? They go, we'll figure it out.
God, Adam looks like such a dork in this picture.
I got in without a ticket. I got to the red carpet. But this is 2017, 3 years before we start the podcast. Look, I've been fortunate enough to go to the White House now multiple times, to Mar-a-Lago. We know that Trump Doral, we just did a massive event there, which they announced they're doing the G20 at. It's easier to get in the White House Correspondents' Dinner than it is to get to a sporting event or a concert. How's that possible? Reagan was shot there.
Oh my God. We're literally doing this instead. We'll go after anything except gun control. Do you know how easy it is to get a fucking gun in this country, dude? He's saying, like, can you believe you can just walk into buildings in this free country of ours? Can you believe that there's minimal security at events like this? Yes, correct. Usually the fucking ticket prices and just having to show ID is already a barrier to entry to most of these types of events. But if you just flipped it and said, like, yeah, it probably shouldn't be that easy to get a gun. There should probably be a 24-hour waiting period, or there should be some sort of, like, you know, distance between the amount of, like, from when you want to get a gun versus when you can actually get one. No, they won't. They'll consider literally everything else. We can do Patriot Act 2. We can have more Secret Service. We can have metal detectors erected at the opening of every single building in America before we consider gun control.
This is continually a scene of the crime. So now, if you want to take out the president, now this is probably the easiest room to get into.
But you ready for this?
Do better, please.
Well, hold on. And then, Adam, crap hits the fan.
Adam.
The vice president is grabbed and thrown off the stage, and the president's they're all looking around with Captain Magic Boy. They're like, hey, what's happening? Yeah. Get the president off the stage.
Well, Trump addressed this in his 60 Minutes interview. Did you hear that?
Yep, yeah, but
were you able to see that?
But as a security protocol, there's no excuse.
Yeah, so let's cover a couple of different things while this is going on. Tom, I think you've been dying to say something.
No, I was saying we're being a little hard on the Secret Service. There's four layers of
Yeah, defend it, Tom. Defend it. Someone back the boys, please.
That I was reading about this weekend. The first is Vice President, President each have their own detail. Clearly, the detail that's on JD that knows him and knows him, they reacted quickly, grabbed him by the shoulders, got him out of the chair and up. The president's detail apparently was slower. Then you have two Secret Service details. We went through it when we had Trump on the podcast. An incredible group of people that showed up. Remember this, Pat? And they do what's called the advance.
Yeah, so incredible that the right called for the head of the Secret Service to be to resign, and also got mad like when they learned that she was a woman.
And they sweep and they do all this advance work and everything. The question is, how do they advance? How does a guy get a gun into a hotel room at the very hotel? That's on the advance side. But then,
and how does a guy get a gun that quickly? You can keep backing up, Tom. Why stop there?
There's perimeter day of, and apparently that was a metal detector, and that he ran through that perimeter check.
Guys, can I just say something? Listen, there's two things. One,
running, guys. I mean, this is scary stuff. We might have to consider a program where we amputate the legs of all men over the age of 18, just so we can prevent any harm coming to Donald Trump or any future president. Rogue Theology, thanks so much for the $1.99 super chat. Gun control unions, max wealth at 15 million. I mean, I'm okay with this agenda. Depends on the gun control, but I'm generally speaking, yes.
Yeah, Secret Service, you can find a million ways to do your best to get better. But you're dealing with a client that's very public. You're dealing with a client that is not very, like if you look at JD's natural reaction was flight. Just play it. If you just look at it, like to him, he was alert. The president is having a conversation.
Sitting on the right here.
Yeah, to the right. If you can just put the arrow on it, he's about to get up. You see how you back up like you want to get up? And then they got him. Let's go. And boom. Yep. He's out, right? So
DC is a gun-free zone. The whole argument is moot. I mean, they've already, regardless of whether it is or is not a gun-free zone, they're never going to consider gun control in this calculation as to how you could reduce incidents of things like this happening. So, and it's why they go after things like, oh, it's your rhetoric, it's you being mean to Trump. That's what really contributes to this. It's not the guns. It's not the fact that we have more guns than people in this country. It's definitely that, because they won't touch it.
The president, that guy's standing in front of him.
Yes, he stood in front of him.
He's still having the conversation, and they finally come up, and they're in the front. And then he leaves. He says, get down. He gets down, and then they get him out, right? And that lady in that dress that you saw, she's the president of the White House Correspondents Association.
The Asian lady?
The Asian lady is the Jank, I believe is her name.
In the light colored dress.
In the light colored dress. So she's the president. So if you go look up Who is responsible for the White House Correspondents' Dinner? They asked Scott Bessent. So, Scott, how do you manage the finances for an event like this? He says, I don't.
Wait, Scott Bessent is responsible for the White House Correspondents' Dinner? No, he's not.
It's not something the White House does. It's not our job. Somebody else does it. So it's its own thing that the media runs. She is you know who was the previous president of the White House Correspondents Association?
Oh.
Can you type in the previous? His name was Eugene Daniels. Do you remember Eugene Daniels? You should know who Eugene Daniels is. This is Eugene Daniels. You've seen him on MSN many, many times.
Are you serious?
That was the previous president of the White House Correspondents. Right there. He served as the president of White House Correspondents Association.
Why are we supposed to know who this person is? This random MS Now journal? I don't know who this is.
New one, click on that, Rob. If you just click on White House Correspondents Association on his profile, it'll go to it. The new one is right there, Wijai Jiang. This is her, and this is who was sitting to the left of the president, to his left, to our left, if you're looking at the stage. That's her. She is. So the security responsibility falls a little bit on the president who is putting this event together. 2, it falls on Secret Service protecting the president on the outside. 3, it falls on the hotel. The hotel but the hotel's like, what do you want me to do? You guys put events together here. Yeah. We do hotels here all the time. Like, I remember one time, we went and looked at the same exact hotel. We were going to do SLS at this hotel. Right at this hotel, it was dated. It's actually a very dated hotel. It's not a nice hotel.
Not nice.
It's not nice at all. It's dated. And so we said, no, we're not going to go to this hotel. And at the end of the tour, they're like, by the way, this is where the president, Ronald Reagan, got shot. I'm like, that's awesome. Not a selling point,
And right here, if you look. Yeah.
So anyways, we looked at that as we're going through it. So to me, I think a few things that I liked. Let me tell you what I liked. And this is the stuff I am attracted
I was dying to know what PVD liked about the assassination attempt in the hotel.
to. 1, I love that the president was poised. I love that Stelter said when he was in there, the guy that came and checked on him was the president of FCC. Okay, is this it, Rob? Yep. This is what I love. Play this.
So why did the previous president matter? I have no fucking clue.
People who checked on me into the ballroom was Brendan Carr, who is the Trump SEC chairman. And some of you might know I've been rather critical of some of Carr's actions in the last year.
This is what's beautiful.
But we were talking a couple of times right afterward. And that's the point, Scott, right? Is that this was, for everybody in the room.
Pause it right there. The president said everybody was getting along. He said the people that have said some foul things about me, we were talking. It was united. The energy was good.
Okay, so because the people in the room at this event were getting along, that means it's a particular shock that Trump was assassinated on this night at this joyful event. What is the logic here?
We were feeling good about it. Things were going great. So whoever was in there, it was like one of those things where, by the way, even
there couldn't possibly be any division in this country if a bunch of rich people can come together in the same room and have dinner together and listen to the president fucking speak.
The 60 Minutes lady that interviewed him, I watched the whole thing. I don't watch a 13-minute clip that they put on, or I don't watch a clip. I watched a 43-minute clip of the whole thing. And I have my own assessment. If you want to play the nasty clip that the president wasn't too happy about, I'll tell you how I felt.
Very nasty clip.
The interview went. If you want to play this.
Nora O'Donnell, I believe, right?
Is this what the manifesto thing, right? The president says he read the manifesto.
Yeah.
So the first person that brought up the manifesto was the president. And you could tell.
Oh my God, are we approaching a criticism of Donald J. Trump on the PBD podcast, which is basically fucking state media?
She really didn't want to read that. Mm-hmm. She was uncomfortable. I don't know whether somebody asked her to read it or not, because even at the end, what she said is, hey, Mr. President, thank you for your graciousness. And it was a very, I've never seen them, specifically her, talk to the president respectfully where you could tell she was uncomfortable with this interview. Like, she has to do her job. She had to read that because out of all the interview, everything that was discussed, there was nothing else to address but that, right? Like, I actually don't think she is what do you call it? Like one of the Jaime Raskin type of things. Jamie's a complete different story, and we can go to Jaime right now as well. If you want to see the complete opposite of the nasty, I thought there was good things going on. I thought it was like, all right, this is good. Hey, let's go. Let's do the thing. Let's have the fun. Let's take shots at each other. But the two things that I couldn't stand, and one of them is like above it all. And I want to play another clip that nobody is paying attention to that I think is the most important message that was given by Van Jones. Him and I were exchanging messages last night, is the following. I'll show you. But go to Jimmy.
Why is PPD sexting with Van Jones?
Fallon first. Jimmy Kimmel first. So this is Jimmy Kimmel a couple days ago. While he's doing his monologue, they shoot this to make it seem like he's the comedian for the White House Correspondents' Dinner. And in it, they use images of Melania, the First Lady, to make it seem like she's in the audience. She's not. This is just B-roll that they're adding.
Yeah.
And here's what he had to say. Go ahead, Rob.
Our First Lady Melania is here. Look at Melania. So beautiful. Mrs. Trump, you have a glow like an expectant widow.
You have a glow like an expected widow?
Yeah.
So this is the part where I have a problem with things like this. So people came back.
Again, I cannot believe they have even less material to work with to pro-clutch over this one. He is literally the oldest president that we've ever had. It is just like to think that it's like him getting at political violence and not just the fact that Melania fucking hates Trump and he's old as shit is such a just grasping at straws.
Back and they say, oh yeah, are you okay with the president saying, you know, an entire civilization, Iran? Well,
okay, yeah. That's a little bit more inflammatory. That actually fucking matters because he's the president of the United States and it has diplomatic ramification. It's just evil to say. What is the response to this going to be?
That is the enemy he's calling out. For somebody in the mainstream.
Oh, okay. So here's how I forgot this life hack where if you just dehumanize an entire civilization group of people, you get a free pass. You can say whatever you want. So why are we mad at Jimmy Kimmel making jokes at Trump's expense again? He's just not a person. Then you can joke whatever you want. Rogue Theology, thank you so much for the $1.99 super chat. Brunch equals world peace. Gosh, just get it Straighterade. Lol. The White House Correspondents' Dinner should be rescheduled and they should just host a brunch.
Stream, who has the biggest show that's on TV. Like this is who is the modern day replacement of a Carson, Letterman, or Leno? It's two names.
Kimmel
right? and Fallon. It's those two, right? So you get up and you say something like that about the First Lady, nasty, disgusting, ugly. You don't want to see anything like that.
I need that as a drop. The nasty, disgusting, ugly.
What does Raskin say, Rob? I think you have a Raskin clip as well. So to me, you know, while you're watching this stuff, did he get punched in the face? Or he has pink eye?
Something's
going on. Okay, something's going on. I hope he recovers. But that's go ahead, Rob. Play the clip.
PVD's so magnanimous to his enemies. Yeah, if you look at Jaime Raskin, has like a fucking looks like a ghoul. He had like a blood vessel burst in his eye. If you actually see it.
And you have, as many of your fellow Democrats, have used some heated rhetoric against the president. And do you think twice about that when something like this happens?
Well, what rhetoric do you have in mind?
Just talking about some of the fact that he, you know, is terrible for this country and so on and so forth. I understand that that's your democratic right, but overall.
But don't you think it's mean? Don't you think it's mean, Raskin? Don't you think that you're basically responsible for this guy trying to assassinate Trump? Comment?
Do you
I have
have
no
a responsibility?
personal problem with Donald Trump at all. I mean, I talk about the policies
of what the fuck, Jamie?
This administration, the authoritarianism like we saw on display.
I have a personal problem with this admin
and
with Donald Trump.
Clips and the greatest hits of what things they've said about the president, which is absolutely nasty. There's a lot of it, okay? But the president said something. He says, look, I study assassinations. He said this right afterwards because he wanted to go on. He's like, I don't want one person to stop the entire thing. I want this thing to continue. But he is being interviewed. This is it. Good find, Rob. He's being interviewed, and it says, look, I've studied assassinations. I've studied what happens with this. I study why they do.
Such a spineless fucking question. I know, but he didn't have to give a spineless fucking answer.
This is typically the people. I'll let him address it. Go ahead, Rob.
Thank you, President Trump. There's a report in the New York Post that this assailant assembled his weapon somewhere on site at the hotel. What do you think about that? And I ask respectfully, why do you think this keeps happening to you?
Well, you know, I've studied assassinations.
Only the fucking PBD crew would take Trump fucking lying out of his ass saying that he studied anything, let alone political assassination, seriously.
And I must tell you, the most impactful people, the people that do the most, you take a look at the people, Abraham Lincoln. I mean, you go through the people that have gone through this where they got them. But the people that do the most, the people that make the biggest impact, they're the ones that they go after. They don't go after the ones that don't do much because they like it that way. And when you look at the people that have either, whether it was an attempt or a successful attempt, they're very impactful people. Just take a look at the names here.
I've never looked into this, but if I had to guess, I would probably stake my life that the majority, like if you look at the past, I don't know how many presidential admins, that like all of them have received like credible threats to be assassinated.
Big names. And I hate to say I'm honored by that, but I've done a lot. We've done a lot.
Pause it, Rob. You see, this is the part where, you know, to have a job like this and make the changes that you want to make that are massive, massive changes, it has to be by a leader that understands what the risk is. Like, he
said that Marco Rubio didn't warn him beforehand, and if he had, he wouldn't have run. So
accepted the fact that every day someone's trying to kill him. He's accepted the fact that comes with the territory. And by the way, he didn't move that fast. Now
they're trying to make Trump sound like a fucking genius by underscoring that he's studied assassinations or whatever, or that he has particular insight into the safety, like the safety risks that, or that he's like naive. Like, what? You're just making him sound fucking stupid.
Oh, Van Jones said this, and then Vinnie, I'm going to come to you right after this because this is what I want to get you from.
It's trivially obvious that being any head of state carries with its security risks, but being the commander-in-chief of the United States, literally the leader of the free world, yes, there's risks.
Van Jones said this, and he says this may be the biggest concern, and we're going to find out today because the shooter is alive. He's not dead.
He's not talking.
Which means he's making...
And it's also just crazy because, again, Trump is so old that literally, like, at a far higher risk of a heart attack killing this guy, the next McDonald's meal that he fucking downs, a stroke, falling down some stairs. That fall was objectively more dangerous and like Trump having to run and be out of breath was more dangerous than any threat that guy really posed, because he was probably never going to breach the, like into the ballroom and like get to Trump.
In a comparison of, imagine the amount of like, people going, oh my God, Mangione killed the guy, the CEO, and he's alive. So what happens? People are outside celebrating and all this stuff.
Get your cover shot on Rolling Stone.
Van Jones took a very, very unique angle here. Go ahead, Rob.
Starting to worry about something, though, which is that the shooter survived, which means on Monday he's going to court, which means there is a danger that people try to make him some sort of hero. Yeah. You watch what happened with Luigi, who shot a CEO to death and somehow became a hero. So they said...
Oh, Van Jones is one of these people where he pretends like he doesn't understand why people are like kind of indifferent towards the death of that healthcare CEO. Got it.
Tonight, you saw the worst of America, you saw the best of America. Tonight, you definitely saw the best of America. I hope on Monday we don't see the worst again. I just want to say very clearly.
At this fucking DC Insider events, that the best of America happens here, okay?
This kind of despicable behavior has no place in America. It has no place on the right. It has no place on the left. We don't know if he was there because he wanted to hurt Democrats or Republicans. Both were there. We don't know if he wanted to hurt journalists or politicians. Both were there. This kind of behavior has no place in America.
Pause it right there.
And it is...
Vinnie, thoughts?
It's kind of like, and I'm with you 1,000%. When there's a moment, Pat, when they're in there in Stelter, who I don't agree with at all, that I'm actually upset, but I'm happy that he was fired. Like these people created this monster. Okay, and then they cry after about the monster that they created. Okay, we want to heal, Pat. We want to be better. We want to be better as human beings. You know, this is a Christian nation. We're trying to be positive, and I like.
This is a Christian nation. We're just trying to be positive.
That's a messed up thing to even say because it's happening probably right now. He's in court. It's what 10 o'clock in the morning. He's probably going to be in court in the next couple minutes, probably. But it's just a sad thing that the Brian Stelters, the Jaime Raskins, the MSNBC, from the Chris Cuomo's.
So again. There's no destabilization or violence coming from this admin that proudly ran on a mass deportation campaign and has launched a war of choice with Iran, against Iran with Israel. That's stabilizing. That's world peace. That's a natural state of affairs. That's just a given. It's you complaining about that that's actually and you wanting to do something about that, and there being insane people moved to actually try to assassinate the president. That's actually just the thing that's like the source of all this evil. it's the media. It's not actually any decisions made by Donald Trump or his admin.
Every single body for the past 9 years that have been telling us every single day, it's not penetrating us, but a lot of Americans, Pat, that have this.
I mean, that's the fucking truth. Yeah, it's not penetrating you at all.
Brainwashed Trump derangement syndrome, where it's past just anger and yelling at your family members and I'm not going to go to Thanksgiving because,
Okay, boy, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, guys. We were watching the BPD podcast go off on, I guess, Van Jones not being like woke enough or something, but still kind of giving him credit.
John is going to be there and he loves Trump. It's where they're getting armed and they're going to arm and they're going to kill. And they're going to kill. So I'm all for, I love the positivity afterwards. Okay, love each other. But it's like, you guys have created this monster. And guess what? How many other monsters are out there that we haven't even seen? You haven't seen any?
He's like mad. I can't tell if he's mad that Van Jones is putting too much of a positive spin on it or like what he's woke scolding him about, because PPD already said earlier that he was confused how something like that could have happened when people from inside were reporting that it was like a happy gathering.
Anything yet. They're out there. And Trump's going to have to deal. By the way, not only President Trump, when he gets out, his family, his family's kids, Barron, everybody is going to have to deal with this forever. And it's because of them. It's because of CNN. It's because of MSNBC. What, MS Now? You want to change your name like we forgot who you were? It's all these people. But I do think what he's saying is a valid point. They're going to have people falling in love with him. They're in love with this guy. Oh, he's a hero. And who is it going to be coming from? You think any Republicans are going to be...
Who is falling in love with this guy again? He's not like conventionally attractive like Luigi, which is so much of why he had like public support immediately. Let's be real. His manifesto was very unimpressive, and there was nothing about this that was logistically sophisticated, and it was immediately put to a stop. There's like no reason he didn't succeed. Like, why would he attract like the same sort of cult following as Luigi, who likely killed that guy? Rogue Theology, thanks so much for the $4.99. That's Vinny's book report of Mary Shelley's Frankenstein. I mean, he never even finished reading the Obama tweet. Could you imagine Vinny having to read a book cover to cover?
Over there, patting him on the back. This is a left issue that needs to freaking change, Pat. And it's the accountability of saying, I hope you die. I hope you wake. I know I'm all for free speech. But when you call for somebody to die, somebody should go and kill the president. Those people should be like, you're inciting an assassination. You want
Vinny, that's already illegal, Vinny.
Somebody to go and kill somebody. And it's ridiculous. I think it's ridiculous.
Look, in their minds, Trump is the enemy. So,
correct.
You said a second ago about, what Trump said about killing a civilization, which obviously was hyperbolic and not true. But they're...
Oh, so you could say inflammatory things so long as it's hyperbole? Then why do we care about what Jimmy Kimmel said? Even if I take their stupid maximalist interpretation that literally didn't happen?
The enemy. I truly believe that there's a massive fact.
And also just like the immediate gaslighting. It's hyperbolic. It's not true. But even if it were true, well, they're the enemy. So it's okay. It's okay to say for the American president to talk about an entire civilization ending.
Action on the left and somehow on the right now that doesn't view China as the enemy, that doesn't view Russia as the enemy, or even Iran as the enemy. There's a singular enemy, and his name is Donald Trump. Imagine that.
Correct. Why are we supposed to view Iran as the enemy? Is Iran engaged in a genocide? Did Iran drop bombs anywhere in this country in the last few months that I'm unaware of? Did Iran double tap strike a fucking girls' school here?
You're an American, you're a citizen of the country, and your number one enemy is Donald Trump. I don't think we can understate this even more. How do I have so much conviction? How do I know that this to be true? Because TDS is a real thing, and I had it. Have you ever had TDS?
Never.
Have you ever had that, Pat?
No.
You ever had that? For 4 years during his first term.
No, they've always been this stupid.
When I watched MSNBC and Morning Joe and CNN, I watched a whole onslaught of news. I was like, this guy's a Russian asset, and he's trying to ruin the country, and he can be bought and paid, all that. Thank God I've snapped out of it. I mean, do you know anyone else who despised Trump and now absolutely admires him?
No, because you one question.
Me, hold on.
Oh my God. He's like, hey, don't interrupt my fucking performative diatribe, dude. I'm trying to pull off a grift here. You're getting in the way.
But let me just finish this.
So I don't forget.
It's something that needs to be studied and cannot just be dismissed. Why? These people view Trump as the enemy. And here's what happens. Let's use Jimmy Kimmel as an example. Not only is he condoning killing the president, making a joke out of it, saying, Melania, you have the glow of a beautiful widow, they're promoting it. They're putting it on TV saying, guys, they're inserting the laugh track and saying, this is hilarious, guys. And don't tell me that a large percentage of the country would not celebrate if Trump got shot.
They would. The same goes for literally any head of state. Anytime a head of state is killed, there will always be people within the interior of that country that celebrate. It doesn't mean anything. And they look at this as indicative of something that's really sick in a society when they used the same defense for the deposing of Maduro, saying, look at the Venezuelans that are celebrating. They did the same shit in Iran. Look, there's Iranians in the street, both in America and there, celebrating that the Ayatollah has been killed. We've liberated them. And now suddenly the thought of Trump being assassinated, whether it be by, I guess, like a foreign power or somebody here domestically, wow, it's a sick fucking country that would ever take any joy in their head of state being killed. As if these people wouldn't be jumping up and down if Barack Obama, who's not even in office anymore, was killed tomorrow.
I'll give you Exhibit A, Charlie Kirk, while they're dancing on his grave. Or I'll give you Exhibit B, how many people, they wish...
Charlie Kirk memes, that is no longer just like a fucking left-wing thing. Not that there's an issue with that. That is just like, I've seen the most disrespectful shit come from the right.
They got him in the ear. I wish they would have got him. So don't tell me there's a huge population in this country that wouldn't be gleeful if Trump got shot. Yeah. And that to me is disgusting.
Can I ask him one question? And do you remember, and do this really fast, I know he wants Tom to say his piece. What's the moment? Do you remember the moment? Because you went from, I hate him, Russia, everything. What was the moment? Do you remember the moment where you went, oh my God, what the hell? Like there had to be a moment where you
Did you run out of money for the wig fund? Yes, I did. That's why you guys need to donate right away.
switched. What was it?
Number one, I never hated Trump. I don't use that word. Pat knows. I don't like the things. But
I don't hate anyone. Rogue Theology, thank you so much for the $1.99. Trump derangement syndrome after we test for lead poisoning. Thank you so much.
But I think COVID I think everybody had to wake up during COVID. Everybody. We had to realize, is this true? Do we need to wear a mask? Do we need to get a jab? What's going on? Who do we trust? Who do we not trust? And then it all just unraveled. And then there was no singular moment. But if you just look at what was going on during the Biden administration, what did he...
Wait, did he just try to imply... Candy Oat merch update? No, not yet. I mean, it shipped, but I haven't gotten it yet.
Had to be a moment.
When I have it, I will wear it.
What was the moment? Do you remember the moment where you went, oh my God, what the hell? Like there had to be a moment where you switched. What was it?
Number one, I never hated Trump. I don't use that word. Pat knows. I don't like the things. But I think COVID I think everybody had to wake up during COVID. Everybody. We had to.
That happened under Trump. Why do they do this? I don't understand how everybody has fucking made it seem like that all happened under Biden. Literally the lifting of lockdowns and restrictions happened under Biden. The complete opposite.
Realize, is this true? Do we need to wear a mask? Do we need to get a jab? What's going on?
Yeah, again, why was there confusion? Again, Donald Trump did Operation Warp Speed. Okay, it's the one thing libs will give him credit for because it's the only objectively good accomplishment that he had at any point in either of his presidencies at this point. He missed it. The reason why there was confusion about whether to wear a mask or not was because Trump was constantly undermining every single public health official because he insisted on trying to butt in at their press conferences and then put Mike Pence as the head of the COVID pandemic team.
Well, who do we trust? Who do we not trust?
Pandemic response team, because the actual pandemic response team was dismantled earlier in his admin.
And it all just unraveled. And then there was no singular moment. But if you just look at what was going on during the Biden administration, what did he do that you could say that's my guy?
Vinnie, I will tell you from the outside, okay? Because Adam's not the only guy. You know, he wants to think he's the only guy. Millions. On this podcast, fine. But millions. Rob was a guy. Mm-hmm. You know, and Rob doesn't say it. Rob didn't come here be in full agreement with me politically. Are you kidding me? No. A lot of people, as you're going through it, you know, and by the way, I remember also there were some guys that had...
I mean, only PBD would think it's not suspect whatsoever that all of the people that he pays all move eventually to his political positions. He actually thinks it's because he's just so fucking smart and persuasive, and not that he has a bunch of hangers-on that are trying to make a buck off of being affiliated with him. Rogue Theology, thanks so much for the $1.99. Trump, Windex, and aluminum your body, and never forget. Actually, he never said those words. He never actually said injected bleach into yourself. He just highly suggested it.
Left him that had gone to DeSantis. They're like, DeSantis is the guy. Which, by the way, the market's going to be very confused with me, because do not be surprised if in 2028 I'm, a guy that wants to see DeSantis make the next move. And I got a couple guys. I actually think I just didn't want DeSantis in 24. But you know what it is? Here's a part that I want everybody to be thinking about. You know, my dad would say something. He says, Pat, when you were going through trouble, and a lot of people had written you off, and you would act like you were not listening to me, I knew you were listening. I knew you were still listening. And as a father, I would pray every night that my son, my only son, would figure out to do something with his life. And I knew what I wasn't going to do is stop talking to you and stop giving you what I thought you needed to do. Whether it was life is getting late, it's getting late, do something with your life. Stop, because I was in a club 6 days a week. I was just partying and not doing anything useful with my life. It was just bodybuilding, girls, and partying, and that was it. And it's like, hey, get your act together.
What's useless about that? Bodybuilding, partying, getting girls.
And I'm like, I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. You can't tell me.
Is there more to life than that?
Anything, and then all of a sudden it happens, right? So I don't think it's a one day thing. I don't think it's a one day thing. I think it is like gradually, eventually, it lands. By the way, this is good and bad. I mean, I have a question to ask you that's going to be a bigger question to.
Okay, fair enough. LOL. I definitely heard the put light in our bodies. Oh, rogue theology. I'm just like, I don't give a fuck about if people like actually think that Trump, if Trump literally said or did not say, bleach in that one discrete instance. The dude spread misinformation about COVID constantly, frequently, and intentionally. I'm saying that like the people that defend Trump, that is like the go-to line, is that they get triggered over the fact that people will say like, oh, he said inject bleach into yourself, when it was like a cleaner or something like that. It wasn't much better.
That I want you, and I want the audience to process this, and I know what we're going to get already with this. I'm very comfortable. Like the other day, I've been trying to get all of these people that are making the claims, the biggest names, get the biggest names that are criticized to taking money from Qatar or Pakistan or China or Israel or anybody. I am willing to do a full-on audit.
Oh my God, this is not the biggest names. You're just talking about Tucker Carlson, your stupid beef with him.
On me and my wife's finances, I publicly called out the biggest players to get this out there. Call me. I called it out.
This was not players, multiple. It was literally just Tucker Carlson. I would love for him to like try to encourage all people on the right to be transparent with their finances.
Because what upsets me the most is the following. Is the fact that people who are not fully in it.
How does this guy have an audience? Have you ever interacted with the average American? Let me introduce you to a concept called the general American public. It's filled with morons. There's no surprise. I'm not surprised whatsoever that people like PBD.
They will. Propaganda works, Vinnie. It's a very beautiful thing. Mm-hmm. Nasty, but it works. And so to me, I got a question for the three of you guys. Say you have $1 billion to use for propaganda, okay?
Okay.
You have $1 billion to use for propaganda. And Vinnie, I'm going to come to you first, then Tom, I'm going to come to you, and then I'll come to you as well. $1 billion of using propaganda. And by the way, Rob, run this poll. And Humberto, I want you to text me which one you're going to choose, okay? You have $1 billion to buy any one of these three communities. Which one do you buy? You ready?
Go for it.
Do you buy Congress, politicians? Do you buy podcasters, influencers, okay? Or do you buy the youth? Rank it from 1, 2, 3. You have $1 billion.
Dollars. It just depends. It really depends on what your goals are or whatever. All of these would be worthy investments if you're trying to radically shape society.
Which of those three do you want to buy? So Congress.
You can't buy the youth. Yes, you can. Have you heard of this thing called advertising? You can 100% buy the youth in this country.
Would be what? You're able to change policies to protect for your nation, to protect for you.
The way that they do it, though, is that they infiltrate different school boards, and they run state curriculum. Like Republicans dominate local legislatures and curriculum, and so they can decide the curriculums.
Youth is long term. My God, right? And then you have what? The next one is what? Podcasters, influencers, streamers, right? My God, let me get the kids. Let me get the streamers. You have $1 billion. You're another country. Where do you put your money? Which of those three do you think is the most powerful place to put your money? To brainwash, to get them to think the way you think, to control the minds. Where do you put your money? Rank it 1, 2, 3. Rob, have you already posted the poll?
Yep.
Okay, go ahead.
$1 billion?
You have $1 billion.
There's a poll? Let's see. Wait, I want to see the poll. Assuming that it shows it.
$1 billion to buy of propaganda to push your agenda.
Damn,
which of those?
Number one would be the youth. I put the majority of my
What
money
a dumb question.
into the youth to get them early, change the mindset. But I see it with my own eyes, and it's insane because I see the machine speaking out of their mouth. It's that they're not coming up with these ideas on their own. Number one. Number two, podcasters. Every single day listening to these people, follow streamers, like the amount of people, because nobody's following Congress. People are following podcasters. And once you have an audience that's watching millions and
It
millions,
doesn't matter that they're not following Congress. Congress has so much power
and you have
nominally, according to our Constitution. But like,
You know,
actual lawmakers or actual people with power, it doesn't matter that people are not up to date on what they're doing. That's arguably a reason why it's more important to capture state apparatuses than it is individual people, because people are not really paying as close attention to individual congressional representatives.
10 million subscribers and they're listening every single day. And by the way, they're not fact checking you. You become their fact. It's whatever this person's saying. So I'd go number 1, youth, number 2, podcaster, number 3, Congress, because yeah, they're doing the laws, Pat, but they're not moving the needle.
So for you, it's youth,
podcasters,
Congress. Tom.
First, I'm going to go podcasters and media, because with podcasters and media, I pick the right podcasters. I get the youth. The youth is number 2, and number 3 is Congress.
It just seems entirely self-serving for them to say that the best investment, if they had a bunch of money, would be podcasters, because it's like a billboard to anybody who's like watching that could potentially donate to them or something like that. That we will show your message. Believe us.
If I get the podcast and media.
When I say Congress, I mean politicians.
Then politicians is number 3. I get politicians. If I get number 1, all right, podcast media now, and I'll tell you why. The late P.G. O'Rourke wrote a fantastic.
I mean, if you could just buy politicians, then there wouldn't be so much. So you wouldn't have the need to even manufacture consent via the media or anything like that, because you would have already captured the state.
Essay about 25 years ago.
There's a reason why political or campaign finance legislation exists and, tries to, very, very poorly curtail some political spending and influence, because we don't want bribery or a fucking kleptocracy. But you don't have those sorts of restrictions on media.
And it was called the 3 branches of government: money, television, and bullshit. And that's, sorry to say that, but that's what he called it. And he pointed out that with the money, you now get everything you want on television. And with television, you then get the BS, which is the propaganda.
Perfect.
I think it was as real when he wrote it as it is today.
Adam,
that's my 3.
Beautiful.
I'll rank them 1, 2, 3. Number 1 would be youth. Number 2 would be the podcasters. And number 3 would be Congress. If I had to allocate $1 billion of resources, Congress would get 0. The podcasters, influencers would get $100 million. And I would pump $900 million
and let me tell you something.
into the youth,
and
AKA TikTok.
Let me tell you something. So to me, you know who made a mistake? You know who made a mistake? Okay, so let's go to countries. Allies and enemies. Give me the most important countries that get alleged for buying influence. Give me the top 5 countries. We're number 1, by the way. We buy influence like no other, right? We're selling capitalism, free market values, all this stuff. But give me countries, foreign countries that are trying to buy influence in America. Give me the top 5 countries.
Israel, Russia.
Israel's obviously going to be.
Israel's on that list. Who else?
No, China's my number 1.
China's number 1, and it's
Who
not
else?
even close.
But he said Israel. Though. Watch what the market does. This is where I'm going with this.
Yeah.
So Israel, China, what?
China, Qatar, sure.
The country.
Saudi.
What other country? Qatar.
Qatar.
What other country?
Literally under this admin, it's like all the Gulf states.
Can we just put those? Because I don't even think Russia's doing a lot of this. But we can put Russia in here as well.
Oh my God, it's the most ignorant thing he's said so far.
Russia might not give us much money, but they're going to use propaganda.
Now watch this, Rob.
Sure.
Pull up this chart.
India is doing more than you think.
Before you pull it up.
Tom saying India's doing more than you think. I mean, he's not wrong now that you can see the locations on these X accounts.
Can you tell me what country right now is putting the most money into our educational system right now?
China.
Pull it up, Rob.
How much?
Pull it up.
China and Qatar.
Pull it up. Number 1 is Qatar.
Yep.
In universities.
It says top foreign funders of U.S. colleges and universities all time: Qatar, China and Hong Kong, Germany, England, Canada, Saudi Arabia, Japan, Switzerland, France, Bermuda. This is in billions.
In universities, $6.3 billion. And number 2 is China.
Mm-hmm.
Foreign funders of U.S. colleges and universities. What do you think Qatar is doing? They know, let me get the youth and I'll confuse the shit out of them for 2 decades.
Yep. Dude, they're talking about Qatari influence in colleges and like the youth. And are we just gonna fucking ignore that Trump literally received a used jet from them, happily, gladly, publicly accepted this gift and did not have to return it?
Go pay, like AIPAC is giving money to who?
It's like, if you think that they're doing, like, again, they're exerting, or it has the effect of like a soft power influence when they donate to the education system. Yeah, wait till I tell you that the president received a direct gift from the Qatari government.
What a waste of money. What a waste of money. So they lost the propaganda game.
Mm-hmm.
And Qatar is winning the propaganda game. China is winning the propaganda. Israel's not on that list. Bermuda's at 1.7 billion.
May I make a short observation?
Of course, yes.
What are the last 2 words of the headline?
Israel's not on that list because they don't bother fucking doing soft power in universities. They have things like AIPAC and they're not registered as FARA, so why would they?
Time.
Qatar all time, which means that the bulk of that just happened now.
Yeah, exactly.
And China's been doing this for all time?
So do you know what this means to me? Let me tell you what this means to me.
Am I wrong?
No,
absolutely
what
right.
This means to
The source is the Free Press. I wonder what the methodology for this is. Rogue Theology, thanks so much for the $1.99. Not the Vatican or Italy. Truth and beauty are free. I mean, why do you think that they're the most mad at Pope Leo? Because they know that Pope Leo is influential in a way that money can't buy.
To me, you know what Lenin said many years ago? Here's what Lenin said many years ago. Lenin said this many years ago, okay? Many years ago. He says, give me control of a
The
nation.
source is the Free Press. Don't trust it. As soon as I saw that, I was immediately like taking this as suspect, and I was like, that's why Israel's not on that fucking list. Whatever methodology they have concocted has maximized all of the influence in some way, shape, or form of Middle Eastern countries on universities and somehow excluded Israel.
Nation's music, and I care not who makes the laws.
Yeah.
Give me control of a nation's music, and I care not who makes its laws.
Wait, did you just cite Lenin?
Give me control of a nation's music. Many years ago. Lenin said many years ago. Here's what Lenin said many years ago. Lenin said this many years ago. Okay.
You could genuinely be talking about John Lennon or Lenin from of the Soviet Union. I don't know.
Okay. Many years ago. He says, give me control of a nation's music, and I care not who makes the laws.
Yeah.
Give me control of a nation's music.
Lenin never said that.
And I care not who makes its laws. What is he saying? Who listens to the music?
The culture.
The youth.
I mean, I remember. No, look, he thinks Vladimir Lenin said this. I thought he was talking John Lennon said the Beatles are bigger than Jesus. It says Vladimir Lenin did not make the quote about, oh my God. So whatever he searched, he got wrong, and he just pretended like it didn't correct him. But even what he's pulling up is showing that his vulgar characterization of what he remembered Lenin saying was not exactly right. Vladimir Lenin did not make the quote about controlling a nation's music, which is often misattributed. The phrase, let me make the songs of a nation and I care not who makes its laws, is famously attributed to the 18th century Scottish writer Andrew Fletcher. Lenin actually stated that music affected his nerves, making him want to stroke the heads of people. The source is Facebook. The source is Facebook. This is an AI summary. And then it says Lenin's views. Lenin as a leader preferred music that reflected revolutionary struggle, but was known to enjoy classical composers such as Tchaikovsky, Schubert, and others, is noted in studies of Lenin's favorite songs. And then the infamous quote regarding Songs of a Nation highlights the belief that music/culture influences a nation more deeply than laws. According to Facebook, and by faith we understand reputable A+ sources.
The culture
music come through you.
So Qataris are sitting there saying, hey, let me go get the youth at these universities. Let me go win them over. Let's give $6.3 billion.
Rogue Theology, thanks so much for the $1.99. Misquoting Lenin and Lenin, SMH. I mean, these are high-level ideas that I'm trying to take in. Please cut me some slack.
To the U.S. universities, and we'll get a hold of all these kids. And guess what these kids do? Who uses most social media, youth or older people? Youth. And what are they going to do on streamers, gaming, all that stuff? And then you see some of these guys right now.
What are they going to do on streamers, gaming, and all that stuff? What a quote. You know what else is something that you guys should keep in mind? An ad. Begins in 3.5 minutes. But a way you can avoid this is if you subscribe to me if you're watching on Twitch. That way you can get access to an ad-free experience as well as cute emotes.
I hope their capitalist blood, don't say the name, the capitalist blood is all over the da-da-da-da-da.
Yeah.
And who's listening to them streamers?
All the young.
Of course.
Oh my God. Is he thinking of that Hasan quote?
So the part you have to respect the enemy is good for, on the enemy side. Look what they did. They sat there in a meeting and they said, forget about the politicians. Those guys are idiots giving money to Congress. Mm-hmm. They don't do shit. Let's go buy the youth. Put the money in the youth.
Oh my God. It's not that they don't do shit. It's that they're regulated. They're prevented from doing that because there is some regulation that exists. And so instead, they get the general public, and then the public demands lawmakers to do it organically. But the entire point is to funnel them into a fucking voting booth so they vote for against their interests and for Republicans. So it's not that Congress doesn't matter. It's that they realize that Congress is a really, really important part of and reason why people would even want to propagandize the population.
Let's go get the universities. Qatar followed China's lead. And what happens now to these universities? Imagine you're head of a university. And so you're on the university. And I'm Qatar. And I just gave you $150 million. What phone call are you picking up? Hey, What influence? Are you more loyal to America or the guy that's giving you $150
The guy that gave me 100. If I'm that guy, the guy that the money.
That is the part. So when everybody's saying, "Oh, $7,000 or this or this or that," and all that, even there was an influencer that said, "Look at all these MAGA influencers that they all retweeted immediately and said, this is why we need the. This is why we need the what. This is why we."
Yeah, wait till I tell you that there were right-wing influencers that took money from Russia.
Need the ballroom. The ballroom.
If you think it's like again. Okay, fine. So you think that Midas Touch is just freaking the fuck out over the messaging coordination following the shooting. It's completely fine. Nothing to see there. Okay. If you think that all of this buying of influence is so corrosive, so bad for society, yeah, wait till I tell you about the Tenet Media scandal.
I don't even care about the ballroom. Like, you do it or you don't do the ballroom. I don't even know what the budget for that is. Who cares? I never once have commented on it. It's not a top 50 issue for me when it comes down to the ballroom. You've never heard
but it's like a #1 issue for Donald fucking Trump.
me talk about the ballroom. Although we're building an amphitheater ourselves here, we're building a kitchen, we're building a, a meeting room, and we're building a facility, 10-story facility that's going to have a penthouse conference center. Why? Because we keep going to hotels. I want to do the meetings here. It's a lot easier, secure. We built the wall. You know, a lot of people have been texting me over the weekend saying, I just finally saw the gate. It looks like
oh my God. So he just said, I don't even give a fuck about the ballroom. Who cares? I'm concerned with other things. And then just casually drops that they're building a 10-story PBD Valuetainment headquarters building because they're tired of doing the vault conferences at hotels for some reason. So they're creating their own event center. And I guess this is better than traveling around the country and just booking events at these venues because now everybody has to be in Fort Lauderdale or they can't attend. What is the thinking here?
The Jurassic Park gate that we got outside. I don't know if you saw coming in today. Did you see how it was?
I saw a T-Rex too.
Yeah. You almost didn't let me in. There was that story.
That was intentional. But you said there's a part of it is that you have to pay attention to where they're giving their money to. The same way you invest in equities, real estate, crypto, Bitcoin, governments, countries, ideologies, they don't care about that stuff. They're buying ears. They're buying ears, and the best way
but they care about it because they want to influence the countries. This is so stupid. This is like saying, would you rather just win $1 million jackpot, or would you rather have $1 million put towards as many lottery tickets as that can buy? These dumbasses would actually, which could get you a potentially bigger jackpot. These dumbasses would actually think the better deal is to take $1 million in lottery tickets instead of just taking $1 million.
Do it is get the youth, because you have them for 2 decades if you get them. It's a 20-year run rate. They'll come out of it in 20 years.
Right.
Why? Why will it come out of it in 20 years? Because what's probably going to happen?
So like not understanding how like a lottery ticket, it's like a vector. Like the only reason why anyone's buying is not because they have a particular attachment to buying a fucking ticket or a raffle. It's just to get more money. Claire Watch, thank you so much for the bits. When does construction of the Straighterade compound start? Listen, it's already underway. I've got the contract secured.
18 and 38. What's probably going to happen?
You're going to grow up, you're going to have a family, you're going to have kids, you're going to get a job, you're going to pay taxes, you're going to do all that stuff.
You're going to do all of that stuff. Then what do? What the F am I doing?
Yeah, of course.
Why am I a feminist? Why do I hate America? Why these conservative ideas?
Why am I a feminist?
They're better ideas. Get them early.
Why do I hate America?
Put the hate and rage, and America's not the greatest country. It sucks, and then slowly it tips. Slowly. And so I call our audience the smartest audience out there. If you watch it because you agree or disagree or whatever you are, I think you're the smartest audience out there that we have, and we're going to keep talking about this kind of stuff. But I'm just telling you right now, guys, be very, very intentionally careful of the propaganda machine that is taking place from our enemies. They want to see
and don't be careful or critical whatsoever of the things that you hear on this podcast, because you guys are just such smart, special baby genius angels that are watching me. Only the best and the brightest. The future looks bright. Get your merch now. Always believe everything that I say. Trump 2028.
Massive division in America. Massive. This guy goes to Caltech, smart guy, comes out, you hate America? You want to kill this guy? Look at the power of propaganda.
Just because you hate America does not mean you're going to go on to fucking try to assassinate the president.
We have to pay attention to some of these things that are taking place. Yeah, I'll give you another one to go to, Rob. And Tom, I'm going to come to you with this one here. Think about Forbes magazine. Forbes magazine comes out and tweets.
Yeah, noted socialist publication, Forbes magazine, as we said earlier.
Okay? This is Forbes magazine's tweet. Can you zoom in a little bit to that, and then we'll go to my comments. Elon Musk is planet's richest person by far, worth $839 billion as a Forbes annual world.
He is so triggered that Forbes is saying that this man, who is literally the wealthiest person that the planet has ever known, has like drawing attention to the fact that he's given a paltry amount to voluntarily away. And they're not even saying like you should be taxed. It's like, please just donate more of your money so it's easier to defend you.
Billionaire list. He ranks on the but he also ranks amongst the least philanthropic billionaires. Sure, Musk has transferred $8.5 billion of Tesla stock to his charitable foundation, but nearly all of it is still sitting there idle. Only an estimated $500 million, or 0.06% of his vast fortune, has ever been dispersed to those in need. His lack of giving raises a question. What would our billionaires' ranking look like if the most generous people had ever donated a dollar? To who?
This man is like a devout Christian, by the way, and he's like offended at the idea or at the mere suggestion to not just a billionaire, but a multi-billionaire, nearly a trillionaire, that he give away some of the money voluntarily.
To who? Well, who do you want him to give it to? Can you go back one real quick?
The 99%. Literally anybody else.
On my message about Forbes, who the hell approved a Chinese investor to buy 51% of Forbes? Why would Steve Forbes not?
So he quote tweeted, "No U.S. media company should ever be allowed to sell majority control to China. A Chinese investor owns 51% of Forbes since 2014. Forbes, an American media icon, now answering to foreign interests, from celebrating capitalists to attacking very people who built the flag emoji. Disgusting."
Malcolm Forbes' son.
So I guess in this country, you should not be allowed to consume any media that doesn't just come from the government or from other American creators for some reason.
Sell 51% control to a Chinese investor since 24. Why would you do it? He sounds like a nice guy. He sounds like a noble guy. His father did amazing things. If you type in capitalist tool, this guy had a private jet, covers a capitalist tool. He had a yacht, capitalist tool. He had a helicopter. Guess what it said on it? Capitalist tool. Just type in images, Rob. If you go on images, you'll see all of this stuff that I'm talking about. That was his jet. What does it say at the end of it? Forbes, tool. Capitalist tool. Go to his helicopter. Go to the yacht if you can. This guy was selling capitalism, and Forbes today is selling socialism. Everything about this man.
Forbes today is selling socialism. This is a statement that is not satirical or a joke. This is genuinely his position.
Turned 70 years old. You know what he did at 7 years old? 7 years old, he put on a party. He was best friends with, look at the helicopter. What does it say? Capitalist tool on his helicopter. Vinnie puts a party on his 70th birthday party. Everybody who attends, you know what gift they got? No. Everybody got a Rolex as a gift for attending his birthday party.
Wow.
Okay. Elizabeth Taylor, him and her would always ride the Harley Davidson together. He had the biggest collection of Fabergé, you know, the Russian Fabergé eggs. Nobody had more than he had. This guy was a billionaire. He would put lavish parties, celebrate capitalism, celebrate victory. Now the Socialist magazine, they have to change the name. Change the name to Johnson.
Wow, can you believe it? Like, again, because there's not like vulgar, obscene displays of wealth like it used to. Like, he thinks that the person who runs Forbes is not living that lavishly now. He thinks it sold its soul for like less money to China, when in reality he did that because he could make more money so he could buy more Fabergé eggs, probably, or like his son.
Or change the name to...
And he's just ass mad that, like, yeah, there are market incentives to work and be friendly towards other countries that are not aligned with your geopolitical interests or calculations. And it's just like, stay mad, asshole. I don't know what to tell you.
No, whatever you want to put it, but change the Forbes name of the magazine at least. Or they need a new buyer. By the way, remember that one guy, Tom, that the rumor had it, this guy bought Forbes for $800 million at a 75% part of the Forbes. That deal never went through. So the company that owns Forbes still today, do you know who Forbes announced as the International Woman of the Year? You know, in 2021, put Hillary Clinton, Rob. Oh, just type in Hillary Clinton, okay?
Yeah, noted socialist magazine featuring leftist icon Hillary Rodham Clinton.
Can you imagine, you know, who they have to have there where the Lifetime Achievement Medal for Forbes International Women's Day goes to Hillary Clinton in 2022? Ugh. Seriously?
He actually thinks that this is indicative of them being woke and not them being, like, just neoliberal and conservative.
For what?
He says Clinton was honored with the inaugural Forbes International Women's Day Lifetime Achievement Award at the 2022 Forbes 3050 Summit in Abu Dhabi. She was recognized for her global leadership in advancing women's rights and gender equity throughout her career.
What part of that is capitalism?
What part of that isn't capitalism? Her husband was notable for deregulation and cutting welfare and mass incarceration.
Going to Haiti? Is that capitalism? What part of this is capitalism? And by the way, does
he think that capitalism doesn't include like a global market? What?
These people that are forcing charity on people, these
socialist publications like Forbes forcing charity, like literally all they're doing is just an article detailing how Elon Musk has not really donated much money.
First of all, Tom, I'll come to you and I'll read what I have here from this book. Go ahead, Tom. Your reaction to this?
So my reaction to this is, for them to say this and go out like this. First
How
of all,
dare they?
I've read about the one of the producers, not producers, but like the lead editors, and I'm not even giving the liberty and the recognition of saying his name, but he went to Columbia School of Journalism, and he's like 28 years old.
I love how Tom's pretending like I won't even dignify his, like I'm not even gonna bring him up, okay? When like he just clearly can't fucking remember it.
Pat, that's the guy that wrote that article about philanthropy.
Literally, capitalism is what forces charity. I want a system where where charity has no need. I mean, these guys are literally beyond parody that they actually think that something oppressive is being or insane is being asked of Elon Musk when it's actually the preferable thing. This is the way that plutocrats avoid having to actually pay their fair share, which is by engaging in like philanthropy and these sorts of like charitable ventures and pointing to that and saying, why do you need to tax me? I already voluntarily give away a lot of my income for free. And this works on a bunch of rubes.
So, G, what do you think his position is, right?
That's a good point.
What is his bias? And I'll also say this. When you mentioned something about Norah O'Donnell. You said maybe she didn't look like she wanted to ask the question. The key is every 2 weeks we're hearing about Barry Weiss, this person leaves or that person leaves. Barry Weiss apparently is trying to clean things up. At least that's what we hear from the outside, right? The producers are the ones. It's people like Keith Sharman and Julie Mortzgoff and Roxanne Feitel. Those are the producers at CBS, and the producer is in the earpiece asking her to say things. And those are the people to watch out for because they're driving the narrative. So I want to know who Forbes editors are. And guess what? To control a magazine, all you do is control the editors because the editors greenlight the stories. So greenlight the stories. All you need to do is have the guy that owns 51%, Pat.
This is actually the first time where Tom has made a point that's actually semi-insightful, which is that if you actually are in the pockets of the editors at these large publications, you would have a significant amount of control over what is being put out into the fucking airwaves or it like written down. It's the first I've ever heard Tom approach anything resembling like a coherent point and semi-solid argument.
All you need is 4 editors.
But like he's making it sound like China has more of an interest in Forbes when it's like mutual and symbiotic. Obviously, Forbes sold it to them, sold like this massive stake to some Chinese billionaire or whatever who may or may not be in bed with the CCP. And they did that because of the very economic system that they're saying is like not prevalent in society, which is capitalism.
Believe it or not, I looked it up. They say 4 editors and the editor-in-chief and 3 editors can control the entire narrative of the magazine or of the channel. That's all we need. And this is who is doing it. To me, this is horrifying. And by the way, if you're asking me also what I feel about...
I mean, like, again, it is horrifying that all of these that, like, just try to not be reactionary. I don't even disagree that it's not great to learn that these companies, these massive media conglomerates and corporations, one, that there's barely any diversity. Like, so many of the media companies that you think exist independently are actually subsidiaries of much larger parent companies, basically like 4 different companies. I can't even remember what they are. It's like fucking Spectrum and there's like Sinclair. Like it just ends up being like, it seems like there's a lot of choice in like a media diet, but really they all loop back to like the same few owners for one. And for 2, yeah, it is concerning that like these private capitalists who control so much of the information environment and aren't accountable to shareholders, not to the public, not to the state, not to the government. It literally just comes down to if they feel like the only reason why they have standards is because the market expects it of them. But as people increasingly embrace conspiracism, don't demand factuality, aren't really even paying for independent journalism and reporting, they could drop their editorial standards and will anybody even notice? Like, yeah, it is crazy that like people that control this much of the media and information that circulates throughout the world from just one day to the next can switch hands to some other private, unaccountable plutocrat. And the public gets no say in that, even though we all end up being affected by it. But this is like, they're taking like the anti-free market position, because to want tighter regulations surrounding acquisitions of that kind would mean enforcing like monopoly laws or like getting the FTC involved. But that's the last thing that they would want. And they're capitalists, so why would they? Of course, they're going to be fine with like global, like engaging in a global market. Why would they just keep it relegated to domestic affairs or domestic sellers and buyers? And Rogue Theology, thank you so much for the $4.99 super chat. Their rusted silver will condemn them. They have only stayed for condemnation. James 5:3. Do you think that PBD will hear your prayers? Tom and Tom specifically. Thank you so much.
philanthropy. Charities, most of the time, they become perpetual motion machines. There's
just another example of blaming capitalism on socialism and on China.
Charity is supposed to be in place to fix something. Save the whales. Well, how do we know when we're all saved? Do we move on to something else?
Yeah.
No, we keep saving the whales and you keep raising money for us. And you keep doing that. Most charities never end. And what happens is the original mission gives way to the bloat of everybody being part of the charity. And it's a tax deduction and all this. I only give, and Pat knows this, for something beginning, middle, end. What do we need to fix? Do we need a pool? Do we need this? What do we need? I'll get involved. But onward, it's very, very difficult for me. And Forbes, I think somebody should step in here. This is, once upon a time, it was the vision of capitalism, Pat. And I believe Forbes can be that again, but it's going to take somebody else at the helm.
Adam.
Well, you talked earlier about capitalism, and I'm just comment on that for a second. In our group chat, there was something that the guy Sean McGuire had to say. And this essentially, I'll just sum it up real quick. The Democratic Party that we were all used to no longer exists. And he basically says that the DNC has now been replaced by a coup with the DSA, the Democratic Socialists of America.
Alpha Mooj, thank you so much for gifting 5 tier 1 subs to my community. I really, really appreciate it. And I'm sure everybody who's on the receiving end of your generosity, I almost said geriatric for some reason, really appreciates it. Yeah, this is so funny to think that, like, in some ways, like, the platform of the Democratic Party has increasingly been met with a demand from constituents to move further left. That's true. But he's ignoring the influence of the DCCC. He's ignoring the influence of Third Way. And like all of these centrist think tanks. He's ignoring the pivot to the right that was made largely by Bill Clinton. And he's ignoring the fact that, like, it used to be the case that back in like the 60s, the 70s, like the leftist movement in this country, there were like communist parties. It was okay to be like openly, like it was not necessarily like a non-starter to be like an openly that far left. And people in the West that were further left, they didn't just have further left-wing aspirations for the domestic agenda. They actually aligned more and were more sympathetic to China and the Soviet Union. They were interested in like being defectors to the United States. So for them to act like, the left now is not like, especially the American left is not basically still or aligned far more with the United States and with imperial interests than previously is insane. This is not the furthest left that the country's ever been or anything. Or the left movement has, been in this country.
I said this before on the podcast. Do you remember a time where socialists would openly, proudly say, vote for me, the socialist candidate? It used to be a communist, I'm a socialist, let's keep it a secret. And then what happened?
It literally was the opposite. It used to be that you could openly talk about being these things. It's only recently people like Mamdani and Bernie have made it so it's not a completely dirty word.
Is this, over time, you talked about paying and getting hijacked.
He's like just ignoring the Red Scare.
Words have meaning. You're saying words have power. Words can change things. You know what bad words are now? Capitalism is a bad word. Trump is a bad word. Israel is a bad word. America has become a bad word.
Capitalism is just like not really mentioned. But like property rights and free markets will still get you votes. Just saying those things.
Patriotism is a bad word, but you know what good words are? Communism, socialism.
Why would you want to defect from the United States? Quack the Duck, I'm not weighing the merits of defecting from the United States. I'm only making the claim that in the 60s and the 70s, to what it meant to be part of the left movement in this country was to actually be sympathetic to other regimes abroad. It was not even to really have necessarily leftist aspirations for the domestic government here. It was far more it was far more of an international thing.
Trans, free Palestine, all the things that were bad 20 years ago.
Wait, socialism, trans, free Palestine?
It's a bad word, but you know what good words are? Communism.
Yeah.
Socialism.
Yeah.
Trans.
Yep.
Free Palestine.
True.
All the things that were bad 20 years ago are now good in the Democratic Party, the DSA. And
okay, see, that's where you lose me. Those are not cool things in the Democratic Party. They're cool things in the DSA, but the DSA has like no power. Do you know how many congressional seats the DSA has? Do you know how many mayors were affiliated with the DSA? Not many. Zohar Mamdani is like one of the only ones that I can fucking think of.
Bad things. Oh, the good
he's
thing.
Acting like he's conflating like the base and still a minority of the base with for some issues that he mentioned, but a smaller portion of the base and equating that with like the entire party and all constituents.
Things are now bad. Things have flipped. Who has changed more over the last 20 years? Republican Party Conservatives or Democrats? Liberals. To me, it's not even close. Republicans have maybe moved further to the right, more patriotic. The left has gone full progressive, and they're all socialists and communists. So you have Trump on one side, then you have Ilhan Omar and Mamdani on the other side. Those two weren't even born in America. There's the problem.
Let me read this to you. So in 1935, you know who was the richest man in the world?
Rockefeller.
Well, you know who number 2 was? Henry Ford II. You know what Henry Ford II wanted
I was right.
to do? Entertain charity. Let me tell you what he ends up regretting.
But it may not even be true because it's a PBD. Fuck. Who is this? Okay, in 1935, who was the second richest person?
Okay, what he ends up regretting. Why I no longer believe in this whole concept of when I die, I'm going to die with zero and leave it all for charity. The dumbest idea in the world, after I read this to you, the dumbest idea in the world. Give to charity today if you trust the person that's running it. Do not leave in your inheritance for a charity that is going to be...
Seems like it was, maybe, actually. It actually might have been Ford. But he's reading it from like a book.
Anybody else that could be running it, that things could change. Look what happened to Henry Ford, that he eventually
Look at comments while Adam's talking. Sure.
Resigned from the charity that he started himself. So it was in the home that Edsel Ford was confronted with a greater challenge. In 1935, Roosevelt administration pushed through tax reforms that demanded 70% of large inheritances. When his father died, Edsel realized the family would be forced to liquidate their stock and lose control of the company, which bore their name. So Henry Ford, despite his reputation as where he stood with charities, historian William Greenleaf estimated that Elder Ford donated $37.6 million to charity during his lifetime. He built a world-class hospital in Detroit, as well as a Henry Ford Museum in Greenfield Village in Dearborn, was one of the most important institutions dedicated to American history in the hopes preserving at least a part of our history and tradition. He did not believe that charity meant for more financial donation, but involved a living activity, stating, I do not believe in giving folks things. I do believe in giving them a chance to make things.
Wow. Can you believe that the second wealthiest man in America was writing amazing, stellar thoughts down? Like, I don't believe in giving other people things. Yeah, no shit. How do you think he became really wealthy?
For themselves. So look how the story goes. So Edsel seemed to have worked. Henry Ford II in control was the most powerful person in America. They started donation. There were only 2 other foundation trustees, both men employed by the Ford Motor Company. So they started charity. They're running it. There's only 2 other people part of the board, Tom, and they're both working for who? Ford Motor Company. The chaos came slowly, then all at once. Henry Ford II was persuaded that he had a moral responsibility to democratize control of the foundation, as was increasingly regarded as best practice for charitable organizations at the time. So he's trying to be noble and saying, hey, you know what? Let's open it up and let's have more people on the board. Not just me, since I started it and I'm giving all the money. 100% of the money is coming from me. Well, let's open it up. The number of trustees does increase, and over time, these trustees increased in boldness and challenging Ford's opinion. He's giving the money. Yeah. Now they're telling him, we're not going to do that. So watch this. As the influence of those outside of family grew, priorities shifted away from traditional Michigan focus of Henry Ford to now other places. In 1950, the trustees signed the report of the study of the Ford Foundation.
They're like reading. He should have the lights turned off and be holding like a flashlight underneath his chin as he reads this. This is the most horrifying thing that they could possibly bear witness to, which is that one of the wealthiest men in America, oh no, God forbid, some of his like millions and millions of dollars didn't go exactly where he wanted it to go, even though he had an inordinate amount of wealth, because the country just does not tax people this wealthy like they should.
Foundation on policy and program, announcing 5 areas of action: economic improvement, education, freedom and democracy, human behavior, and what? World peace. They decided that their responsibility was no longer to just Michigan, which is where he built everything. It was to who? The world. 1953, the foundation transferred its base of operations from Detroit to where? New York City. It continues. Henry Ford's Detroit was left to crumble. By 1970s, Henry Ford's second loss of control was near total with then President McGeorge.
Is it true that you were on the whatever podcast with Charlie Kirk? People were laughing at how badly Kirk destroyed you. Yeah, well, Charlie Kirk said, I'm alive, and now people laugh at his, sex gifts that are made of him and say that they really care about carrying the flame as a fucking joke, because nobody actually took Charlie Kirk that seriously when he was alive, and even in his death, he is mocked.
Bundy flatly denying George's request. Vinny, check this out. Henry Ford is putting money into charity. He's saying, I want to give money to Henry Ford Hospital. The president of the charity, named the Ford Foundation, says, he flat out denies Ford's request for donation to Henry Ford Hospital. Bundy had more important things to focus on matters of the world. Author Heather McDonald summarized that his focus became the world. So imagine I'm like, hey, Vinny, You're running my charity. Hey, can you give some money to my hospital? No, we got better things
I got
to do.
other stuff going on.
We got to solve world
But
peace.
watch what ends up. More radical still was the Forbes Foundation experience of eugenics and population control in the 70s.
Great.
Motivated by the belief that global starvation was imminent if the population bomb was not addressed, for example, Foundation official Douglas Ensminger created a large-scale sterilization program in India, offering vasectomies to millions. This program...
Are they going to actually be like freaked the fuck? So we're going, because this ended up leading, like money ended up getting into the hands of like, you know, a sterilization program in India or whatever. He's like going to be like, see, this is what happens when you donate to charity.
Infrastructure was then co-opted and made mandatory by Indian Prime Minister at the time, Indira Gandhi, likely influenced by Ford Foundation, who ordered a declaration of national emergency and embarked on a forced sterilization drive, which
Wow, so you have to live with yourself. You're the unfortunate one in that situation. Why? Because I can get the last laugh because I'm actually alive?
sterilized over 6 million.
I don't think I'm the unfortunate one in the situation between myself and the guy who was literally publicly executed by a white Christian guy, as far as I can tell.
Men in
Everybody always emphasizes like the leftist part, but the fact that his undoing was not some radical Muslim, wasn't some black guy, it was some white Christian straight dude. Very, very funny. And he was also religious, as far as I can tell.
76 alone. Ford
6
Foundation.
million men?
6 million men were sterilized in India because of Henry Ford's foundation.
Jeez.
Against his wishes.
In December of that year, 1976, Henry Ford lost all control of the foundation. He resigned his role and said the following in protest, a public letter that he wrote. Front page news, 1970.
I mean, this is just Henry Ford taking an L because nobody made him make any of those decisions. He chose to do that, and then it ended up leading to, like, he lost control over the subsidiary.
76. The diffuse array of enterprises upon which the foundation has embarked in recent years is almost guaranteed that few people anywhere will share a common perception of what the foundation is all about, how it sees its mission, and how it serves society. It's a danger sign. At the time, I did it on purpose because I thought it was the right thing to do, beginning. Now I think I made a mistake. I should have kept control. And this is at a New York Times story. Do you know what these guys end up? The Ford Foundation remains a raging bull on this day, now totally divorced from anything the original Ford family members have recognized in the last decade. You ready what they put their money into?
Yeah, good. He was a notorious anti-Semite.
They have given millions to Southern Vision Alliance, a creation of the revolutionary Marxist-Leninist group, the World Workers' Party. That's not what he stood for. The foundation grant database, accessible online, lists innumerable bizarre donations, $300,000 to build grassroots Muslim power, $600,000, a Chinese state think tank to promote the formation of an internationally accepted ESG system with Chinese characteristics. In 2020, their blog proudly announced, we're seeing grantees at the forefront of change that's taken place over the last few years. The Lake Council of Minneapolis pledged to dismantle the police department. Their work is far from over.
He's like horrified by this story. It's so funny that they'll only use this little logic train when it comes to leading to outcomes that they don't like, or like leftist causes or whatever. But when it comes to some wealthy asshole engaged in criminal, like white collar crime, or even just unspeakable acts against other human beings, like abusing women, abusing children, other forms of criminality that they could get up to as a wealthy person and then not have to take responsibility for because they have the access to, like, you know, material resources and whatnot, legal defenses, like, they don't think anything of that, and they don't see how money is the thing that's facilitating them being held, like preventing them from being held accountable by anything or anyone. And you can never blame capitalism for that. That's just, you know, them being a fucking hustler.
This charity started good, and now they want to get rid of the police. And so when you look at this, American Red Cross, $500 million after the 2010 earthquake that took place, they raised $500 million, of which $170 million was earmarked for shelter, but just 6 permanent structures were built. The Gates Foundation spent billions of dollars to reform the U.S. school system. The effort ended after investigation found the interventions were ineffective. Madonna's $15 million raising Malawi Academy for Girls project was destroyed before it broke ground, having wasted millions on salaries, cars, and golf memberships.
Weird.
And this I Promise school that LeBron James started in 2023 had not a single 8th grade student pass the test for math in 3 years. So guess what when it comes down to charity? Unless if the person...
Wow, that's a really good case that we need to tax wealthy people more so we can have a more robust education system, right, PBD? Oh, wait, he'll never make it that far.
Running the charity is active today. Leave 100% of the money to your family and your kids. and do it in a proper way on what it goes to them.
Dude, what money? People don't even know how they're gonna fucking take care of themselves into their old age, and like are worried about their pensions and Social Security and lack of retirement funds or 401ks. And you're giving people the advice to leave 100% of the money that they don't fucking have to their kids.
Pressure about putting money into charities. You know who's giving the most money?
Yeah, all this pressure. Well, someone think of the fucking billionaires, like the 400 of them that exist in this world.
Charity in a single year in the history of America? You know who? A guy named Elon Musk. He paid $11 billion in taxes. That's charity. And you want to say these billionaires.
What's his point? Just never spend money at any cost. Just hoard wealth because bad stuff might happen to your money if you let it out of its cage. This is about exercising like maximum like self-control. And like power over your own assets, and seeing it as tyrannical that you have some sort of social contract that you're a part of, and that being like, if you are a multimillionaire or a billionaire, that your wealth or money should be redistributed in any way, shape, or form that you don't personally consent to. Like, he finds that to be like an anathema. He does not see like why any wealthy person should bear that like social cost or social responsibility, despite the fact that, like, again, them being raised in this country is the thing that enabled them to produce that wealth in the first place, and having access to like American markets and ingenuity and support and whatnot. Cerebral Palsy Biker 74, thank you so much for the $10 super sticker of a guy jumping and saying yippee. I really appreciate it.
Freaking Forbes magazine becoming socialist. Should have never sold to China. Why would you sell to China? 41%.
Because of capitalism, my dude. That's why. He's like, this is not an enigma. He's like, genuinely, what he really is asking is like, is money more important than political allegiance and like being a nationalist? But he doesn't know how to reconcile that with like his ideology that is supposed to be like super capitalist, super pro deregulation. Like, he wants billionaires to all be like MAGA billionaires.
51% to China. What do you think they're going to do? Oh, they remain a small percentage.
And like, largely, a lot of them are. Fucking Zuckerberg is a billionaire who is MAGA aligned. Peter Thiel is a billionaire who is MAGA aligned. Andreessen, billionaire MAGA aligned. Fucking Musk, billionaire MAGA aligned. Like, there's no shortage of these people.
Forbes family, they own you. You do what they do. Your dad would have never approved of this. So I think this whole concept of what they're doing right now to pressure billionaires. You know what Warren Buffett just announced recently? Guess what Warren Buffett just said? I'm out of Bill Gates Foundation. I'm not doing this no more with you. I'm out.
Oh, really?
I'm out.
Yeah.
Give money to today. Never leave a penny to a single charity after you die. Not a single penny. Control it to go to the right causes, based on the right values. Write it in your trust. Write it in your will. If it's not a cause that matches the values and principle, not a penny can my kids give to that organization. So I think this is a very weird time we're living in, but we got to go back to teaching.
So kind of like how working class Americans don't agree with their tax dollars going to Israel. No, not like that. It's different.
People history, what mistakes people made, how to do it better. You're creating the wealth. The ultimate wealth you're making is for who?
Yourself and your family.
Yourself and your family. So you.
Warren Buffett said billionaires should pay more in taxes, BTW. Yeah, they all say that shit. They all say, like, tax me more or whatever, but it's a fucking... it's like a psyop. I mean, they really want the public to think that, like, by doing and, like, saying stuff like that they're, one, truly committed to it, but they'll never actually lift a finger to try to help make it so that those tax codes are written in such a way that they actually would be taxed more. He'll just say stuff like that and it rehabs his public image, knowing that it's not going to happen.
Set up your kids to have a chance. You're setting it up so your kids have a chance at winning in life. There is nothing wrong with giving your kids a head start. If you work your ass off for all this money, give it to them. Leave it to them, not to charities. These charities don't care about you. They don't wake up in the morning thinking about your kids and your family.
Well, you just made a great point, too. Like, they raised how many millions and millions of dollars, and they couldn't even build the thing because there were golf memberships and cars, and what the hell?
2 Corinthians 12:14. After all, children should not have to save up for their parents, but their parents for their children. Let me read it again. Corinthians. After all, children should not save up for their...
I love Protestants.
Parents, but parents for their children.
Interesting.
It's our...
We're going to read any of the other parts in that Bible that talk about how it's more easy for, like, a man to pass through the fucking eye of a needle or something than it is for, like, a wealthy person to get into heaven. We got to talk about any of the parts where Jesus, like, emphasizes the importance of, like, giving to the poor and caring for other people. Or just the ones that, like, reinforce and justify the insane, like, amounts of wealth that you hoard.
Job to take care of them. Yeah. Not their job to take care of us. Mm-hmm. We're supposed to set them up. It's our job to give them a head start, not the other way around. So there's so much confusion out there with what we're talking about. And then
my point was that he thinks rich people should control their wealth, but poor people shouldn't. If they didn't want money going to Israel, it wouldn't go because they can afford to lobby. It's just the hypocrisy of saying you should be careful about where your wealth goes and the poor literally can't. Yeah, for sure. I mean, they're championing a system where like might makes right, and literally just the way that like it's kind of just world fallacy a little bit, like the way that everything is set up. It's like capitalism is just naturally rewards meritocracy and is fair. So if somebody is succeeding, it's by virtue of their intellect or something that they've done, some achievement that has warranted them having this amount of wealth, this amount of power. Whereas the lazy poor should not really get that much of a say, and you're poor for a reason, which is because you're stupid and wrong. So you naturally should have less of a say. So basically, only wealthy people they can change society. They can be the movers and shakers of the world. But poor people, by virtue of being poor, should, obviously be this natural underclass that exists to serve this upper class and who should be pushed around by them constantly.
Oh, kids have to take care of their. I mean, don't get me wrong. I do it proudly. I'm grateful in the biggest way. So it's not like it's a burden. Oh my God, I feel burdened by it. But it's our job to set them up. Not these freaking charities. Who the hell are these charities? Be charitable. Give to your church. If you trust where the money is going to, like Tom and I, we sat down, they're coming up to us, say, can you give us money?
Oh my God, if you trust where the money is going, he's even saying to be skeptical about donating to your church, which a message I'd normally embrace, okay? But like, they're coming at it from like, you got to be careful. Even when you're in the Lord's house, you can't trust like that the people are not going to be fucking like out to scam you.
Where is this money going to? Swimming pool. His daughter swims. Let's support. Where is this money going to? To a library. What is it going to have? Great support. Where is this money going to? No, instead of doing this. No. So I don't know. I think
they're all saying like, read the room, PBD.
I think this whole thing, as you go deeper into it, folks who are making money in our audience, a good
preaching to the wrong crowd.
Percentage of you guys are fairly wealthy. Get very serious about estate planning and your living trust in place, or else that money's going to get wasted by somebody that doesn't have the similar cause as you.
Pat, how much crossover is there with the barbarians to bureaucrats that you always talk about?
Rogue Theology, thanks so much for the $4.99 super chat. Tax the rich, feed the poor until there's rich and poor no more. I'm an heir, and obviously being a dragon is evil. What have I that I didn't receive? I mean, again, like, this is what happens when you actually think that there's that people's wealth in any way, shape, or form corresponds to like their character, or that they've earned it in some way. Like it leads people like this to these like bizarre outcomes where they see like, again, a capitalist being encouraged to donate to charity so it's easier to defend them, like basically for PR reasons, as like tyrannical.
Talk about, is this basically that? You start as the barbarian, you start as the prophet, and then the bureaucrats take over and they start basically imposing their will against whatever you want.
It's the guilt. It's the guilt of being wealthy. It's the guilt of being successful. It's the guilt of, oh my God, I'm so guilty. I have too much money. I have too much this. Stop it. Stop allowing.
Oh, you think that the founder or the person that made the billions has like almost like survivor's guilt?
Yeah. So Henry Ford, that started the charity, he felt guilty that he was too rich. So let's give some money away because that's the right thing to do. And you know what? Let's extend the board. Let's extend it because these are nice people. And the people you extend the board to come back and tell you, no, you can't give money to a hospital you started. It's like, wait a minute, then I resign? No, we're not doing it that way.
I always find it so interesting when you see someone like Mark Benioff. How do you start from being an ultra-capitalist and then becoming basically a socialist? Like we talked about that Starbucks moving their headquarters.
There's a lot of different things that you can go with that. But anyways, I want this was something on my mind this weekend. I want to let it out.
Adam trying to riff and he's like shutting it down. Love it.
Out to let the audience do whatever they want to do with it. By the way, let me go to this next one, then I'll come to you guys. Pull up the Shema tweet if you could, Rob. Pull up the Shema to Tom. I'm going to come to you first and then Adam to you next. So here's Shema. We know about the billionaire tax that California is talking about, right?
Just looking at a comment that says Adam's significant other is his mother.
5%, but it's just the billionaires. Just the billionaires. And then Shema Palapatia posts this tweet that I retweeted. The devil's in the what? You ever hear the line? The devil's in the what? So the billionaire tax is actually on everyone tax. The billionaire tax is a new tax protocol written by 4 professors who don't believe in the American dream. Some of them aren't even American. Go figure. Despite its name, it applies to every Californian resident who currently has assets or ever will. The creators named it the billionaire tax, so you would get into a fraud and wouldn't look closely at what it actually does to you. On page 26, it explains how the government can convert to an everyone tax without voter approval. Bingo! Motive. They can also adjust the tax to be a yearly tax, not just a one-time thing. Again, without your what?
Approval.
Here's how the tax would work. As a voter, you're being asked to approve a tax that would require you to...
Dude, it's not a secret that, like... He thinks that it's actually like a secret that there could be more, like, again, any sort of wealth tax or whatever is going to be potentially some overhauling of the tax code that could also affect more brackets than just the wealthiest of the wealthiest.
1, list all your assets and the value of each, then submit them to California Franchise Tax Board. 2, authorize the tax board to appraise your assets and confirm the value of each. 3, pay a penalty of up to 40% of your tax bill if the board determines...
This cuck isn't even a billionaire. Hey, he's a temporarily embarrassed billionaire.
reported value was too low in their opinion. 4, allow the tax court to subpoena your financial records from every one of your financial institutions for auditing. This everyone tax runs 34 pages of shifty language describing how the government plans to take your assets. Read the fine print and decide for yourself. If this were truly a billionaire tax, it would be 3 pages. It's 34 pages so it can create the mechanisms to steal from all of you. Go a little bit low, Rob, if he has the picture on there or not. I thought he did.
California.
I thought he did. So, Tom, before we find the picture, Tom, your thoughts on this? Because the average person is like, we should tax the billionaires more. Where do you stand with this?
It says, if you only vote on headlines, you deserve the fine print. If you read everything through and you're an informed voter, then you should be evangelizing and being an ambassador of truth in your circle around the people you work and you live and you go to church and soccer and everything else with. This reminds me of when Nancy Pelosi was cornered. Vinny, you remember this? Nancy Pelosi gets cornered on, what was the bill? The healthcare bill? Says, well, we'll know what's in it after we pass it. Do you remember that?
Yeah, of course.
She gets cornered. Guess what? This is the same thing. This is not a coincidence. This is the way government works. The way government works is you run headlines to create emotions. This is the Democrat playbook.
Is wealth discrimination unconstitutional?
You run headlines to create emotion. People go, oh my gosh. And they say, good news, we're taxing the rich. Bad news. Now I think you're rich. And that's the way this is working. And Chamath's pointed it out. This is government at its worst. This is the way Pelosi talked about it. Pat, I am unsurprised. I knew it was coming because I said, you just wait. It's going to be...
It's also like resting on this assumption like there isn't regressive taxation in this country where poor people are still paying an inordinate amount of taxes. Like, yeah, the wealthy pay the majority of it, but it's still far less than what they should be paying.
The opposite of Bernie Sanders. Bernie Sanders was, all the millionaires need to go. All the millionaires need to go. Then it's all the billionaires because Sanders became a millionaire. Remember, he shifted all of his rhetoric. And
I don't remember this. I feel like Bernie still calls out, like he has always focused primarily on the 1% and billionaires.
There's all those funny videos how he doesn't say millionaires anymore. He just says billionaires because he joined the club with 3 houses. Well, guess what? It's here. This is exactly what we said was going to happen. Pat, people got to be educated voters. Don't vote on headlines. Find out what it says. We've been taught to pick up juice.
And like, even if that were true, that would be like a moral failing of Bernie for him to switch up the second it became outside of his immediate like class interest to advocate for like higher taxation. That would be something that is like skeevy and shady and wrong and not something to be like admired. But they kind of see it as just like this sort of like either they frame it as this like, haha, you got like fucked and not indicative of the very problem that Sanders was talking about before he would have made that pivot.
I see people picking up juice at Trader Joe's, at the supermarket, and I'll see them look at the back. And I have personally heard people saying, honey, that's not juice. That's 180 calories of sugar. I've seen it. So we're learning to do that. We have to do the same thing with the bills we're voting on. Check the ingredients because it doesn't... Government is just not out.
Aaron, I left my number for you in my Instagram DM. The only number you should be forwarding is your own to a therapist in their fucking voicemail box, dude. Holy shit. Do not send me your phone number. I don't want it.
To take from one or to impugn one. They're out to impugn and control all of us.
Rob, is that the page of what it says?
I believe so. 25 of 32.
25 of 32. Where's the part that it says at any point? Did you find that part or no? Okay, Adam, I'll come to you. I'll look for this here right now. Adam, go for it.
Yeah, well, we need to stop villainizing rich people because it's the easiest thing to do. Well, the rich people did it. Well, you know, the capitalists, it's their problem. The Victim Olympics is a real thing. Let me tell you something. You know, every year I go to the Special Olympics. My friends put it on.
Adam is a Special Olympics attendee confirmed.
You know, we have a problem with entitlement and welfare in this country. Let me tell you something. Unless you qualify to compete in the Special Olympics, meaning like you just literally can't take care of yourself.
Which Adam does.
I don't want to hear about your problems. Nobody cares. The Victim Olympics, the blame, why do the rich people do this? They can't do this. Remember when AOC showed up to like the Met Gala and tax?
It's not even Victim Olympics, it's Oppression Olympics. And it doesn't involve an actual invocation of the Paralympics. I don't think he ever understood what people are saying when they're saying you're doing Oppression Olympics, which is just like, stop doing this cringe dick measuring contest of like who has it worse. But the point when people say that is usually to say that there's no reason for it to be a race to the bottom competition to see who's the most oppressed. We can all recognize that different people face different levels of adversity depending on like what their identity is. He's like took the opposite point that you're supposed to take away from that comment.
It's the rich. This is their whole notion right now. I think there needs to be a new conversation in this country between what capitalism is and what socialism is. One of your most viewed things you've ever done, PPD, was the Jubilee debate. People would hit me up. You know, people like hit you up. Oh, I saw this. Oh, I saw this.
Rich people get too much hate. I've always said it. Tip your landlords, folks. They're people too.
People were fascinated about that because that's a conversation that needs to happen. I truly believe that capitalists, the business owners, need to educate their workers how salaries work, how taxes work. Because if you ever hear the socialists talk, the Democratic Socialists of America talk, they talk about...
they don't need to educate it when all of the tax codes and literally this entire country is skewed in favor of fucking capitalists. He's like, they need to educate them on how like this works or that works, as though like... as if people aren't already subjected to different like anti-union, like union busting tactics where the same, suddenly your employer is very, very, interested in the, like shaping your education and outlook on certain things in the fucking workplace. But like, this is so weird. Like they're not offended at the suggestion, or they're very offended at the suggestion that a billionaire, literally a guy who's almost a trillionaire, should donate any of that to a charity voluntarily of his choice and not be taxed higher. That's not what Forbes was saying he needs to do. But he's okay with asking capitalists to like be responsible for like educating their employees on how to like balance a budget.
Represent working people. That we're all working people. So remember
oh my God, he actually thinks working class literally just means anytime you do any sort of like labor or white collar work or blue collar work, and not like a relation to your wealth or how it corresponds to how you earn.
You told a story about when Trump did his tax cuts. You said, however long you've been with me at the company, for every month you've been here, you're going to get $100. Is that the correct story?
Yep.
So someone who's been working there for 3 years says, oh my God, just got $3,500. It's incredible.
They're not getting money. If your employer could get away with not paying you, they absolutely fucking would. Your employer would if they thought they could enslave you, they'd fucking enslave you, dude. It's not graciousness. That's the money that you have earned because you worked for the company and generated revenue for them.
That, you say don't show, tell. It's better to, what's the thing you always say?
Show, not tell?
I don't know. Which one are
you say you said it's better to show than tell, essentially?
Yeah.
There's a phrase you always talk about.
Yeah.
But you showed them what it's like when you get a tax cut. You're going to reap the benefits of it.
Yeah.
There's too much of a gap between the rich people and the working class. And I think a conversation is due to say,
those are
I'm paying you.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the two different things, I see what you're saying. You're talking about the taxes. But the reason that people are
God, PVD is so subtly devastating, and he immediately got tripped up when he just said those are two different things. Like, we're talking about like taxation and donations, and you're talking about like wages an employer gives to an employee.
Advocating for the taxes because the poor people don't understand the benefit of the rich person, the job creator, the entrepreneur. They took the risk. They started this company, and you have the benefit of it.
No question about it. For me, when it comes down to...
He's advocating for capitalists telling their workers they deserve to be poor. He was trying to frame it like he wasn't, and then he had to actually explicitly make that point because PVD questioned him.
To a conversation like this, when they think they're just targeting billionaires, they're not targeting billionaires. Mamdani's not going after billionaires. Mamdani is, he's a guy.
The whole reason why you're ass mad about him in the last episode, PVD, was because he was showing that wealthy fucking like sports ball players like $238 million home and was pointing to it saying like, yeah, we want to tax people like this on their property taxes. They're not going after, they're going after wealthy people.
That he would like to eventually, in an ideal world, Mamdani would like to be a communist, is what he would like to be. He would like to get rid of all the billionaires, and he would like there to be no existence of any billionaires. I even think he said that in the past before. Yeah, that he thinks we don't need billionaires, right? And many others have said that as well. The issue with affordability is something that we have. Whoever is able to figure that part out is going to win elections. Whoever. The other day I had Dominic Tarczynski.
I'm starting to think that if you appeal to the voters' material needs and offer them things that will benefit them personally, that you might win elections doing this.
Yeah. And you know what's the one thing they do in Poland now that they came up with 3 years ago? I think it's a brilliant...
But he thinks for a politician to promise, like, delivering for their constituents is, like, inherently a scam.
Idea, Vinnie. It's... In Poland now, if you're 26 or younger, you pay no federal income tax. If you're 26 or younger. So if you make $100,000 a year, guess how much you keep? $100,000. If you make $500,000 a year, you keep $500,000. So I said, what if we did that for 30 or under? What if you're under 30?
Oh my God.
Whatever you make, you keep.
What the fuck, dude? Why would you want this? Like, you realize that people are not supposed to be working, ideally, all the way up until they fucking die. And you're talking about from the time that people turn 18 to the time that they turn 30. You're just not going to tax people like that, even though that's some of the most productive years for a person in their career.
What if you did that? what would happen to the youth? And what if you said, if you have 4 kids or more, from the age your kids are 0 to 18 years old, you pay no federal income taxes. Think about that for a second. But it's 4 kids.
There's already states in this country where there's no federal income tax.
Wife, the two
But
of
you're
you
not escaping it. They still have to raise revenue for the fucking state in different ways. And what they do is they do sales. They offset it with sales taxes and other regressive forms of taxation. You're not escaping it entirely. And like making $100,000 like that, the median salary in this country is $39,000. So that puts you significantly above most people, but that doesn't say much.
Like the Middle Eastern way. I'm talking like the traditional way, 4 kids, right? I don't want you to accelerate it and go and say, let's practice polygamy so I can get 4 kids in 1 year because I'm making $100 million this year. I want to accelerate the process.
Create a charity.
Yeah, but I do think there's going to be someone in the next 12, 24, 36
Oh, true. There's no state income tax, not federal. That's true.
months that's going to come out with some creative ideas to make sure.
But he makes it sound like this is a tax structure that is like, there's nothing that resembles this tax structure anywhere in the country when there already is.
Youth don't pay any taxes until they're 30 years old.
Because you're going to incentivize that kid to hustle and bust their butt and make money, and then you're going to have other people to have a bunch of kids.
It is a real issue. Can we get to the next car thing? Why Vinnie doesn't want to buy a car?
The thing I just want to give you credit, you always talk about more is caught than taught. That's what I was thinking about. Did you hear what Bill Maher said? So if you want to go look at this story, Bill Maher basically called out.
It's just a stream of consciousness from Adam. He's just like so desperate to make some point that PBD finds compelling and praises him for that he's like all over the place.
Bernie Sanders about taxes. I think it's an important addendum to basically the story.
I saw that.
He basically said last week
right
was
there,
tax
you were
day.
about to go to it.
Yeah, I paid the government if you add state tax, local tax, sales, property, and Obamacare, probably almost 60% of what I earn in California.
And Obamacare.
He said, while I'm sure the super rich with their army of accountants and corporate loopholes get away with murder, us regular rich people pay a ton of tax.
I think you can avoid federal taxes in Puerto Rico and other U.S. territories. No, I mean, you probably can, but there's a reason why most people don't want to live in those areas, and they have very depressed economies, so it wouldn't really be meaningful.
Taxes. And here's the numbers. The top 10% of America pays 72% of all taxes. Top 10%.
The wealthy pay a disproportionate amount because they have money. They have more money.
The bottom half, so the 50% of this country that's basically earning less than $40,000, do you know how much they pay in taxes? 3%.
Because they don't have any money to tax. You could try to institute really, really steep taxes against these people, against poor people, but guess what? They don't even have money to pay off their basic fucking like cost of living, and they're already in a shit ton of debt. They just wouldn't pay it. And unless you want to bring back like debtor's prison, you're not going to ever get the money.
So this whole taxing the rich, federally, where can they go? They'll leave the country. But if you do it in a state, how many people are going to leave California? You left California.
Even if you leave the country, that wouldn't avoid it, though. You still have to pay. Like, this is one of the few countries where it's actually really, really hard to avoid taxation. Like, if you become a dual citizen or something like that, and you're not even, like, within the United States, you just retain the citizenship, you still have to pay taxes.
You're 13%. How many people leave New York? So more is
and that's not the case with other places that, like, where you can retain, like, a dual citizenship. You can, like, retain a dual citizenship, but if you live outside of the country and it's not actually your resident, you're just only like remaining like a citizen formally, they don't tax you usually because you're not actually drawing upon any of the social services.
When it affects you.
This is just the beginning. But let's go to the next story. Next story I want to get to is Trump abruptly cancels Kushner-Witkoff's Pakistan trip. And so
where is the Adam Tom brawl? It has to happen soon.
Be going. And at the same time, the Iran guy, Abbas Araghchi, I believe that's his name, he went to Pakistan, then went to Oman.
Thank God, more foreign policy analysis.
And is in Russia. And I think he is meeting with Putin as we speak, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, that is going on right now as we speak. They just landed in Russia. They're about to meet with Putin. Allegedly, is the story that we keep reading about, that this may be taking place right now. Trump also said he's taking the nukes off the table with Iran. He doesn't have any interest in doing anything with nukes. And if you go in the market, look at what the market's doing today. Gold is back up to 96. I don't know where it's at. Not gold. Oil is back up to 96.30. Market's down slightly, nothing major, it's down slightly, but oil is up. So in a part of this oil story, Tom, I'm going to come to you, is I think it's in the addendum with what the oil is doing. Trump claims Iran's oil infrastructure may explode in 3 days due to U.S. blockade. So Rob, if you have that clip, go for it, right there. Can't hear anything, guys.
But what you're referring to is that when you have lines of vast amounts of oil pouring through your system, if for any reason that line is closed because you can't continue to put it into containers or ships, which has happened to them, they have no ships because of the blockade. What happens is that...
Again, tell me that this isn't just state media. they will never actually just pull up a news article and talk about like just how this was reported. They just go directly to Donald Trump and just take him at his word. They pull up a Truth Social post, take him at his word for that.
Line explodes from within.
Like this will be the only insight that his audience gains into like what's going on with respect to the United States and Iran's negotiations.
Both mechanically and in the earth, something happens where it just explodes, and they say they only have about 3 days left before that happens. And when it
Puck My Life, thank you so much for gifting Kurglow a tier 1 sub. I really appreciate it.
Explodes, you can never, regardless, you can never rebuild it the way it was. In other words, it will always be, if you rebuild it, it's hard to rebuild it all, but it would only be about 50% of what it is right now. So it's a very powerful thing that takes place, sort of having to do with nature. But when that gets clogged at the end, in other words, when you have to turn it off because you have no place to store this oil, either put it on ships or storage tanks, which they are just about finished with, a very bad thing's going to happen. So I think they're under pressure. But
Tom.
So Iran's under tremendous just mechanical pressure. They need, I'm not going to comment on the explode because I have not found the explosion comment, but I have found all of the comments regarding storage. Right now, you pump the oil out of the ground and you store it in these tanks. And then guess what? Empty tankers come up to Carg Island, they hook up, they take your crude oil and they go to work.
It is so hilarious watching Tom pretend like he's giving this off the cuff summary or summation of something that he read earlier when he's clearly just pulled it up on Grok or AI or something, is reading a summary and trying to pass it off like he's just riffing, when you can literally see him reading it and trying to just summarize it in the moment to make it sound natural.
Wherever they go and they refine it into aviation fuel, gasoline, jet fuel, all the kerosene, everything else that they need to make out of a barrel of oil. But right now, once you've got oil in motion, what I've been reading about, once the oil is in motion, that a sudden halt creates a problem where they have to like restart the well and repump the well. Because remember, like in the US, we do fracking and stuff. And so there is mechanical things, Pat, that if they stop right now, number one, they're full. It means they can't offload it to anybody, which also means that they're not selling as much of it per day. And we've already talked about $444 million a day or whatever it is. Mm-hmm. It's crazy. So he's right, is they're coming up against an infrastructure deadline where they have no place to put the oil, and if they shut down the pumps, they're hard to restart, and there's certain damage that can be caused, and so they're really up against it. They need all of these empty tankers to immediately get to Carg Island so that they can be offloading this stuff that they're pumping into these.
I love how he thinks that that will only impact Iran and like the Gulf states. Like, oh, did you know that this blockade could permanently damage like oil refineries and necessary critical infrastructure for global energy production? Like, USA is definitely going to get the last laugh here. Dude, like, you don't want that. It could fucking upend, like, then even if the strait does get reopened, it's going to fuck with prices still because they're not going to be able to refine the oil.
These storage facilities.
Yeah, when you're reading this, it says experts have warned that Iran could be forced to shut down its oil fields as early as April 29 because the U.S. naval blockade, risking long-term damage to its crude production. So that's because Tehran is effectively running out of storage space, like we talked about earlier. Both the Critical Threats Project of the American Enterprise Institute and Energy Aspect UK-based fuel analysts from estimates that Iran's storage space will be up in the coming week, like now. And so if that's going on, Tom, the question becomes the following. Is this one of the reasons why the president is just kind of cool, calm, and collected right now? Does he know that Iran...
I mean, it could be that, or it could be the fact that he clearly fucking has dementia and doesn't know what's going on at any given point and is just led around by Bibi Netanyahu, all of the people in his cabinet, whatever moneyed interests have his ear at the time.
Super desperate, and they can't...
But wonder why he's so calm. Truly an enigma. Rogue Theology, thank you so much for the $4.99 super chat. I really appreciate it. After these clowns, can we watch little children run up to Pope Leo or something else really good and wholesome? This is brutal as fuck. God bless you, Straighterade. I know you're not kidding, but it almost reads like satire. Thank you so much, Rogue Theology. Now, after this, we'll listen to the fucking the Trump 60 Minutes interview. I won't play it because then I think it'll get shut down. But I'll have it off screen because I don't think it'll get copyright checked.
They have no leverage because Trump knows the cards. And it doesn't seem like he's pushing that hard. He's just kind of like, yeah, okay, take your time. You don't want to talk to us? No problem.
It's almost like he's a plutocrat that isn't really that materially affected personally by this, so he's not motivated to end it anytime soon.
We also won't come down. What could Russia do right now to help them to extend a life?
What could Russia do
to help Iran, to have like a...
Russia needs to get in and say, buddy, we need to be working together for the next century, and you're coming up against a very, very tough
Russia, please save us from this mess Donald Trump created. Please, Russia, help.
time. We got to figure this thing out. You got to figure this thing out. And I think that's why Trump
literally just outlined Trump's incompetence and inability and lack of any sort of fucking any will or motivation to end this conflict. And at the point where he's saying will Russia please intervene and get the shit under control already, because our head of state's not going to do it.
Saying we have all the cards. We've got 5 days. They've got 5 days. Our 5 days is we can wait. Their 5 days is a deadline.
And why would Russia want this to end anytime soon? They're laughing all the way to the fucking bank. It has the world fucking distracted from their ongoing war against Ukraine, as well as the benefits that they get from the oil markets and the prices.
So if you think of it that way, our 5 days is patience. Their 5 days.
Russia and Israel are the only ones benefiting from this.
Is a mechanical oil pumping deadline. What could Russia do? Russia could help. Russia could say, look, I know I haven't been really as cooperative with Trump as I could have been, and I got my own Ukraine war going on.
I love how they always make it the fan fiction that they start writing is as if it's this interpersonal dispute between a boyfriend and a girlfriend. Babe, I know I haven't been as attentive lately. I've just been really, really busy with work. I swear. But I'm going to start taking you out more. I'm going to start appreciating you. We're going to start spending a lot more time together. I promise any day now that if only Russia would just be like that boyfriend to, their scorned wife, Iran.
But you guys, you need to figure this out, and you need to figure it out in a hurry. I think, and now, is Putin going to call Trump and say, Donald, Mr. President, what do you want me to do? That's not going to happen. But I think, Russia could be an intermediary, not for the U.S., but simply because they need Iran to be pumping, and Russia's other friend, China.
No, they don't. They benefit from this.
Is probably whispering around saying, hey, somebody, we got to figure this out. We got to figure this out. We need all those empty tankers to be at Karg Island to be pumping off right now. So I think it's Russia and China behind the scenes, Pat. They have to be. If you're dependent on...
It's not behind the scenes. Russia and China are clearly involved in this.
Iran.
China more so than Russia, but it's not a secret that the other two global superpowers have their own interests and stakes in this. If the Strait of Hormuz is reopened, it's likely going to be because of fucking China. China has released their 5 or 10 point plan, and part of it is not allowing Iran to maintain such a that much control over the Strait of Hormuz. Rogue Theology, thanks so much for the $1.99 super chat. Really appreciate it. Lol, glad you know I'm sincere. I do get that a lot.
For oil.
Never doubted it for a second.
You got to be whispering right now. And supposedly Putin was going to Oman, right?
Yeah, exactly. Adam, your thoughts?
Well, if there's one thing we know about Trump is that he's ready to make a deal. That guy wants to make a deal, whether it's a real estate deal, whether it's a peace deal, whether it's a weapons deal, whether it's a financial deal, he's ready to make a deal. He also said he's in no rush. Think about that. Everyone's trying to give him you got to hurry up. You got to end this. He basically said, listen, we were in war in Afghanistan 20 years. We're in Iraq for almost a decade, whatever it was. Vietnam was X amount of years. World War III goes, we've been doing this 6 weeks, guys. Pump the brakes a little bit. By the way, there was also
It's
another...
only been 6 weeks since I launched this illegal war of choice with Israel, guys. Cut me some slack. Come on. It's not like it could be Vietnam. It could be a lot worse.
Quote, he goes, nobody's telling me what to do. Nobody. I'm making the decisions. Whether you agree with them or not, that's on you. But it's on Trump. But you know what this reminds me of, this whole Pakistan thing? Remember when we had the live event for the Reagan movie with Dennis Quaid, right? Great movie, great
Dude, I bet that was a fucking riot to attend.
Actor, giving a shout out to Reagan here. They had a challenge when they were negotiating the nuclear peace deal with the U.S. and the USSR of getting USSR to the table. And here's what we learned about the negotiation. It goes, just get them in the room. If they're not in the room, what are we negotiating? So right now we're just trying to get to the leader.
And why can't they get in the room? Why can't we get in the room with them? One, even if he wanted that, Trump just called off the negotiations. And for two, the reason why he called off the negotiations is because last time we sent our representatives, they didn't even show up. He was trying to avoid another back-to-back humiliation.
Leaders of Iran, whoever they are, whoever it is.
Trump just canceled getting to the room. I mean, again, it's in response to them probably not, they were not going to show up. But the reason why they're not going to show up is because they have no reason to do that right now.
This point, you said it's this guy, I don't know, whatever his name is now.
Explain, these people are never going to be meant to explain how we can simultaneously hold all the cards, but we can't get them to come sit down and make a deal with us.
It's not the supreme leader. He's dead. The supreme leader's son.
I heard he's injured.
He's getting a facelift apparently. Yeah, missing a leg. Okay, so they didn't even know who negotiating.
Negotiator Abbas Agharati.
Yeah, this guy.
If I pronounce it.
So what happened was
I don't know that the Ayatollah was ever involved in the negotiations of this directly.
This is what I think will make Trump so unique. You tell me if you guys agree. What Reagan did is when he got them in the room, he killed them with kindness. He did unreasonable hospitality, and they felt. I mean, these guys were Cold War enemies. I would argue that Iran and U.S. are actually worse enemies because we're actually fighting. U.S. and USSR never fought. But they got him to the table, he killed them with kindness, and they worked out a deal. The whole thing with Iran, I think Jake Sullivan basically said when they were doing the nuclear deal, he goes, they say trust but verify? He goes, with Iran, don't trust and still verify. Bottom line is we got to get them in the room. We have to figure out what they want. And Trump...
You mean the nuclear deal where they weren't going to pursue nuclear weapons and their enrichment was kept at like 3%, and they agreed to IAEA inspections that they were complying with, the one that Trump shredded, and now they've enriched God knows how much fucking uranium.
If there's one person you trust in a room negotiating a deal, it's Trump or his liaison. And that's where I think this is going to go.
Vinny.
Yeah, I mean, dude, all the craziness, all the noise from the past 2-3 weeks, now it's like everything's just calm. Everything's like chill now because now it's like the chess moves that are being made right now are like now it's like real. Because think about it. These guys are traveling to, where are they right now? They're in Russia.
Who?
The
leaders
Abbas
of
and all these guys? Where'd they just land? Rob, where was that?
Yeah.
He's in Russia now.
They're in Russia right now
yes.
talking. And by the way, because mind you, Russia's been, have you heard any, I haven't heard Putin at all, Pat. I haven't heard anything from Xi Jinping.
Why do you think Putin has not really said anything, dude? Think, Vinny. Why? Why have you not really heard from Putin?
I've heard anything. We obviously know that they're doing stuff behind the scenes because they're so relying on Iran's.
If we don't, China is involved. They are a party to this.
Oil, but I'm very, very interested to see what this week is going to be a very, very telling week, Pat. I think this is going to be a week because what's that conversation like right now? What's the conversation like in Russia with Iran? You know what I mean? What are they talking about right now? So I'm very curious to see what the end of this week is going to look like with that.
What do you think it would be?
I mean,
what do you think Putin is saying?
Please, you role play.
Tom, think about that. But think about that. We're at war with them, us, Israel, Iran, and the quiet people in the war, China and Russia, haven't heard a peep. Now they're openly going to meet with them, and I think that conversation is like, listen, whatever the hell's going on, whatever you guys need to do, you need to make this happen fast because we need the oil. They need the oil. This is all coming down to oil. Am I right, Tom?
Oil and weapons and money.
That's what I'm saying.
Follow the money here. Yeah.
We'll see. Let me get to the next story. Cars, okay, effective 2027. Rob, what page is the car? I think that's on 26, 27, yeah. So this is a little weird. I want to actually get the audience's thoughts on this. So every new car could become a surveillance machine by 2027, and it may decide if you can drive. I mean, this is exactly what
This was literally the article I was pulling up just to fucking fact check them.
Movies, the surveillance movies talk about, like what you don't want it to be is what it's shown. So let's read this through. This isn't some distant concept or experimental feature that might come up in a few years. By 2027, every car sold in the U.S. could be required to actively monitor the person behind the wheel. That means watching your eyes, tracking your behavior, and constantly evaluating whether you're alert enough to drive or not. For a lot of drivers, that starts to feel a lot less safe and more surveillance. So the law that's quietly changing cars, tucked into a broader federal safety initiative, is a requirement for impaired driving detection technology in all new vehicles. The goal sounds simple enough. Reduce crashes caused by drunk or fatigued drivers. It's a problem that has been around for decades, okay? And to do that, automakers will need to install a system that monitors drivers in real time. Vinny, your thoughts on this?
Well, when's the last time we heard something like this? Do you guys remember after September 11th, they gave us the Patriot Act, and they sold it as protection, Pat. Like, stop terrorism, keep everybody safe.
That was the last time that domestic surveillance was expanded in this country. Definitely nothing between the Patriot Act and now.
They collected all of our data on everybody, every single American.
If you told these guys about NSPM7, they wouldn't believe you. They actually wouldn't. They would think that you're lying, that exists. And then once they realize you're not lying and it does exist, they would justify it.
They were like, well, guys, the war on terror, that was Bush Jr. His favorite thing. But now the same idea, different excuse. Back then it was terrorists. Now it's unsafe drivers. But the move is the same. More surveillance, more control. That's why people don't trust this. And I'm not a fan of it. It sounds so good on paper. It's on nobody. I mean, you're a moron. You want drunk drivers on the road, but the part that people are waking up to, this isn't just going to sit there quietly. It's collecting your data a lot of it. And then once that data exists, it doesn't just disappear. It gets stored, it gets analyzed, it gets potentially shared. Remember, Tom?
I mean, that exists with CCTV and AI and Waymos, and is already being expanded. Like, he's scared of. He's like acting like this isn't already in place. Rezi, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, guys. We were watching the PBD podcast and their brilliant fucking political analysis.
Do that predictive, like, crime, pre-crime. If you're gonna do this, are you gonna kill somebody? Like, and then they'll stop you. It's almost like a Minority Report. But insurance companies already want access to this kind of data. Obviously, regulators want more control, and now you have
they already have access to this data.
AI making judgment calls in real time. And I'm just not a fan of it. Like,
yeah, this isn't even mentioning the FISA shit, dude. That Republicans literally had to do in the middle of the night to try to sneak past the public.
Say my eyes are kind of yawning, or I'm not even yawning, Pat. I have something in my eye, or I'm squinting. What, they're going to monitor me and shut my freaking car off? I'm not a fan of it at all.
Well, listen, a lot of Republicans voted for this. Anna Paulina Luna did not. She even tweeted about this, saying, I'm not part of this.
I don't
but
like
some
it.
55 Republicans voted for this. And some of them said the reason for it is the MAD, Mothers Against Drunk Drivers. So this is a way for us to protect the kids. Tom, what do you like with this?
I love how they're trying to act like it's big mothers against drunk driving and not like corporate interests that are influencing their vote, and they're just like just taking them at their word.
Oh, not well. I do not want to take the autonomy from the human that owns that vehicle. There is already things like Mercedes. Mercedes will.
Again, why are you okay with AI in literally every other context and removing autonomy and like having LLM machines that don't even have like humans in the loop, but you draw the line here?
Does
like, I'm not saying that you couldn't attenuate it to have that line, but why? I feel like they would struggle to explain what the different, like, why they cut it off here arbitrarily.
driver attention, and it gives you a beep, and it tells you have to grab the steering wheel, and it'll say, like, are you dozing off? Take a break. So there's things in Mercedes that Mercedes has advertised broadly, even on the little base.
All these corporations already have our data, and they're selling it to advertisers hand over fist. I mean, like, again, if you told these people what the contracts that this government currently has with Palantir, they would not believe you.
Mercedes,
or how like ICE's activities have been expanded to include domestic surveillance, that like using open source data and social media to try to track down undocumented people.
Detect if you're like maybe getting fatigued and the car starts reacting, but a car doesn't drive for you. I want to know how they're going to underwrite this. We know insurance. So if the car has the ability to take over for me if it thinks I'm in capacity, and the car makes a mistake and has a collision with somebody, who pays for that accident? Does Ford pay for the accident? I would argue I
wasn't driving.
I didn't cause the accident. So let me tell you, what closed the Strait of Hormuz? Lloyd's of London. You could argue that the first closure of the Strait of Hormuz before everything
These
started.
insurance people, man, they're always
those guys,
be
man.
careful for those guys. So I don't want to see this, but I think there's also a worse thing happening. What people need to understand is what's about to happen is your car is about to become a subscription service. You know, that's just kind of the direction where
Tom discovers digital tenancy in 2026.
Going. You're going to buy the car and then you pay for the advanced subscription for all these things. Like you buy an iPhone and then you get an in-app purchases if you want to buy deluxe
and microtransactions.
All these other features. That's where the cars are going to be going. And that it's just like full self-driving. You can pay a subscription to Tesla for that if your car is equipped. But I don't like this because it's unproven. And I really, full self-driving has to be, you know, fully.
This is always the dumbest argument against self-driving cars, which is that it could be dangerous, as if it's not dangerous to have humans behind the wheels of vehicles already.
Place and proven. Otherwise, what do we do?
Let me ask you this.
What do you do if a car makes a mistake?
If they do this in 27, would you buy a 27 model or would you not buy it?
No. And Billy, things that the auto industry is already being shifty. Did you know that right now the auto industry is already testing not letting you work on your own truck, on certain trucks? Ford did it. So what it is you go in to do things and you work on your own brakes. It doesn't let the system retract. So you can't change brake pads. You can go read about this, how the auto industry is trying to prevent DIYs from going down to AutoZone and picking up parts and working on their own vehicles.
You have to pay for it.
They
from the
want you
dealership
to go to the dealer.
And spend 3 times
DIYs
more.
like me refer to it as the stealer.
Yeah.
They want to force you to go there. So there are things
He's
happening.
also complaining again, like, did you know that these companies like fight against right to work legislation, or like, sorry, not right to work. What's it called? Right to repair legislation? Yeah.
In the auto industry, Pat, that I am not in
like,
favor.
isn't it fucking annoying that if you ever try to, like, if somebody opens your iPhone, it like voids the warranty? Yes, that is annoying.
Of safety things, you know, preemptive braking. I think these are good safety features, but now you're stepping over to take over for somebody. I don't know.
And Tom, who's to say, let's just say, I don't know, a pandemic that comes out of a lab of somewhere that we own.
Ring the bell.
God.
Something happens like that. Tom,
They're lab leak theorists with COVID.
Government taps in, and they go, guys, we don't want anybody driving today. And they just shut off off every single vehicle.
Good.
I
will go back to stick shift, 1980s BMW 2-door.
Do you remember the movie The Kingsman?
I love again like they limit the criticism to just like going back just one thing. Like, could you imagine if you weren't allowed to drive your car because the government could shut it off? But they'll never ask the question like, shit, could you imagine if like cities in this country were planned in such a way that you needed a car just to get around, and if you're poor or you couldn't afford like the fact that like needing a car is bad for the environment and a financial burden anyway, so maybe we shouldn't design cities this way. Like, they'll never ask that question.
Kingsman. I saw.
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
It's a great movie.
And Valentine, Samuel Jackson was Valentine, the bad guy, and he sold everybody the chip in their phones, and then he caused the chips to go crazy. And there's this bizarre scene in the middle of it to the song "Freebird" by Skinner, because he caused all the chips to go crazy and impact all the people. That's exactly what you're talking about. You don't want at some point on some day some havoc to break out.
Yeah.
Well, let the car guy explain what's going on here, guys.
Sure.
Okay?
Go ahead.
Car guy.
Uber guy.
The Uber guy. Well, I generally think that the way that we as Americans, or even humans for that matter, the way that we interact with cars is completely changing. Completely. And to me, it comes down to one of two things: control versus freedom. So I remember when we had Jordan Peterson on? This might have been in like 2022.
Yeah.
By the way, I don't think he's doing well these days. And
How do you
giving him a
talk
shout
about
out.
control from the back seat?
So I remember asking him, what kind of car do you drive? And he goes, yeah, I got this old, Mercedes. I have
Adam just like finding a way to like name drop.
Top goes down. I do a thing. He goes, when we won the Cold War, speaking of that again, he goes, because they saw what type of way we lived our lives. It was our jeans. It was our Ford Mustangs. And people in Russia said, we want that. We want freedom. What did they have in the USSR? It was all control. In America, you're top down, driving on the highway, doing in this, in California.
Is this where the fight is going to happen? I can feel it. Because like Tom already interrupted him and I think he's going to do it again.
It's all freedom. And basically, all this is basically coming down to is they're taking away your freedom one little drip at a time. So the libertarians are not going to be happy about anything like this. By the way, you see what they're doing with social credit scores in China? The central bank digital currencies, the CBDCs, it's all about control. It's all about control. Driverless vehicles, what are we going to do with that? So I don't know, but do you know who should definitely qualify for this? I don't think the average person. You know who should? 100%. You know who should? If you're driving a work vehicle. Like if you're driving a truck on the highway, I want recording
Shut the fuck up already.
The whole time.
Well, there's like if you're a member, there's like a thing that says, what's your point?
It's almost like police cameras. Police body cameras.
Amazon has dash cams on their trucks for insurance and.
Yeah, but you remember these stories like in California, some illegal immigrant is going.
That's how we know that the FedEx guy did that terrible thing with the child.
Individuals,
that's a good
liberty.
point. I think that's a good point. If they're like, by the way, it's like saying right now.
Finally, Adam gets praise from PBD, and it only took him an hour and 52 minutes to fucking get there.
I'm recording mono.
He's got your car.
So fun.
But the Ubers, they're recording.
I'm not with it, man. All I can tell you is, look, man, I'm just going to whisper something. Rob, can you type in Mercedes, Maybach, SL680? Tom, have you seen this thing?
I'm going to throw up in my fucking mouth if I have to watch these guys like fucking look at cars.
Mercedes,
go to
Maybach?
images. I've never, ever thought I would be turned on by them. Not that one. Go to the second one right there. Look at that, Tom. Vinny, do you see that? Like the Maybach 6 SL.
Nothing gives me the ick like men looking at cars. We're speeding through this.
I saw two of them in the last couple of weeks. I don't know, man. I'm kind of like, don't be surprised if one of these guys appears.
You know me, Humberto, looking at Humberto. What was the name of that Ford, the Mustang? I already have Ford. Did you see the one? What's the really expensive one?
I hate this.
Ford Mustang. It's called a dark horse. Now, what do you think about this one? Look at the images. Look at this thing. Damn.
And look at this car. Look at that car. Look at this one. Look at that one.
120 grand, not that expensive.
Guys,
I think that's actually a little bit less. By the way,
gorgeous.
how sick is that with my truck?
Of all you guys,
oh my God,
I know Billy's gonna love that one. It's called the dark horse.
Actually, I think I saw one of those stuck in the wheel well in the back of your truck. I think you hit one on I-95 and didn't know.
I might have.
Of all you guys, who's the
There's
biggest
a cat
car guy
stuck
here?
in a grill.
Car guy?
Tom.
Who's the biggest car guy here?
It's not even close.
Tom's a car guy?
It's not even.
Because he's an F1 guy?
No, Tom, it's none of us are as big of a car guy as Thomas. Thomas number one.
Tom's 10 out of 10?
It's not even close.
What are you?
I'm probably second.
Like out of 10. If I'm
I mean, my reason would be I don't drive as much as I do anymore. So every time I think about buying a new car, I'm like, I'm not going to drive it anymore. So what the hell am I going to be doing? So part of it is kind of annoying.
You're a car guy, Vinny? You're a truck guy now.
Like, can we have a moment? Like, I want to have a Bible study moment, if you don't mind.
Let's do it.
Rob, can you pull up that clip? Because to me, this was
Bible study moment.
Known as the greatest moment of Bible study we had in America in 2026. I thought
he think he's actually being serious when he thinks that like fucking like theological revelations happened between Russell Brand and Piers Morgan.
It was great, but the moment of pause. So here's.
Did you not play with car toys as a kid? No, I did, but as an adult, I don't want to watch. I don't look at cars for fun. I don't compare them. I don't have any aspirations to own a bunch of cars or whatever.
Russell Brand, who are our boys, love this guy from Forgetting Sarah Marshall. Oh, not the shirt. You know,
Take my eyes, not the shirt.
Just watch that how many times?
Yeah, and then it's just the song he sings. Yeah, exactly. So, but this is Piers Morgan asking a very innocent question, saying, "Is that the Bible you took to court?"
Yeah.
Adam Singh, it was. I like anytime I hear Adam singing, I'm just haunted by him coping after the Dave Smith debate.
And I would have
ain't nothing gonna break my stride.
Never guessed. By the way, this probably got hundreds of millions of views. Literally, it got hundreds of millions of views.
It made me uncomfortable.
So go ahead. Here's Piers Morgan and Russell Brand. Go ahead, Rob.
Can I go back to asking you a question about your Bible?
Yes, if you want to.
Thank you. Was that the one you took into court?
You're the very one.
Okay. What was your thinking of taking it into court, and what you would?
This was 2 hours. I was not gonna watch. I'll watch a 2-hour episode of PPD. I usually don't watch the whole thing, but this one just like all of the segments kind of interested me. This I could not do.
Looking at some passages, what were the relevant passages for you?
All right. Thank you for asking me.
Thank you. I didn't know that.
I feel like it's like a movie scene.
It was this from Isaiah.
I mean, this had to have been a bit, right? This entire, from what I could tell, this interview was like, come on, mate, knock it off. Like, okay, you're not really religious. Like, you can knock it off now, and just him not doing it.
You're right. Blair did say, be chilled.
I just didn't know you pronounced Isaiah that way.
Chill, man.
Piers is brilliant. Just
and then he looks into the camera.
Is this? I don't like that.
It has to be an act. It had to be. This has to be.
He's doing this on purpose.
This is from Isaiah.
Isaiah. Or Johan. Well, I call him John.
Johan.
Excuse me.
Oh. I have to walk away.
A part of me is he trolling?
Trolling him.
You don't troll God like
that. Look at this. Look at this. Look at Piers. Yeah, but this is still going. It's a minute 20.
It has to be a joke. Look at
Piers.
I respect Piers
it says here.
so much. Just let it simmer.
Says here.
The verse that I was looking at that day was not this. I can't actually find the verse that I had that day.
There's like post-it notes in it.
Enough. This is from Isaiah 12.
Does he actually end up giving a quote?
I think he does.
Isaiah.
What do you think?
What was Isaiah?
I mean, listen. These are moments on TV. Everybody has. The longer you're on, if you're gonna create content and you're gonna be on TV,
it's gonna happen.
It's gonna happen to you. No one's free from it.
Russell responded as a funny thing. He's like, I'm still looking for it. He did. If you go to his Instagram, Rob. Oh, but is that it, Rob?
Joke.
I think but this is actually funny. He goes.
This is him.
Yeah, on the bottom right. What?
Passage actually from Isaiah. From Piers Morgan. Wait for it. Look, it was marked all along. This is it. So everyone was on Piers Morgan the other day. I was looking for it. I thought I should find the actual right passage, the exact one that I was looking at.
Pause it.
Listen,
Saved face. I mean, I thought it was a bit. Maybe it wasn't a bit. I don't fucking know. He's a shameless grifter.
Okay, I think it was real. He was lost in the sauce. By the way, the Bible, unless you have something like pointing out written, like court, something, it's so many books, it's so many, different verses. I mean, you would think somebody would memorize it, but that aside, I mean, I still respect.
Why would somebody memorize the whole Bible?
That he's.
Oh, wait, he means the verse. He means the verse.
Before a podcast, he's praying.
It's almost like he's a grifter, Vinnie.
He's changed his life. He's trying to be a better person. I mean, what he said about the, 16-year-old and 30-year-old with the, what was it, Rob? That he said, it was consent or he was living a different life. I don't agree with that one at all, but he's trying.
What is that?
He was on. Well,
okay, so it's okay that he admitted to fucking a 16-year-old girl at the age of 30 because he says he feels really sorry about it. So it's fine. It's completely okay.
Oh, yeah. The Megyn Kelly clip.
The Megyn Kelly clip with that, that kind of threw me
off. You have that, Rob?
I do. Hang on.
Yeah, can you play? Yeah, and why are you looking at that? Because
we all make mistakes.
Know where I stand. Anybody that's trying to be better, anybody that's in the book, anybody that's trying, I commend them and I pray for them because he is. I don't think he's a fake. He's not being a fake Christian. He's actually. I could see the Holy Spirit in him, but like.
Oh my God.
Go ahead, Rob.
I can see the Holy Spirit in Russell Brand, is what he just said.
Messed up to
Europe and in the United Kingdom where I'm from, the age of consent is 16, and I did sleep with a 16-year-old when I was 30. But when I was 30, I was a very different person.
Right, man.
I was a lot younger, and I was an immature.
Any other 30-year-olds in chat? Any 30-year-olds in chat? You ever struggled with having, like, you ever just, trip and find yourself, in bed committing statutory rape? Anybody else relate?
Year-old. Consensual sex, actually, with a variety of people, when there is a strong power differential, as there is when you're a famous man that has the ability to attract women that I had at that time.
That makes it worse.
Involves exploitation. I think it is exploitative.
Impossible. Like, so, and again, coming clean, saying it, being honest about it, I'm all for that. Number two, the thing itself, it's not illegal there, but just as a man, I don't think
Oh my God. So because the law was permissive of it, then you have to, you can't sanction him that much.
30 years old, I was ever thinking about anything with a 16-year-old. That's just me personally.
Tom.
So every now and then,
you shouldn't be thinking about anything with a fucking 16-year-old once you're past the age of 18, period.
Shows up. And I think that sometimes celebrities have to be very careful when they put the Christian faith or any faith for that matter.
I can't even imagine, man. I'm not even 30. No, 17, 16 teenagers are not crossing my mind.
Out and somebody who's knowledgeable asks you a question. I think Russell Brand right there in that clip with Megan was trying to not, I think he was trying to
even just like a 20-year-old would be like, no, I'm not even thinking like a 20-year-old, let alone 4 years, fucking 16.
Explain the situation. He was saying, hey, I don't think what I did was right. I don't think it was there. Al Gore was asked, Pat, while he was trying to show that he's so in with the Christians. He was asked, and we can find it somewhere, what his favorite, one of his most notable or favorite verses is, and he said, show it to me, Rob, John 16:3. He scrambled John 3:16. He meant to say John 3:16 because he sees that on T-shirts. He said John 16:3, and John 16:3 is, they will do such things because they have not known the Father or me. Al Gore did it.
Wow.
And it was like everybody blew up for a week because it was like, what the hell?
Everyone's laughing except Adam.
Stupid punk. It's like, you can't.
But look, Tom, listen,
is that great? It's and by the way, it's not just Al Gore. Anybody that tries
focus on his rapes, not the legal 3016. I mean, I have no reason to think that was to assume that was a consensual interaction, even if their law permits there to be sexual relations between somebody that young and somebody that old.
Tom, they asked the president.
Try to look.
Did you see when they asked the president what he said about scripture? Have you ever seen that?
Oh no.
And by the way, this is 90% of people, maybe even more. When you ask him what's your favorite scripture, some will say, my favorite scripture is never ever give up. That's Churchill's. Well, it's somewhere in the Bible. It's great.
Never.
Yeah, but Adam, your thoughts, because I know you're very close to this.
Of course. Well, listen, I don't know anybody other than Russell Brand that's basically caused a
why is he very close to this? What does that mean?
Frenzy on Piers Morgan that maybe he didn't over-deliver. I don't know anybody that would fall into that category. So shout out to you, and then congratulations, Russell Brand, for going back in your Bible and finding Isaiah.
Wait, I just thought of another guy.
Tom, stop it.
Here it is.
Listen, shout out to him for showing up. Shout out to
Jesus Christ. But see, he's been fucking building towards that. Why? Tom just interjected with a joke or something. Sure, he was interrupting. It was rude. But one, Adam doesn't do that. Two, chill, dude. It's a fucking podcast. This guy has such a fragile fucking ego. It's crazy.
To him for over-deliver. I don't know anybody that would fall into that category. So shout out to you, and then congratulations, Russell Brand, for going back in your Bible and finding Isaiah.
Wait, I just thought of another guy.
Tom, stop it. But listen, shout out to him for showing up.
Tom, stop it.
Shout out to him for basically owning what he's done. I guess technically, legally speaking, what he did when he was 30.
Tom, stop it. I'm trying to fucking downplay Russell Brand at 30 years old having sex with a literal fucking child, a 16-year-old girl.
With a 16-year-old is legal, but from a moral perspective, that's completely disgusting. 16 years old, you're 30? Unbelievable. Although there's, I think, 35 states in America where 16 is legal.
Dude.
It's a weird loophole.
Why do you know that? This is also not the first time that he has brought up that fucking number.
Give him credit. Number. I will give him credit. Tom, why do you keep talking when I'm talking? What is your deal, buddy? One thing. Was it? I'll stop talking. Go ahead. Answer for me.
I said it's habit and tradition.
I like that. Habit and tradition.
Okay. Anyway, speaking of creepy people, thank you, Tom. What we're solving for, I guess, what Russell Brand is doing is for
total fucking projection. Adam is the one talking about how he randomly knows that 35 states in the United States allow adults to have sex with 16-year-olds, with minors that young. And he's saying that Tom is the creep and getting on him for interrupting, even though Tom's doing him the biggest favor of his fucking life by not letting him just go on this diatribe while like allowing it to be unclipped.
For progress, not perfection, that you always talk about, right? But listen, Russell, I get it. You're creepy. I'm surrounded by creepy people sometimes. Just do better. Right, Tom?
Yeah, that was awkward. But okay. All right, so let's go to the last one here. All right, Trevor Bauer throws a
PBD, that was awkward.
no-hitter.
What a
for who? The Long Island Ducks.
Nice.
In just seconds.
Shut up, Adam. I'll butthurt Adam. Dude, like, and Tom took it, like, in stride when he was telling him, like, shut the fuck up, you fucking creep or whatever. PBD, like, he was just like, sorry, just, you know, have it in tradition or whatever. Look at the comments. The irony of Adam complaining about Tom interrupting. I laughed so hard when Tom asked Adam, how do you know the number? I appreciate Tom's wisdom. All right, chill. These Tomcats out here being crazy. Leave Tom alone, you little jerk. Tom, don't take that from the bully. He's jealous. Leave Tom's little ass alone. Adam better never speak to Tom like that again. Yes, sir.
Second U.S. start since 2021. This is him. Go ahead, Rob.
Long Island Ducks.
Bowers 2-2. Fastball taken on the outside corner.
All right, we're not doing fucking sports ball shit. All right, we're doing 60 Minutes. We're going to listen to it because I can't play it. Let's see. Trump, 60 Minutes. Let's hear this shit. If I do Trump 60, so I can have a nice visual here. Actually, no. I know what I'll play. I'm just gonna play him, the White House. Let me see. Trump press brief following shooting. He looks just fucking great here. I'm just gonna have this muted and on in the background. So this is extended interview, President Trump on White House Correspondents' Dinner. This was 1 day ago and has 1.4 million views.
60 Minutes overtime.
Mr. President, thank you for doing this.
Thank you.
I'm glad you are safe. I am glad that everyone is safe. How are you doing?
I'm doing well. It was quite an evening. It was a very difficult thing to watch, frankly, but doing very well.
And to be clear, I sped this up a little bit, so it's at 1.20 speed.
Probably a pretty sick guy.
And I want to get to all of those details and also walk through what happened last night. But first, this appears to be the third attempted assassination on your life. The first in Butler, the second, of course, on the golf course in Florida. Why do you think so many people may be trying to kill you?
So I've said it, and I've said it numerous times, and I've actually, because of the position I'm in, I've done quite a bit of research into the word assassination, terrible word. And they go after consequential presidents. They go after presidents that do things. If you look at what I've done, we've turned this country around. We've taken a country that was actually a dead country. It was dying very rapidly, and it's the hottest country anywhere in the world.
Hottest country.
A skirmish, a war, whatever you want to call it, with Venezuela. We won that very decisively, and we now have a great relationship with Venezuela. It's been a very profitable.
Hey, don't make fun of sports ball shit. Look, I just don't like baseball and stuff like that is boring. Basketball's like basketball and figure skating are the only sports that interest me at all.
Relationship, and We're in Iran right now. Other presidents should have done it, but they never chose to do it. They should have. They made a terrible mistake by not doing it. It's tougher now than it would have been 10 years ago or even 5 years ago because they had thousands and thousands of missiles and everything else. If we didn't do the B-2 bomber attack, that alone was a big deal. The killing of Soleimani, which I did in my first term, was a big deal. But when you're a consequential, when you do things, a lot of things, and things that work out very well for our country, Abraham Lincoln was assassinated. McKinley was assassinated. McKinley made the country very rich. People don't realize that. Then Teddy Roosevelt went out and spent the money that was made by McKinley, but he was very consequential, actually, but he was assassinated. So
you mentioned Mr.
It brings up McKinley, but not JFK. What the fuck?
President, consequential, and your policies are also controversial. Is that part of it?
Well, I don't think that way. I don't think in terms of what they are. I just think of what they are for the country. For instance, I inherited the worst border we've ever had in the history of our country, where 25 million people.
I don't think of it in terms of what they are, just what they are for the country. His policies.
Came in, 25 million people at least. And many of them were from hardcore criminals, and they were drug dealers, and they were from prisons. They emptied out prisons into our country. They emptied out
insane asylums.
Mental institutions, insane asylums into our
Right.
country. And I don't know if that's controversial to say we have to move those people out, but we have. But it is from the standpoint, you're doing something, and you're doing something that's good. Things like men playing in women's sports, I'm against that. Things like transgender for everyone, I'm against that. There's so many things that I'm against.
What the fuck? I'm not against. I'm against transgender for everyone.
I don't think they're controversial. I think the other side is controversial, but I do a lot of things and I get things done. And, we're respected now as a country all over the world. And some people love that, but some people probably don't.
Mr. President, I'm sure you've now had the opportunity to see some of the pictures of what happened last night, and I want to walk through that.
Sure.
It was just around 8:30 p.m.
God, oh my God, this is reminding me. I saw this image on Reddit. Two things. So this went viral on Reddit. A photo of Stephen Miller and wife Katie Miller. Just Stephen Miller using pregnant wife as a human shield. So they're getting the fuck out. She's in front of him. He's grabbing her breast on accident, I guess, in the throes of everything. And then I saw this clip come across my timeline earlier, right before I went live. Katie Miller
are then of
on being evacuated.
No, and some of his premier complaints are then of that of immigration, which, as we know, is near and dear to my husband's heart. And so at that moment, when the detail came up, I said, oh, well, this must be real, and I should be walking very quickly. And again, it's like, how do you stand up 8 months pregnant from the floor? You really can't without help. So my dear husband lifts me up, and Brian, who's our detail, says to Stephen, she goes first, and so I went first because the threat was behind us. And so what everyone sees is my husband maybe copping a feel. But what I would say is that he wasn't going to put his hands on my stomach because that's where our baby is.
Yeah.
And so he just moved his...
God forbid he used his hands to cover your pregnant stomach exactly where your baby is.
Hands upward. And of course, you don't notice that in the moment. And later that night, I see it on X. And there's this very funny post. And I look at Stephen and I was like, did you really need to do that? And he's like, what did I do?
Nice cop to feel on the way out of the ballroom. Katie, what they were saying was that Stephen was using you as a human shield. I'm sorry. I saw that and I said, they're really desperate at this point. I mean, now they're just trying anything, throwing anything out there.
I mean, you're saying that in the context of the entire MAGA right using this as an opportunity to get the public on board with his fucking illegal ballroom.
Really can't let Stephen Miller have a good news cycle. He's done so much for this country thanks to President Trump. President Trump has been at the foremost of changing this country and fulfilling every single campaign promise. My husband at his side for years now, Laura, and they could not give Stephen Miller a good news cycle if they've tried.
No.
They had to make me the target.
No.
And you know what?
Katie,
to that, I would say Stephen did a phenomenal job, and he was behind me and protecting not only me, but our baby.
Oh, well, Katie.
Protecting me from behind. Yep, that's how that works. Got it. Thank you, Katie. Very cool.
By the way,
Weijia Jiang,
your
CBS
associate,
News.
yeah, she was a terrific person, and she was, she had this big smile. I mean, they were, I don't like to have a criminal or a sick person or somebody, whoever he is, you'll figure it out. I mean, I think we're already figuring out he's a man with a lot of problems. But you don't want to have somebody like this, essentially attacking our Constitution, attacking our country.
Yeah, this guy, the shooter was attacking our Constitution, and Trump just felt the urge to go in there and protect the rest of the attendees of the White House Correspondents' Dinner from constitutional violations that were occurring.
changing events that are, it's an important event. It was a very
A night
important-
celebrating the First
Yeah.
Amendment and the
That's
freedom
right.
of the press.
That's right, exactly. And this was a record setter. I mean, this was a very big, that dinner had some problems for the last 9 years, and I didn't help them. And this time I went, and I felt really good being there. There was a great camaraderie. I wasn't sure what the response. It was, a lot of press, a lot of media. And when I walked in, I got a very nice applause. I wasn't sure. I said, told my wife, I said, I may walk in and they may give me a hard time, or I may walk in, let's see what happens. And I walked in and got very nice, I think they were happy to see me there, actually. And I can tell you, there's the biggest impact that I saw in the entire evening was, and I say this being somebody that's had a lot of, let's say we've argued a little bit to get things that I want done. I fight for a border, and they fight for an open border, and we have a lot of differences.
You've got some tough words.
Yeah, they're really yin and yang, Trump and the press corps. Him always, tirelessly fighting to close our border, and the press just begging you to open it.
The press in the back.
There was tremendous, by this time the event had taken place, people were starting to feel safe. There was tremendous camaraderie. I mean, I saw Democrats, I saw senators, I saw congressmen.
A lot of love.
I saw people that weren't necessarily on my side from the other party. Mostly, pretty much the Republicans are on my side, so I'm not that, surprised. And they were going, way to go. There was spirit in that room. I mean, it was like the whole country was together. Million people came in. I mean, whether it's 20 or 25 or 30, but they say 25 million people came in. 0 people. We have people coming in legally.
Can I ask you something?
But,
You
but
said
the
something.
other side doesn't like that. There are things that I like that I think are very standard. I want women to be able to play women. I don't want men in women's sports. And for whatever reason, the other side likes men in women's sports. So when you say get along,
But that's the other side.
I
That's
don't
not
think
the
I could
press.
ever. No, but I don't think I could ever change my
Doesn't she get that the press is the left?
feelings on certain policies. I want strong borders. They want open borders. There's such a difference.
Can I ask you, Mr. President?
I will say this, though. After the event, meaning it looked like things were good. We knew he was caught. I was given the information immediately. There was a camaraderie that you just have not seen in a while. It's very nice to see.
The President, you, Mr. President, the Vice President, the Speaker of the House, the Secretary of State, Secretary Hegseth, almost the entire line of presidential succession was in that ballroom. Who was the designated survivor?
Well, first of all, I have to say, it's not a safe ballroom.
I mean, isn't that like explicitly enumerated in the Constitution? It's not really up to she's basically quizzing him, no?
Building a safe ballroom. And one of the reasons I'm building it is exactly what happened.
It's like the vice president, and then if it's not the vice president, it's like the fucking Speaker of the House, and if it's not the Speaker of the House, it keeps going from there.
Last night, we're building a room right there. If you walk out and move 20 yards to the left, you'll be right at the entrance to the ballroom. And that ballroom is being built on the safest piece of property in this country, probably one of the safest pieces of land in the world. We have.
But that's owned, that's the White House. The White House Correspondents' Dinner can't use White House property.
It's able to be used by certainly the White House. It says the White House Correspondents. Well, that's the White House press. I'm sure
It's the White House Correspondents' Dinner, so naturally it should take place at the White House.
that it's available. It's up to the president, but that would be made available. And this has bulletproof glass. This has, this is the highest level of security. Also, very importantly, I could have built suites on top. I could have done a lot of things. And I said, no, this has to be pure. This has to be where people stay off property and they go through one very impactful, very strong entrance, one very powerful entrance. There's no games with this. This is the best, highest. This has all sorts of security equipment at levels that you could never have in a regular ballroom. And we're ahead of schedule. We're right on budget, ahead of schedule. I wish it could be even sooner, but we're months ahead of schedule. But it doesn't open till 28. So, that means you have another season and a half to go.
Right.
But
They won't, but if only Dems would fucking campaign on taking a wrecking ball to that fucking ballroom.
This is exactly why the military, and this is exactly why Secret Service and all law enforcement want it, because you have maybe 1,000 hotel rooms above the ballroom we were in last night. And I'm not knocking it. I'm just saying in terms of maximum security, it's not the best thing. You can do it, but you can have problems like this. They have an elevator that comes down from the rooms. It's very close to the ballroom, which makes sense. So we're doing something that's going to have a tremendous impact on solving this problem.
In that video,
Having the equipment on the outside of the building maybe is better than having it on the inside of the building. Sometimes that's tough. Sometimes it's horrendous weather. Sometimes it's pouring, it's raining. Lots of things happen.
So if it happens to be, I guess we can't do outside metal detection because of the rain. And so if the venue is less secure, even if the president's in it, I guess that's just an L the country needs to hold in the event that someone wants to do something on those nights.
But maybe last night was actually quite nice. The weather was beautiful. So maybe something like that has to take place. I can only say that from the moment they realized that he was, I mean, he ran like, I think the NFL should sign him up. He was fast.
How is PBS audio desync that bad? My friend, because this is not actually the video that we're playing. We're listening to the 60 Minutes interview, but because they copyrighted it, I'm not showing it. So I'm just using the most recent interview from Trump.
When you look at it on tape, it's almost like a blur.
Right.
But it was amazing because as soon as they saw that, you could see them draw their guns. They were so...
I can't listen to this moron. You have to. He's the leader of the free fucking world. You have to listen to this 12-year-old. Even 12-year-old is generous. He literally sounds like an 8-year-old.
Aimed their guns, and then they took them down immediately. The doors were sealed, the room was sealed, the ballroom itself, where the people were. And they really, I think they did a great job.
I was in the room, not far from you, Mr. President, could hear what sounded like gunshots or commotion.
Right.
People nearby could smell the gunpowder. Everybody hit the floor.
My God.
You can really...
I wasn't worried. I understand life. We live in a crazy world.
Enhance your chances of having a perfect situation, but sometimes things will happen.
Profound.
I did want to see what was happening.
I think a lot of people were probably moved when he said that. They were touched when they heard him say these words.
President, in one way, I guess I should be hiding. In another way, I want to see if I can be helpful. But I did watch because I could see what was going on at the door. I also saw a lot of very strong, physically strong, really attractive law enforcement people come through those doors. And frankly,
really
it made me feel very
attractive.
safe, very, very safe. There was nobody going to get by them. And this was at the very back.
That's probably why he didn't want to move. The Secret Service came near him. He was just in awe of how fucking hot they were. When he says we're the hottest country, he's talking about the fact that he cannot believe the beauty that he's surrounded by on a daily basis with his Secret Service detail.
Back of the ballroom, looking at the back of the ballroom. Big
The
room.
counter-assault team that comes in.
Yeah, they were very impressive. I think they were very impressive. I think the whole operation was very impressive. The only thing you could say is maybe they could move that counterpoint out deeper. In other words, move it to the outside of the building.
Let's talk about that. Mr. President, I wonder how much has the Secret Service and the FBI briefed you about this suspect, Cole Thomas Allen? Have you read what a senior U.S. official is describing to us as a manifesto?
Yeah.
Did you know that he emailed it to family members?
We found all of that
before,
out this morning.
Right before the attack.
Yeah, we found that out this morning. And the family members were concerned. I think the brother called up the police. I think the sister may have called the police. The parents were rather devastated. He lived with the parents. I saw the parents last night on television opening the door. I assume that was his parents. Look, you have sick people, and you have to mitigate the risk. But some of these sick people, it's amazing. They're very sick, but they're also, in some cases, very, very smart. He went to great school. I can tell you the person in Butler, I don't know if you ever looked at his academic credentials. He had almost 1,600 in his college boards. 1,600. Nobody has. I mean, it's the upper 99.9 percentile or something, and he was a crazy person, but a smart crazy person. I think the law enforcement did a great job last night.
Let me ask you.
I guess if they didn't, I wouldn't be here. But I think they really did a great job. Now, can you make adjustments? I mean, we're also learning. Can you make adjustments? I think the only adjustment would be you move your security equipment further away, but it was.
I mean, like, the only reason why he's praising them is saying they did a great job dealing with me because, yeah, I was like taking my sweet ass time to leave and I wanted to see what was happening. I even considered staying behind because of a constitutional violation.
It was about 50 yards away. 50 yards is a lot of yards. Now, when a guy's running at that speed, he was a very fast person. And he got him by a little bit by surprise, but that.
Never thought I would hate the word ballroom so much in my life. Also, why does Cash still have a job? This is disgusting. Since you're a first-time chatter, I'm assuming that you think that this is what's playing, but this is our president not even making these remarks in light of the shooting. This is him sitting down, having thought about it, and formulating it a little bit. But there's rumors that Kash Patel's on his way out, so.
It didn't matter because he was totally subdued. No, I'm not a king. I get it. I don't laugh. I see these no kings, which are.
I mean, it is true. Do you ever see Trump laugh? That's weird. He doesn't laugh, really.
Funded just like the Southern.
Sorry.
Security tell you about what
See,
may have been his motives?
the reason you have people like that is you have people doing no kings. I'm not a king. What I am, if I was a king, I wouldn't be dealing with you. No, I'm not a king. I don't laugh. I see these no kings, which are funded just like the Southern Law was funded. You saw all that. Southern Law is financing the KKK and lots of other radical, terrible groups. And then they go out and they say, oh, we've got to stop the KKK. And yet they give them hundreds of thousands and even millions of dollars. It's a total scam run by the Democrats. It shows you that, like Charlottesville was all funded.
Why, like, again, they're arguing against the concept of infiltration being effective with this lawsuit. I know it's not even like the entire purpose of it, but they're actually trying to argue. It would be, again, like I said this at the beginning of the stream, it would be like trying to argue that the CIA was actually trying to help the Black Panthers because they sent people in there that were informants and gave them material support.
Funded by the Southern Law. That was a Southern Law deal too. And it was done to make me look bad, and it turned out to be a total fake. It basically was a rigged election. This was a part of the rigging of the election. And that's what you really should be doing. I mean, I hope one of your 60-minute episodes, which really hasn't changed very much from the last few years, I'm surprised, but one of those episodes should be on Southern Law and the fact that they spent millions and millions of dollars on absolute far right and just bad groups. And then they'd use those groups and they'd say, these are Republican groups and we're coming to your rescue. And they're the ones that have funded it and they're the ones that keep them going. Pretty sad. Do you think it's pretty sad, Nora?
The allegations and the indictment
They're
laid
not just
out
allegations.
was an indictment
These
laid
are
out by-
facts, okay? These are facts. I mean, they have checks to the Ku Klux Klan and many others, and then they're saying how bad they are and blaming the Republican Party and Republicans. These are not just allegations, but go ahead.
Well, as you know, sir, you've been accused of things and were able to go to a court of law and adjudicate them. So allegations and indictment.
After 5 years, it's true. It takes you about 5 years.
I do want to talk about that.
Well,
You
I've
referenced-
also won a lot of money from fake news media, where they write false.
Someone deciding to settle with you is not the same thing as you winning a case against them.
About me, and not that I want to sue people because I don't, but I bring lawsuits against the fake news. I brought lawsuits against your network, and you paid me $38 million because you did something that was so horrible with.
Because they're cowardly cheap fucks, and they are a corporation that just wants to save money. Yep.
You put an answer down that wasn't responsive to the question because her real answer was so bad, it was election threatening. And you paid me a lot of money. You tried to pull one off. It was terrible. It was a terrible thing that you did. And, you know, when you say, can we all get along, you can. But when people do things like that, how about the BBC, where the BBC has me, actually AI, they had me saying a horrible statement. I said, I never said that. It turned out they gave me a little AI treatment where they have my lips speaking words of hate, tremendous hate that I never said. They don't know what to do. They've admitted they're wrong. They just don't know what to do. They actually have me.
The concept of this admin complaining about deepfakes and AI and misrepresentations of other politicians.
Making a major statement, and it wasn't me. It was my face. It was my lips. My lips were perfectly in sync with the words. I said, I can't believe it. I can't believe it. So
I hear you, Mr. President.
So then when you say, can you get along? I can get along with anybody, but if people are going to cheat, if people are going to be fake, you sort of don't want to get along.
On that, what do you say to people who are encouraging political violence or even cheering it on?
Well, I think the ones that are doing that are much more far left than far right. Much more.
Do you think she's going to bring up again the tweet where he just casually threatened to wipe out a whole civilization less than a month ago?
When you see, again, Southern Law, when you see some of the statements that are made that are so, even when you say no kings, that's encouraging. You're saying one of the things this guy said in his manifesto, which you didn't read, you should have, is that he attended a no kings
Now she didn't read
rally,
it.
along with not too many people. And probably it had an impact. You know, they get up and they say whatever they want. No, I'm against that. I think it's terrible.
Also at the dinner last night was...
He can get along with anybody as long as they never disagree with anything he says, LOL. Relatable.
fact that I've accomplished so much. I've made our country great again. I mean, this country was dead. Our country was dead a year and a half ago.
You were dead.
Joe Biden had no idea what he was doing. I don't think it was him either. I think it was the people that surround him in the Oval Office at the beautiful Resolute desk. I don't think he knew what he was doing. He didn't sign anything. He used the Europen to sign 90% of the things. I think that they they really created a tremendous amount of anger and hate. Our country was dead, and now we have the hottest country anywhere in the world. No, not even close.
Last night,
as an example, investments in our country for 4 years, less than $1 trillion under Biden. In 11 months, $18 trillion under Trump. Now, most people are happy about that, but some people are really angry about it. You know why? Because it means we should be around for a long time, and they don't want that to happen.
last night you had very much a tone of unity when you were in the White House press briefing room.
I think so, yeah. I think I really felt very calm. I feel very calm, and I feel very calm right now, other than a couple of your questions, which are meant to antagonize and totally inappropriate.
Oh, my
But
God.
I feel very calm. I thought last night was a very important thing to do, and people have said I did it well. Not an easy thing to do. You know, you leave a scene like that, and then you're supposed to let our country and even the world know that it's going to be okay.
And what about when we're talking about the division in this country, the political violence? Now many of your cabinet secretaries live on military bases in order to, because of the potential threats against them.
Well, they choose to. I'm not sure that they need to. They also
Who's doing this? I don't know what she's referring to.
have nice places, you know. Democrats did the same thing. Some of the housing on the military bases is very nice. I'm not sure they do it necessarily for violence, but probably it's not the worst thing in the world. Look,
Stephen Miller.
we are consequential. This is a consequential presidency. I have a great cabinet, and they do things that are very good. But some people, you know, if they're good for us, they're not good for other people.
No,
Like as an example, Iran, when they're not going to have a nuclear weapon. They will not have. They're not going to blow up the world. They're crazy. They're not going to blow up the world, and therefore, they're not happy. And when they're not happy, people do things that are violent. Now, I'm not tracing anything back to.
I mean, this is not what he means to say, but when he says like they can't get a nuclear weapon, they're not gonna blow up the world. It's like, yeah, true. They can't get one. They're not going to get one. There's no evidence that they're gonna get one, and even if they did, they wouldn't blow up the fucking world. Correct.
To them, but certainly if they had a shot, they'd probably take it. So, when you're a consequential president, or if you have a consequential administration, things happen that wouldn't happen if you're Sleepy Joe Biden. Everyone was happy with Biden. The world was happy. You know why they were happy? Because they were taking advantage of us. Because they treated the United States like we were stupid people, and they made.
So that's how he copes and explains his low favorability right now, and why Biden had better favorability. They were blue pilled, he says.
A lot of money, but they don't do that anymore.
Last night was going to be your first attendance at the White House Correspondents' Dinner.
That's right.
As president.
I was looking forward to making a speech.
And
it would have been a lot different had I gone up and had I stayed. It was very interesting because I said, I can't make that speech. I was going to do a pretty
Tell me.
rip-roaring I won't go into the total details, but no, I was going to hit people really hard with humor. In other words, really hard with humor. And I thought it was
It's like he's almost repeating the Caroline Leavitt bar, like line for line. He was like, there were going to be shots fired.
When this happened, and I wanted it to go forward, because I just didn't want it canceled by a crazy person. Our country's too good for that. Our country's too important for that, and too powerful for that. I didn't want that to happen. But I said to him, and I thought it would go up. I was expecting until the last moment when the military came, and Secret Service, and law enforcement.
Why did they say you couldn't go back when you were saying, I want to go back?
Because we had a very sealed room. It was very airtight. Once the doors opened, and the Secret Service, military, others came in, the police came in, the law enforcement, they came in, a lot of them. We had a lot of law enforcement. And it was a wall. But the doors were open. It was breached by them. If somebody happened to slip in, and when they said that, I said, you're right. But I did want to go. But it would have been a much different speech. I would have had to just get up and say, I love you all. And there was love in the room. It was amazing. There was love in the room.
And why do you think that is? Why do you think that the tone changed?
People came together. Democrats that truly can't stand me were saying, sir, could I just shake your hand? I mean, I'm leaving, and I'm seeing people, you know, high-level people. And they're saying, sir, great job. Sir, could I, one of them, I don't want, you probably have it on tape someplace. One of them said, could I hug you? A big politician on the other side. There was
Can
love.
I hug you?
It just all came together. It was very amazing to see. It was a very beautiful thing in a non-beautiful moment, really, but it was a very beautiful thing that was happening.
I hesitate to ask you about this, but as you know, these conspiracy theories out there on the left and the right, that the event was staged
Both
or that it didn't
sides.
happen.
Last night didn't happen?
That it was because it was your first time there, or that Butler didn't
Wait, they weren't saying that it didn't happen. They were saying that it was orchestrated.
happen. These conspiracy theories that are gaining traction on
and
the internet.
October 7th didn't happen, and World War II didn't happen, and the Holocaust didn't happen.
Jesus
Many things
Christ.
didn't happen. Yeah, no, I hear it. I don't know. I think they're more sick than they are con people, but there's a lot of con in it, too. I haven't heard that last night didn't happen.
Love that. Being skeptical of anything and like, I have no reason to think it's a false flag. It's just insane to hear somebody compare like skepticism surrounding like a very recent, highly, charged political environment in which an assassination attempt takes place. Being skeptical of that is akin to like Holocaust denial. Okay, dude.
Usually it takes a little bit longer.
Yeah.
Usually they wait about 2 or 3 months to start saying that.
I think and forgive me, I don't peddle in that stuff or certainly look at it because I was there. But the idea, I'm wondering where this is coming
That'd be
from.
a tough one, I think.
This is coming
That'd be
from.
I think it would be a tough sell.
Yeah. Secret Service now is currently meeting, as they always do, to discuss your security footprint. The King is coming here, King of England.
I think it's great. He'll be very safe, yeah.
Yeah. And
You know,
will
the
your
White
events be
House
able to
grounds-
go forward? You're no concerns about security going
No,
forward?
The White House grounds are really safe. This area of not very many acres, it's really safe. And he'll be staying here now. I believe he's going to a couple of other locations because he's here for a few days. And he's a great guy. They called and they are so looking forward to being here. We spoke this morning.
So the King is fine. He's still coming. Your events are still going forward.
No, he's a good person.
There's no
Friend of
indication from the Secret Service or the FBI that there's an additional threat to you or other administration
No,
officials?
no. This was a lone wolf, in my opinion. Now, but we may find out something else. This was a sick lone wolf. He's a sicko, and very disturbed person. You could see it with his journey through life. I mean, he was a Christian.
His
he was
journey.
A member of the Christian club at his college, Caltech, which is a good college. I'm sure they're very embarrassed by this because it's
Christian
a great college.
club.
So that means he's pretty smart to be in. You got to get pretty good marks. Got to get pretty good board scores. It's a hard school to get into. So he's a smart guy, but he's a sick guy. Yeah, that's the problem. I mean, it would be a lot easier if they weren't smart. Some of them are very smart, and they go around and all they want to do is kill people. They're sick, and they have to be put away.
I understand today is the First Lady's birthday.
Jesus Christ. When you really think about his worldview and the fact that what motivates him is this fear of again, the mass deportations and all the fear mongering surrounding what immigrants want to do. It's like everybody outside the US is constantly trying to invade us, wants to kill us, is suicidal, is murderous, is psychopathic, is sociopathic. And even people like this exist in the country in large numbers, namely the Democrats. Just everyone is constantly amoral and trying to kill this man, apparently.
Is that right?
Today's her birthday, yes. Happy birthday. Happy birthday, Melania. Yeah, today's her birthday.
How does that? How do you deal with that after what happened last night?
Yeah, by the time we get back here, it's around 12 o'clock. And I said, happy birthday, darling.
And you were back here in the White House, I understand, in 5 minutes.
Well, they move fast, yeah.
Yeah, they move fast.
I mean, look, it's a pretty quick drive. It's not very far away. But think of it, the security of having this really perfect facility built at the highest security levels on the grounds, where you're not taking, I'm talking about any president. By the way, other presidents would use the ballroom a lot more than me. I'm going to have 4 or 5 months left. But other presidents will be having the that tremendous asset is going to be so great. But outside of that, it's dangerous. You need tremendous, that you could never build. You can't have thousands of rooms on top of a ballroom and have security, real security. Now, with that being said, I hope they do this event again, and I hope they do it again soon.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much.
Okay, very weird fucking interview. All right, if you're watching on Twitch and you aren't following me already, please go ahead and do so. That way you can know when I go live. And if you're watching on YouTube, please go ahead and like the stream if you haven't. That way it pushes it out to other people, which is very useful. If you want to support me, the best way to do so is to follow the links in the donation links in my Twitch chat or my YouTube description box. They are pinned in my Twitch chat, and Streamlabs only takes like 3%. That's the best way to do it. But you can also send me super chats. I will read them out loud, or subscribe to me on Twitch, or gift subs throughout the chat if you're feeling so generous. I'm at Straighterade _ everything. And this VOD will be up on YouTube, where I'm going to timestamp it after this, and you can flip through it if you missed any part of it. But in the meantime, thank you guys for watching. I will be back later. Don't know when. Don't know what we're going to cover, but we'll get up to some more shit. Things always happen. There will be something for me to cover, okay? Oh, I didn't get to do Medhi versus Graham Platner. Probably do that next time. All right, you guys are headed to Redolent Thought. Have a good one. Bye.